In a world of immortal cultivators and deadly sect rivalries, 16-year-old Lu-E, just another average disciple, suddenly unlocks his long-lost gold finger, a mysterious game-like system panel that changes everything, with stats, skill levels, and even quest rewards just like in a video game. Lu-E can now level up by completing tasks. Train your sword? Quest complete. Help your dad? Quest complete. The best part? The rewards aren't just XP. They're actual cultivation boosts and rare items. From a humble 6th-stage Qi refining rookie, Lu-E begins leveling up his sword skills, footwork, and cultivation technique like a grinding addict. But his ambitions don't stop there. When he challenges a senior disciple far stronger than him and wins, the entire outer sect is left speechless. His secret? A powerful sword technique trained to the level of transformation, and a strategy to farm quests without revealing his full strength. Every duel, every task, carefully calculated to trigger rewards from the system, including pills and even magical gear. With a sect tournament looming and stronger foes ahead, Lu-Yi's journey is just beginning. But one thing's for sure, he's not here to survive. He's here to speedrun cultivation.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Character: Lu-E. Cultivation base: Qi refining, 6th layer. Cultivation technique: White Cloud entrainment technique, LV2. Skills: White Cloud sword technique, LV2. White Cloud footwork, LV3. Current task: none. Suddenly, glowing words appeared before Lu-Yi's eyes. He rubbed them repeatedly, convinced it was a dream, but it wasn't. His eyes turned red with emotion. Gold finger. After 16 years, you've finally come back to me. Lu-E wasn't originally from this world. 16 years ago, he transmigrated to the Tianming continent, a vast land filled with powerful cultivators, demonic beasts, evil sects, and countless dangers. Fortunately, his luck wasn't bad. He landed in a sect that trained immortal cultivators, and both his parents were outer sect deacons. While not high in status, they were still better off than common folk. Lu-E himself wasn't blessed with outstanding talent, but he wasn't hopeless either. At 16, he had reached the 6th level of Qi refining. His original plan was simple: reach foundation establishment before 20, enter the inner sect, become a deacon, live a peaceful life for a few centuries, marry, raise children, and die satisfied. But fate had other plans. The long-awaited gold finger had arrived, and everything was about to change. With excitement, Lu-E inspected this system panel. It displayed his current cultivation base, skills, and even something labeled current task. It felt like a game interface. His sect, the White Cloud sect, provided foundational techniques like the White Cloud entrainment art, the White Cloud sword technique, and White Cloud footwork, standard fare for Qi refining disciples. Curious about how to activate tasks, Lu-E whispered, "System wizard?" But no reply came. He mentally tapped at the panel. Still nothing. Was this all the Goldfinger could do? Just then, his mother's voice called from outside. "Ear, are you awake?" Snapping back to reality, Lu-E answered, "Yes." He rolled out of bed and decided to revisit the panel after breakfast. In the dining hall, his father Lu Gaoyang and mother Wang Siki sat at the table, along with their only maid, Bai Ling. "Come eat." His mother said warmly. His father, ever stern, frowned. "Why are you up so late? You can't afford laziness in cultivation." "Understand, Dad," Lu-E replied, sitting down. Wang Siki shot her husband a glare. "Eater's talent is better than yours. He's heading to the inner sect sooner than you did. Should you really be lecturing him?" Lu Gaoyang's face twitched, but he wisely chose silence. Lu-E grinned at their familiar bickering. His family might not be powerful, but they were close, and that meant the world to him. Suddenly, his father brought up the upcoming outer sect competition. You've reached the 6th level of Qi refining. You should sign up. Don't aim too high. Just take it as experience. He nodded. Got it, Dad. But at that moment, something flashed before Lu Yi's eyes. His system panel had updated. Task: participate in the White Cloud Sect Outer Sect competition. Reward: depends on placement. Accept: yes/no. So that's how it works? Tasks trigger based on actions or conversations. Louis instantly accepted. The panel now showed. Current task: participate in the White Cloud Sect Outer Sect competition. His mind whirred with possibilities. If tasks could give rewards like this, it really was like a game, and he was an expert in games. Testing the idea, he smiled slyly. Mom, Dad, is there anything I can help with? Maybe a massage? Back her up. His parents gave him a confused look. What's with you today? Lu Gaoyang rolled his eyes. If you really want to help, go practice the White Cloud Sword technique 10 times. And just like that, ding. Task: practice White Cloud Sword technique 10 times. 0 out of 10. Reward: technique level +1. Accept: yes/no. Bingo. He silently accepted the task, trying to hide his grin. I'll get it done, Dad. Wang Siki reached over, concerned. Are you all right, Iya? You don't have a fever, do you? He froze, then laughed awkwardly. I'm fine, Mom. Just feeling motivated. Grabbing 2 meat buns, He dashed outside to complete his very first task, with reward in sight and fire in his heart. He munched on a meat bun, grabbed his long sword, and headed to the small courtyard. With practiced ease, he took his stance and began training in the White Cloud Sword technique. Though it was a basic technique within the sect, the White Cloud Sword technique wasn't ordinary. It was elegant, flowing like drifting clouds, and far more refined than the swordplay of mortal warriors. With each swing, a sharp gust trailed his blade, hinting at the technique's hidden depth. At level 2, Lu Yi's sword technique had reached what cultivators call the minor realm. As he trained, the air around him began to stir from the spiritual energy he moved with his blade. Meanwhile, his parents, Lu Gaoyang and Wang Siki, stepped out into the courtyard, observing their son with warm smiles. Eater's talent is truly impressive, Wang Siki said softly. He's already brought the sword technique to a minor realm. If he pushes further and reaches the great realm, he might even place within the top 5,000 during the competition. Lu Gaoyang chuckled proudly. What did you expect? He's my son, after all. Wang Siki shot him a sharp look. Without me, he wouldn't even be here. Ahem. Of course, all thanks to you, dear, Lu Gaoyang replied quickly, scratching his head. With a satisfied nod, Wang Siki added, All right, let's get going. Let's not distract Ear while he's focused. As his parents left to handle their sect duties, He remained fully immersed in his training. After the first round, he glanced at the system panel. Task progress, 1/10. Excited, he pushed forward, one repetition after another, until finally, after 10 rounds, his robe was soaked with sweat and his breath came heavy. Despite his Qi refining 6-layer base, this was exhausting. But the thought of the reward kept him going. He collapsed onto the ground, barely able to lift his arm. Then he looked again. Task: practice White Cloud Sword technique 10 times, 10/10. Reward: sword technique +1 level. Task complete. Receive reward? Yes/no. Without hesitation, He chose yes. Suddenly, streams of knowledge surged into his mind. Detailed insights on sword forms, breath control, spiritual circulation, all etched directly into his consciousness. When he opened his eyes, a quiet confidence gleamed in them. He casually swung his sword. Swoosh! A faint trail of sword Qi shimmered along the blade, slicing through the air and leaving a clean mark on the stone floor. He stared at the mark, stunned. So strong. This is just level 3? If it's already this powerful, then what about level 4? Or 5? Could it reach a stage beyond the great realm? His eyes lit up with ambition. If he trained like this every day and had his father assign tasks, his sword technique could skyrocket before the competition. Maybe, just maybe, he could break into the top 10 and gain entry into the inner sect directly. And if the task rewards for the competition were anything like this, they would be extraordinary. Just then, bilingling their maid called out, "Young master, it's time to eat." "Coming," Lu-Yi replied, shaking himself free from his thoughts. He had been training all morning and was now completely drained. He'd eat, rest, and continue in the afternoon. After lunch, Lu-Yi returned to his room, but his mind remained restless. The sword technique task was done. The competition quest was pending. He needed more tasks. Then a bold idea struck him. Clenching his fist dramatically, he declared, "This afternoon, I'll practice white cloud footwork 10 times." Immediately, the panel appeared. Task: practice white cloud footwork 10 times, 0 out of 10. Reward: increased perception of footwork. Accept? Yes/no. Nice. Lu-Yi grinned. This meant he could assign tasks to himself. Still testing boundaries, he muttered, "I'll lift my left foot first." Nothing. Okay, what if I take a 2-meter stride? Still no response. Apparently, the system only accepted tasks related to actual cultivation. That made sense. Even so, Lu-Yi was thrilled. The ability to issue his own missions opened up endless possibilities. However, there was one thing he noticed. Unlike the sword technique earlier, which was at level 2 and leveled up directly after 10 practices, this time the reward was only increased perception, not a full level up. He quickly realized why. His footwork technique was already level 3, meaning it needed more experience to level up. Just like in a game, higher level skills take longer to advance. Still, it was faster than cultivating on his own. This system was insanely efficient. From this day forward, Lu-Yi decided he would become a peerless genius. And so, after resting, he stepped outside and began practicing footwork, light and swift like clouds dancing in the wind. By the end of the afternoon, the task was done. That evening, after dinner with his parents, Lu-Yi returned to his room and sat cross-legged. Time for his next task. I'll run the white cloud entrainment technique 10 times tonight. Task: practice entrainment technique 10 times. Reward: technique level +1. Accept? Yes/no. Lu-Yi accepted instantly. The entrainment technique focused on circulating spiritual qi through the body, forming an internal universe, and drawing in external energy. Though it wasn't difficult, the cycles were time-consuming. Still, by dawn, he had completed the 10 repetitions. The reward unlocked. As the system's knowledge surged through him again, Lu-Yi's understanding of the technique deepened. Now, the spiritual qi flowed smoother. The cycle time was reduced by nearly 1/3. His cultivation efficiency had increased by almost 50%. Grinning from ear to ear, Lu-Yi felt unstoppable. After a while, Lu-Yi could clearly feel that he had a deeper understanding of the white cloud and training technique. He tried to run the cultivation technique and was immediately pleasantly surprised. Spiritual qi runs more smoothly than before. Running a universe as the time has been shortened by nearly 1/3, and the absorption efficiency of spiritual qi has also been improved. In general, the efficiency of cultivation may be increased by nearly 50%. This improvement is too great. Lu-Yi originally wanted to break through to the 7th floor of qi refining, and it was estimated that it would take about 7 or 8 months, but now, maybe it only takes 5 or 6 months to break through. Not only that, spiritual qi runs smoothly, and Lu-Yi can use spells faster, and his combat power has also improved. It can be said that it is only the improvement of qi refining cultivation technique, which has brought Lu-Yi a considerable improvement in all aspects. So Lu-Yi issued another task for himself to practice the white cloud in Qi Ju 10 times, and continue to practice. It was necessary to practice anyway, and he would always feel that he was at a loss if he didn't take up the task. And just like that, time passed. Lu-Yi issues tasks to himself every day, practicing white cloud sword technique in the morning, white cloud footwork in the afternoon, and white cloud in training qi art in the evening. As the task is completed, his 3 cultivation technique spell levels are rapidly increasing. 2 weeks passed in a blink of an eye, and it was the beginning of the month. In the morning, Lu Gaoyang, and Wang Siki had breakfast. Lu Gaoyang thought of something, looked at Lu Yi, and said, Today is the day Elder is teaching. Don't forget the time. Lu Yi bit half a meat bun and nodded, I know. At the beginning of the month, the outer sect elders will give lectures at Baiyang Peak, teaching some basics of cultivation, and will also point out some difficulties encountered by the outer sect disciples in their cultivation. You must know that even the outer sect elders also have the cultivation base of the gold core. Just a little practice experience will be of great benefit to the outer sect disciples who are only Qi refining realm. Basically, at the beginning of every month, unless there are other things to do, outer sect disciples will go to class, and Lu Yi is no exception. There are free lectures by gold core bosses, so if you don't go to them, are you still human? Although Lu Yi now has a gold finger, and his cultivation speed has become very fast, he will not swell up and feel that he is invincible. Now he is just an ordinary Qi refining cute little cultivator, and there are 3 people. What about the teacher? Not to mention that the other party is a gold core boss. Lu Yi felt that no matter what he did, he should not be conceited, otherwise he would be the one who got hurt. After hastily eating breakfast, Lu Yi said, Father, I'm going to Baiyang Peak. Seeing Lu Yi running out in a hurry, Wang Siki quickly said, Be careful, don't run too fast. Got it, Lu Yi replied with a smile, and ran out of the courtyard. The White Cloud sect is located in the White Cloud Mountains, and the entire sect covers hundreds of kilometers of Fengyuan, with mountains inside. Outer sect is located on the outermost side of sect, with hundreds of peaks, including Baiyang Peak taught by outer sect elders. The mountain where Lu Yi lives is called Bailing Peak, not too far from Baiyang Peak, only 6 peaks away. Lu Yi looked at the time, and it was still early for the class to start, so he was not in a hurry and trotted slowly along the mountain road to Baiyang Peak. Along the way, Lu Yi also saw other outer sect disciples, some alone and some with friends in 2s and 3s. Everyone lives on a mountain peak. Most of them have met each other, and now they meet each other, and they nod and smile at each other. Lu Yi is usually busy with cultivation and doesn't socialize very much. He doesn't have any special friends, and he doesn't care about it. In the world of immortal cultivation, although communication is important, what is more important is strength. He is now in a period of rising strength, so he should practice hard. Otherwise, when I get older, it will be too late to regret. Young idler, an old beggar. Of course, Lu Yi didn't have a particularly bad relationship with others. After all, his parents are deacons, and there is still a bit of face here in the outer sect, so everyone is easy to talk to. Lu Yi's own cultivation-based talent is regarded as the upper class in the outer sect. Usually, everyone will look up to him, and few people take the initiative to provoke him for no reason. Not to mention Lu Yi, who has a high cultivation base. Even a disciple with a weak cultivation-based talent, generally everyone will turn a blind eye at most, and few fools will deliberately target them. After all, there is no need. People's cultivation base is weak. Is it good for your cultivation if you target it? It's not good at all, and it's a waste of my own cultivation time. What's more, if someone gets some chance and takes off in place, and then revenges you, won't you be so cold? Not to mention impossible, there are a lot of relics of ancient sects in Tianming continent, legacy of powerful cultivators, and so on, and all kinds of heavenly and mortal treasures may also exist. What about chance? Lu Yi thinks there's a good saying, rivers and lakes is not about fighting, but about understanding the world. The same is true in the cultivation world. Unless there is a real conflict of interest, everyone will live in peace. The closer Lu Yi got to Baiyang Peak, the more and more outer sect disciples he saw. Outer sect has more than 100,000 disciples, and about 100,000 people come to Baiyang Peak at the beginning of each month. Seen from the sky, it looks like a group of ants migrating. Approaching Baiyang Peak, the atmosphere among all outer sect disciples also became serious. The place where Baiyang Peak preaches and teaches is located on the top of the mountain. Although the platform on the top of the mountain is not small, it only has 1,000 seats and can accommodate thousands of disciples. So what about everyone else? Of course, under the platform on the mountain road, halfway up the mountain, You can stand wherever you can. The mountaintop platform can hear you more clearly, and don't say anything. After Elder's lectures, he will randomly point out the disciples' doubts about their practice. This disciple also refers to the disciples on the mountaintop platform. Who doesn't want to sharpen their heads on the platform? As for who can be on the platform, of course it depends on strength. Those who are strong will go up, and those who are weak will be embarrassed. He used to listen to lectures halfway up the mountain. This time, he planned to go to the platform to see the difference between the scenery above and the halfway up the mountain. With a smile on his face, Louis walked towards the top of Baiyang Peak. As they climbed up, the disciples on the first and second floors of Qi refining stopped first. It wasn't that they didn't want to go up, but they didn't dare to go up. There were only so many places. If they went up and occupied the places of those powerful disciples of Cultivation base, they would be beaten. Ordinary disciples are still very self-aware. Soon, Qi Refining's disciples on the third and fourth floors also stopped. When we got to the middle of the mountain, there were a lot fewer people, and the disciples on the fifth floor of Qi Refining also stopped. After walking not far, most of the disciples on the sixth floor of Qi Refining also stopped. Further up, that is the position of Qi Refining disciples above the seventh floor. He didn't stop and continued to walk up. Seeing this, the outer sect disciples on the side were all taken aback, and then showed a look of watching the show. Someone wants to challenge the majesty of the powerful disciple of Cultivation base? It's been a long time since I met such an iron-headed baby. The Qi Refining disciples on the seventh floor and above frowned when they saw He. It was crowded up there, but now there are guys from Qi Refining sixth floor coming to squeeze with them? Is it too much? He didn't pay attention to their gazes and continued to move forward with a smile on his face. The expressions of those disciples above the seventh floor of Qi Refining gradually became strange. Because even the Qi Refining seventh floor, they all stopped, but He hasn't stopped yet. That is already close to the top of the mountain, and it is the position where some particularly powerful Qi Refining seventh floor, or even Qi Refining eighth floor disciples can stand. The position here is so small. How dare this iron-headed boy go up? F***K? Where did this reckless man come from? Are you so unafraid of death? Don't be afraid of being beaten. I would like to call this junior brother Taitaba. Make a bet. Guess how long it takes for this kid to roll down? There was a lot of discussion. At this moment, a tall outer sect disciple stood in front of He. He smiled and said, "Junior brother, are you in the wrong place? Why don't you go down by yourself? Here we go." The eyes of many outer sect disciples lit up, and they began to eat melons and watch the show happily. Into this chapter, He glanced at the outer sect disciple blocking the way, the eighth floor of Qi Refining. He didn't seem to be weak. He smiled and said, "Brother, I want to go to the platform to have a look. How about it?" "Go? What to the platform?" The brawny man froze for a moment, his expression shocked. The other outer sect disciples also had strange faces, and then there was an uproar. Hey, is it true or not? I thought this kid just wanted to stand in front, but I didn't expect him to want to be on the platform. Is he crazy? Cultivation base on the sixth floor of Qi Refining. Just want to go to the platform. Brother, listen to my advice. The water on the platform is too deep. You can't handle it. You'd better go down. An outer sect disciple looked kind-hearted and reminded He. Louis didn't care about other people's opinions. He smiled and said, "Senior brother, what do you think?" The corner of the strong man's mouth twitched. Then he grinned and said, "I don't think so." While speaking, spiritual qi circulated all over his body, and he drew out the big knife on his back. "I guess so." He smiled, also drew out the long sword in his hand, and looked at the strong man calmly. At this moment, Louis suddenly had another bold idea, and he tentatively issued a task in his heart. "I want to defeat the opponent in front of me." The next moment, the vision in front of him changes. Task: defeat Qi Refining Level 8 Outer Sect Disciple. Progress: 0 to 1. Reward: Ultimate Qi Condensation Pill*10/Perfect Qi Condensation Pill*1. Whether to accept: yes/no. When He saw the mission, He felt that he had opened the door to a new world again, but it was really possible. Then, can I challenge the outer sect disciples in the future and get rewards? And this reward is so good. Not to mention the best medicine pill. The perfect medicine pill is a medicine pill without erysipelas at all. Taking the perfect medicine pill, you don't have to worry about erysipelas, and you don't need to waste time to resolve erysipelas. The foundation is also extremely solid, which is completely no different from your own spiritual qi that has been practicing a little bit. He doesn't know if the entire White Cloud sect has perfect medicine pill, but what he knows is that, as an outer sect disciple, his monthly cultivation resources are usually only a bottle of 10 middle-grade qi condensation pills, not even top grade. And what about this reward? 10 best qi condensation pills, or 1 perfect qi condensation pill. Just defeating an outer sect disciple on the 8th floor of qi refining has such a good reward. He feels that he can challenge Goldfinger to bankruptcy. He looked at the strong man in front of him. His eyes changed, as if looking at a perfect medicine pill. When the strong man saw Lu Yi's eyes, he felt a chill in his heart. This kid doesn't have any special hobbies, does he? The strong man's scalp was numb. He didn't dare to think too much. His eyes widened with anger, and he shouted, "Get down." He stepped forward and slashed at Lu Yi with his sword. Under the light of the knife, there was the sound of a tiger roaring and the wind of the knife whistling, blowing Lu Yi's black hair. Tiger knife. Lu Yi knew that this saber technique, like the White Cloud sword technique, is the basic technique of the White Cloud sect, suitable for cultivator cultivation in the qi refining environment. Saber technique is fierce and fierce, taking the true meaning of a tiger. It is said that when it is practiced to the deepest level, there will be a tiger roaring between the knife and the light, which will shock people's hearts and make people collapse without fighting. But this brother saber technique doesn't seem to work well. After half a month of practice, Lu Yi's panel has long since changed. Character: Lu Yi. Cultivation base: Qi refining 6 law. Task: climb to Bayang Feng platform. Reward: mid-range magical item Luyan boots. Whether to accept: yes/no. Lu Yi never expected that the reward would be so generous, and it would be a middle-grade magical item. Magical items. There are more than 100,000 disciples in the outer sect of the White Cloud sect, and only a handful of them possess magical items, which are generally used by Foundation establishment cultivators. Because Lu Yi's parents are outer sect deacon and Foundation establishment cultivator, he has a long sword of low-grade magical item. Lu Yi's parents spent a lot of money to buy this inferior magical item. Low-rank magical items are so precious, let alone mid-rank magical items. As far as Lu Yi knows, his father, Lu Gaoyong, only has a middle-grade magical item longsword. Lu Gaoyong is so precious that even he can only look at it, not touch it. His mother doesn't even have a middle-grade magical item. Woolen cloth. I didn't expect to send this task directly. Isn't that too generous? Lu Yi felt that he had to climb up to the platform, even if he climbed today, otherwise his conscience would be disturbed. Lu Yi silently accepted the task and stepped forward again. The outer sect disciples who had been watching the play around them made way for Lu Yi to walk over. Lu Yi didn't feel it first, until getting closer and closer to the platform. Lu Yi found that something seemed wrong. How come no one stopped him? This shouldn't be. Normally, shouldn't a few more outer sect disciples jump out and not let him on the platform? Many disciples from the 8th floor of Qi refining are listening to the sermon below, so just watch him, a disciple on the 6th floor of Qi refining, come up to the platform. This is not good, is it? As Lu Yi walked, he realized that the platform was right in front of him, and the people in front seemed to have no intention of stopping him. Lu Yi felt a little anxious. Get up, brothers and sisters on the 8th floor of Qi refining. What about your dignity? So could he just let him, a small Qi refining 6-story rookie, on the platform? He was ready to win the Perfect Qi Condensation Pill. And the result was like this. That's it. Lu walked very slowly, intending to wait for someone to jump out to stop him. But no one stopped until Lu Yi reached the steps under the platform. Lu Yi was very disappointed, turned his head and looked behind him, Seeing senior brothers and sisters looking at him, he was a little bit unwilling and planned to struggle in the end. He looked around, smiled, and said, "Senior brothers and sisters, I'm going up right now. Hurry up and stop me. Hurry up, right now." Lu waited anxiously. At this time, a senior sister on the 8th floor of Qi Refining smiled and said, "Junior brother, go up. Ling Gang is also one of the best among us. If you can defeat him, none of us can guarantee a steady victory over you, so I won't stop you. Yes, junior brother, the white cloud sword technique of transformation realm is really powerful. After this lecture, I hope to discuss the way of swords with junior brother. Since that's the case, how about adding me?" As the senior brothers and sisters talked, Lu-E felt numb. Was the previous senior brother so powerful here? By the way, you are so fierce. Why don't you let the person who ordered the food stop you first? Lu-E was very unhappy and looked at Ling Gang. Seeing this, Ling Gang smiled at Lu-E honestly. "Junior brother, you can continue to exchange ideas when you have time." Lu-E struggled to pull out a smile. "Thank you, brothers and sisters, for your love. If that's the case, then I'll go up there." He turned his head in frustration and walked up the steps of the platform step by step. The steps are not long, and Lu-E soon came to the platform of Baiyang Peak. On the platform is a huge square with futons placed one by one. In front of the futons, there is a platform, which is where the preaching elder sits. Now is empty. There were already many people sitting on the futon. Lu-E found that the closer the futon was to the podium, the stronger the cultivation base of the disciples sitting. There were several disciples that made Lu-E feel very dangerous. Weaker. Some of these disciples exchanged their cultivation experience in 2s and 3s, and some of them closed their eyes and meditated alone. After Lu-E came up, someone looked over. After seeing Lu-E, those disciples were stunned, some were puzzled, some frowned. Qi Refining 6 layers? What's the situation? Why did the juniors from the 6th floor of Qi Refining come up? The people below won't stop them? That shouldn't be the case, right? How could the people below just watch a junior come up? Did you stop him? As soon as these words came out, many people showed surprised expressions, and more people looked at Lu-E with different eyes. The eyes of the disciples sitting on the inner side were inquiring and interested, while the eyes of the disciples sitting closer to the outside were a little wary. There are only so many places on the platform, and every time is full of people. If one comes up now, it means that someone has to go down. Since this junior on the 6th floor of Qi Refining can go up through the obstacles of so many disciples below, it means that his strength is not enough. Generally speaking, the disciples in the inner circle certainly don't have to worry about going down, but those in the outer circle are worried. If they're driven off the platform, will they lose their faces? Lu-E looked at the futons on the platform, thought for a while, and decided that it's better not to be too high profile. The brothers and sisters inside seem to be quite fierce, and he seems to be unable to fight, so just find a seat outside to sit. After all, meals have to be eaten at one bite, and goals have to be achieved one by one. Lu-E is already very satisfied to be able to get on the platform today. Before, he could only be in the middle of the mountain. This progress is already big enough. Let's be safe first. So, Lu-E randomly found a seat on the side and sat down, looking at the panel happily. Current task: climb to Baiyang platform. Reward: mid-range magical item Luyan boots. Completed. Whether to receive rewards: yes/no. Mission accomplished. You will have a mid-tier magical item soon. But now there are a lot of people. Lu-E can only endure the excitement in his heart. He didn't receive the reward and planned to wait until he went back to collect it. Seeing that, Lu-E quietly found an empty seat and sat down. Those eyes that were looking at Lu-E were gradually withdrawn, but Lu-E still felt that someone was watching him, and he was a little eager to try, wondering if anyone would challenge him. If there is, he will get another reward. As for taking the initiative to challenge, Lu-E never thought about it. Lu is not such a high-profile person. Lu-E waited for a long time, and no one dared to challenge him. However, as time went by, more and more disciples came to the platform. Seeing Lu-Yi's new face, many people paid attention to him. As time passed, There were more and more people on the platform, and the futons were gradually filled up. The cultivators sitting on the inside were fine, but the cultivators sitting on the outside frowned when they saw Lu-E. At this time, Lu-E heard a cold voice. "This junior brother, the seat you were sitting on is mine." Lu-E turned his head and saw a handsome young man looking at him coldly. 8 layers of Qi refining. Finally come. Do you know that all the flowers I've been waiting for you will wither? Lu-E stood up and said with a smile, "Hello, senior brother. This seat is mine now." End of this chapter. Hey, is this newcomer very arrogant? Are all the 6 floors of Qi refining so high profile? Interesting. Hey, I'm afraid that I don't have enough strength. Being too high profile is not a good thing. Hearing Lu-Yi's words, all the disciples began to eat melons and watch the show, talking a lot. When Lu-Yi heard these people's words, his mind was full of question marks, and he felt a little wronged. He was obviously keeping a low profile, okay? If it was really high profile, he would have started challenging others and getting mission rewards. Didn't expect these disciples to look at him like that. At the same time, Lu-Yi also began to reflect on his own behavior. Is he really high profile? After much deliberation, he felt that there was no such thing. Confident.jpg. When Lu-Yi was thinking, the Qi refining 8th level disciple in front of him had already turned blue, and he sneered, "Okay, since the younger brother said so, then only the subordinates will see the truth." While speaking, he drew out his long sword with a clang and pointed it at Lu-Yi. Lu-Yi was happy and quickly said to himself, "I want to defeat the opponent in front of me." Task: defeat Qi refining level 8 outer sect disciple. Progress 0 to 1. Reward: Ultimate Qi Condensation Pill*20/ Perfect Qi Condensation Pill*2. Whether to accept, yes/no. The reward is better than defeating Ling before. Lu-Yi was taken aback for a moment, and then guessed that it might be because this disciple's cultivation base was stronger than Ling's, and the task was judged on the panel as more difficult, so the reward was more generous? So Lu-Yi was happier. Wouldn't it be better if the reward was higher? Lu-Yi also drew out his long sword and said with a smile, "Brother, please teach me." Huh? The handsome young man snorted coldly. His footsteps moved. His figure was like a snake running fast. He quickly approached Lu-Yi. His long sword shook out sword shadows and stabbed towards Lu-Yi. With this shot, Lu-Yi found that this senior brother's strength was indeed much stronger than Ling's. Fallen leaves, sword technique, serpentine step are the basic techniques of the White Cloud sect, and this senior has mastered them well. If Lu-Yi used the method he used to deal with Ling to deal with his senior brother, he would definitely lose, but he didn't panic at all. During the transition of spiritual Qi, White Cloud's footwork started to work. His body seemed to lose weight and become uncertain, drifting backwards with the handsome young man's sword wind. Seeing this scene, the disciples watching the play all stared wide-eyed, and some disciples even stood up. What? This is White Cloud's footwork. It's so ingenious. Just relying on the power of the sword wind. You can actually do this. Huajing's White Cloud footwork? This junior is amazing. Their surprise was not over yet. Lu-Yi's figure was erratic, and he approached the handsome young man very quickly. The long sword in his hand carried wisps of white cloud, and the seemingly soft but sharp sword Qi enveloped the handsome young man. The handsome boy's pupils contracted, and he raised his sword to block it with all his strength. Clang, clang, clang. During the continuous collisions, the handsome young man retreated again and again, and was immediately at a disadvantage. The disciples in the distance were shocked. Sword Qi turns into cloud. This guy's white cloud sword technique has actually reached the realm of returning to nature. Having refined basic techniques to such an extent, this junior brother's comprehension is amazing. No wonder you are so arrogant. This junior has the strength to be arrogant. Wang Xinqi will lose. Even the disciples in the inner circle showed expressions of disbelief at this moment. Lu-Yi munched on a meat bun, grabbed his long sword, and headed to the small courtyard. With practiced ease, he took his stance and began training in the white cloud sword technique. Though it was a basic technique within the sect, the white cloud sword technique wasn't ordinary. It was elegant, flowing like drifting clouds, and far more refined than the swordplay of mortal warriors. With each swing, a sharp gust trailed his blade, hinting at the technique's hidden depth. At level 2, He sword technique had reached what cultivators called a minor realm. As he trained, the air around him began to stir from the spiritual energy he moved with his blade. Meanwhile, his parents, Lu Gaoyang and Wang Siki, stepped out into the courtyard, observing their son with warm smiles. Eater's talent is truly impressive, Wang Siki said softly. He's already brought the sword technique to a minor realm. If he pushes further and reaches the great realm, he might even place within the top 5,000 during the competition. Lu Gaoyang chuckled proudly. What did you expect? He's my son, after all. Wang Siki shot him a sharp look. Without me, he wouldn't even be here. Ahem. Of course, all thanks to you, dear, Lu Gaoyang replied quickly, scratching his head. With a satisfied nod, Wang Siki added, All right, let's get going. Let's not distract Ear while he's focused. As his parents left to handle their sect duties, He remained fully immersed in his training. After the first round, he glanced at the system panel. Task progress, 1/10. Excited, he pushed forward, one repetition after another, until finally, after 10 rounds, his robe was soaked with sweat and his breath came heavy. Despite his Qi refining 6-layer base, this was exhausting. But the thought of the reward kept him going. He collapsed onto the ground, barely able to lift his arm. Then he looked again. Task: practice white cloud sword technique 10 times, 10/10. Reward: sword technique plus 1 level. Task complete. Receive reward? Yes/no. Without hesitation, He chose yes. Suddenly, streams of knowledge surged into his mind. Detailed insights on sword forms, breath control, spiritual circulation, all etched directly into his consciousness. When he opened his eyes, a quiet confidence gleamed in them. He casually swung his sword. Swoosh! A faint trail of sword Qi shimmered along the blade, slicing through the air and leaving a clean mark on the stone floor. He stared at the mark, stunned. So strong. This is just level 3? If it's already this powerful, then what about level 4? Or 5? Could it reach a stage beyond the great realm? His eyes lit up with ambition. If he trained like this every day and had his father assign tasks, his sword technique could skyrocket before the competition. Maybe, just maybe, he could break into the top 10 and gain entry into the inner sect directly. And if the task rewards for the competition were anything like this, they would be extraordinary. Just then, bilingling their May called out, Young master, it's time to eat. Coming, He replied, shaking himself free from his thoughts. He had been training all morning and was now completely drained. He'd eat, rest, and continue in the afternoon. After lunch, He returned to his room, but his mind remained restless. The sword technique task was done. The competition quest was pending. He needed more tasks. Then a bold idea struck him. Clenching his fist dramatically, he declared, This afternoon, I'll practice white cloud footwork 10 times. Immediately, the panel appeared. Task: practice white cloud footwork 10 times, 0 out of 10. Reward: increased perception of footwork. Accept? Yes/no. Nice. He grinned. This meant he could assign tasks to himself. Still testing boundaries, he muttered, I'll lift my left foot first. Nothing. Okay, what if I take a 2-meter stride? Still no response. Apparently, the system only accepted tasks related to actual cultivation. That made sense. Even so, He was thrilled. The ability to issue his own missions opened up endless possibilities. However, there was one thing he noticed. Unlike the sword technique earlier, which was at level 2 and leveled up directly after 10 practices, this time the reward was only increased perception, not a full level up. He quickly realized why. His footwork technique was already level 3, meaning it needed more experience to level up. Just like in a game, higher level skills take longer to advance. Still, it was faster than cultivating on his own. This system was insanely efficient. From this day forward, Lu-E decided he would become a peerless genius. And so, after resting, he stepped outside and began practicing footwork, light and swift like clouds dancing in the wind. By the end of the afternoon, the task was done. That evening, after dinner with his parents, Lu-E returned to his room and sat cross-legged. Time for his next task. I'll run the white cloud entrainment technique 10 times tonight. Task: practice entrainment technique 10 times. Reward: technique level +1. Accept? Yes/no. Lu-E accepted instantly. The entrainment technique focused on circulating spiritual qi through the body, forming an internal universe, and drawing in external energy. Though it wasn't difficult, the cycles were time-consuming. Still, by dawn, he had completed the 10 repetitions. The reward unlocked. As the system's knowledge surged through him again, Lu-Yi's understanding of the technique deepened. Now, the spiritual qi flowed smoother. The cycle time was reduced by nearly 1/3. His cultivation efficiency had increased by almost 50%. Grinning from ear to ear, Lu-E felt unstoppable. Such a proud girl of heaven. If it was before, Lu-E probably wouldn't have dared to take a second look at her. But now, he felt that he was still a little swollen, so he dared to look at her. I have to say that this senior sister Luning Shuang is really good-looking. Lu-E has never seen such a good-looking woman in her 2 lifetimes. If I have to use a metaphor, it must be the existence of the pinnacle of human beauty, right? It's just that this senior sister looks a bit like an ice cube, and I don't know who can tempt her in the future. Lu-E complained in his heart. At this time, Lu-E suddenly paused and had a bold idea in his heart. I wonder if there will be any rewards if the senior sister falls in love with him after releasing the task. Lu-E expressed a little curiosity. He said to himself, I want senior sister Luning Shuang to fall in love with me. Task: senior sister Luning Shuang is in love with me. Reward: artistic conception of perfect ice, cultivation technique of empty void cultivation technique, Xianbing Ningyu Heart Sutra, low-grade spiritual weapon long sword ice jadine. Whether to accept, yes/no. Lu-E, question mark. Looking at the reward, a question mark slowly popped up in Lu-Yi's mind, and then a lot of F***K came to his mind. There is really a reward. And is this reward serious? Artistic conception can only be mastered by empty void power. Of course, some geniuses can master it in advance. Mastering artistic conception in advance, as long as the talent is not too bad, it is generally equivalent to obtaining a pass to the empty void realm. Consummation of artistic conception of ice. Just think about how fierce it is. The cultivation technique of empty void realm is also not strong enough. No matter how strong the talent is, if your cultivation technique level is not enough, you will not be able to cultivate to a higher level. Of course, if you can create a higher level cultivation technique yourself, I didn't say that, but as the master of cultivating immortals in White Cloud sect, Jinzong's cultivation technique seems to be the cultivation technique of God transformation realm. Lu-E is equivalent to directly obtaining a cultivation technique that is even stronger than Jinzong's cultivation technique. As for the spiritual items, Xioshan magic treasures are divided into magical items, treasures, spiritual items, etc. Magical items are already extremely rare, let alone spiritual items. Even if it's just a low-grade spirit weapon, the average empty void boss probably doesn't have it, right? Lu-Yi's eyes were a little red. He was just curious to see if there was any reward, but now, Lu-Yi just wanted to say, Senior Sister Luning Shuang is too fragrant. He silently accepted the task. Anyway, there is no task penalty, and it doesn't matter if he can't complete it. But what if it is completed? What is the difference between a person without dreams and a salted fish? Give it a go. Turn your bike into a motorcycle. If you win, you'll be a young model in the clubhouse. If you lose, you'll be a young model in the clubhouse. Then the question arises, how should senior sister Lu Ningxuang fall in love with her? Lu-Yi scratched his head in his heart. Let him practice, and he thought he was okay. But chasing girls, Well, Lu-E is a bit numb. In his previous life, Lu-E just graduated from university and time traveled. When he was in university, he used to play games such as LOL, King of Kings, Magical Beasts, etc. He usually played in the dormitory except for class, and he also joined university clubs, but I haven't been to activities a few times, but I have been to class activities. But he is a computer major, and there are only 4 girls in the class who understand everything. In middle school and high school, Louis was busy with reading novels, and playing games, and he didn't like girls. There were a few girls who expressed affection for him, but he didn't have that kind of thought at all at the time. After college, he realized that when I arrived, I regretted it too much, and I was heartbroken. Only then did he realize that he had missed several sweet love affairs, and also missed the opportunity to become a scumbag. All in all, Lu-E has never been in a relationship in 2 lifetimes, and he doesn't know how to chase girls at all. Damn it, why don't universities teach how to fall in love? This is a major event in human reproduction. If you don't pay much attention to this kind of thing, human beings will become extinct sooner or later. Lu-E made a severe attack on the previous life education. Then again, he is also a time traveler after all, and he still chases girls? It's a disgrace to the time traveler, right? Which of the seniors didn't have a lot of beauties around after time travel? He has to chase after him on his own, and he will be laughed at if he talks about it. Lu, the shame of the traveler, he expressed his sadness. At this moment, Luning Shuang's cold and flat voice sounded. Everyone, brothers and sisters, Lin Feng Elder has something to do, and I'm here to preach for you today. Hearing this, everyone fell silent, sat down solemnly, and looked forward to looking at Luning Shuang. This is a super genius. He must have his own unique insights into cultivation, and if he can learn a little bit, it will be of great benefit. After everyone sat down, Li Qi, who was still standing, looked very abrupt. His mentality was about to explode, and he had no place to sit. Luning Shuang looked at Li Qi. Her calm eyes made Li Qi almost cry, and he looked at Wang Xinqi with grief and indignation. Wang Xinqi, you wait for me. Wang Xinqi looked puzzled. You can't beat me. Why blame me? Li Qi's face flushed red with anger. Seeing more and more people looking over, he waved his sleeves, covered his face, and got off the platform. Luning Shuang's calm voice sounded. Is there anything else? Start preaching without us. There is none left. Senior Sister Lu, let's start. Everyone spoke one after another, with excited expressions. Luning Shuang nodded and said, everyone is in the Qi refining realm. Today I will talk about the foundation of cultivation and the foundation of magic. Happy realm where heaven and earth live together. Luning Shuang's voice containing spiritual Qi diffused throughout Baiyang Peak, telling the basics of cultivation, which also included Luning Shuang's own little understanding of Qi refining realm practice and her understanding of white cloud in Qi art. Luning Shuang herself is from a high position, and the content of the explanation is simple and easy to understand. Not only the disciples on the platform, but also the disciples on the mountainside, and at the bottom of the mountain are thoughtful and seem to have some understanding. Even for Lu-E, his current white cloud entrainment art has reached LV6. According to the division of a mortal world, it is already considered a return to the original realm, but what he understands is only the white cloud entrainment art, and his vision is limited. After listening to Luning Shuang's sermon, he also had a lot of insights. Even because Lu-E has a solid foundation and has gained more than other disciples, it may not take long for the white cloud entraining art to be upgraded. As time passed, the sun gradually came to the sky, and Luning Shuang's preaching stopped. The whole Baiyang Peak was very quiet, and the disciples were still immersed in the truth told by Luning Shuang, and did not return to their senses for a long time. Luning Shuang didn't bother, but just calmly looked at the disciples on the platform with cold eyes. It was not until a moment later that the disciples slowly recovered, with surprise in their eyes, as if they had gained a lot. As the disciples woke up one by one, Lu-E also came back to his senses, and he was also a little excited, feeling that his understanding of the basics of cultivation had increased a lot. Seeing that everyone was back to their senses, Ling Shuang spoke again. That's all for the basics of cultivation. After you go back, you brothers and sisters, you should digest it well. Next, I will talk about the basics of magic. All of you, brothers and sisters, are Qi refining realm. Today I will explain the most important aspect of the White Cloud sect, the universal Qi refining technique, White Cloud sword technique. Hearing this, the faces of the people on the platform changed slightly, and many people turned their heads to look in the direction of He, a guy on the 6th floor of Qi refining, but he has already practiced the White Cloud sword technique to return to the original realm. He sat on the outside of the platform, but the disciples on the outside didn't care about He, but even some disciples on the inside looked at He behind him, which made Ling Shuang follow him with some doubts. Ling Shuang saw that the disciple everyone was staring at was a small cultivator with the 6th floor of Qi refining, and being able to come to the platform at the 6th floor of Qi refining meant that talent was not bad, but this was not the reason why so many people paid attention. Ling Shuang was a little puzzled and asked, "What's wrong?" A pretty-looking female disciple in front said, "Senior Sister Liu, this handsome He junior brother, his White Cloud sword technique has already been cultivated to the level of a realm." The disciple next to him, "They have black lines all over their heads. The word handsome is redundant." Okay. When Ling Shuang heard this, a hint of surprise appeared in her cold eyes, and she sized up He. He is indeed quite handsome, but that's not the point, she praised. Qi refining 6th floor can match adore the basic skills have been cultivated to return to the original realm. Your talent is very good. He was originally worried about how to get in touch with senior sister Ling Shuang. After all, he still had a task to make senior sister Ling Shuang fall in love with him. He didn't expect the opportunity to come to him like this. In addition, that senior sister really has vision. He thought happily. He smiled and said, "Senior sister, I'm sorry." Ling Shuang thought of something and asked, "Since He has already practiced the White Cloud sword technique to the realm, why don't you join me in demonstrating it to all the younger brothers and sisters?" He was taken aback, feeling strange. Isn't this the status of a teaching assistant for a lecturer in a university? He didn't work as a teaching assistant when he was in college, but he didn't expect to become a teaching assistant after traveling to Otherworld. Of course, He didn't refuse. If it's based on a love game, this kind of unexpected incident can increase the heroine's favorability. How could he have any reason to refuse? Oh, by the way, he has to post a mission to see. He silently said to himself, "I want to demonstrate the White Cloud sword technique to the disciples on the platform." Task: demonstrate the White Cloud sword technique for outer sect disciples. Reward: White Cloud sword technique level +1. Whether to accept: yes/no. He was even more pleasantly surprised when he saw the reward. As the level of White Cloud sword technique gets higher and higher, he needs to practice more and more times to improve the level of sword technique. His White Cloud sword technique breakthrough to LV6 has already reached. It's been 4 days, and he still hasn't felt any signs of a breakthrough. He probably needs to practice for at least 3 or 4 days. He didn't expect that he could directly break through just by demonstrating a sword technique. Wonderful. He cheerfully went up to the podium and stood beside Ling Shuang. He smelled a faint fragrance, which probably came from Ling Shuang. It smelled good. Ling Shuang stood aside, and a cold voice sounded. "Junior brother, are you ready?" "All right, then let's start." While speaking, an ordinary long sword suddenly appeared in Ling Shuang's hand, and Ling Shuang's aura became a little sharper when she took the long sword. Seeing this, He glanced at the white ring on Ling Shuang's slender finger and felt a burst of envy in her heart. Interspatial ring. He wants to have it too. But this thing is still quite precious. The worst interspatial ring is more expensive than the general low-grade magical item. He can't afford it. After his parents bought him the low-grade magical item long sword, they didn't buy him the interspatial ring. It was too expensive. Lu Gaoyang also told him that if he can enter the inner sect, the sect will give him an interspatial ring. He might as well enter the inner sect later and prostitute sect for nothing. It sounds like an old prostitute. It would be great if I could send an interspatial ring sometime. He thought to himself. He also pulled out his long sword, looked at Ling Shuang, and said, "Senior sister, please enlighten me." Ling Shuang nodded. "Let's do it. The focus is on the demonstration." He took a deep breath, and the spiritual qi circulated. Wisps of white clouds emerged from the longsword. Surrounded by the clouds, he performed the white cloud footwork and rushed towards Ling Shuang. Seeing the white cloud on Lu Yi's sword, Ling Shuang nodded secretly, and then a white cloud also appeared on her sword, which was also the white cloud sword technique of Back to Basics realm. As a peerless genius, Ling Shuang's savvy is naturally extraordinary, and she has mastered more than one or two methods of returning to the original realm. The long swords of the two collided together. Clang! The sound of gold and iron colliding sounded, and the clouds and air intertwined and spread between the two long swords, and the entire podium was surrounded by clouds. The disciple below felt a sharp sword intent flowing between the two of them. They all stared wide-eyed, held their breath, and watched quietly. On the stage, He and Ling Shuang faced each other, looked at each other, and changed their moves tacitly at the same time. Clang, clang, clang. The purpose of the two is to demonstrate the white cloud sword technique, not to learn from each other in battle. Every move is clearly displayed, and the ethereal meaning of the white cloud sword technique is fully displayed. The two people facing each other's swords seemed to have inexplicable harmony, which made the disciples below them obsessed with it without blinking their eyes. On the entire platform, there was no other sound except the sound of collisions. At this time, Ling Shuang opened her red lips and slowly explained, "White cloud sword technique takes white cloud artistic conception. The emphasis is on the sense of erratic, and the meaning of the technique is not the shape, just as the cultivator emphasizes the heart. Any technique, that's all. Fellow juniors, let's be optimistic about the essence of this white cloud sword technique." During the changes of the sword technique of the two, the core of the white cloud sword technique was completely revealed, which made many disciples gain a lot, and many disciples showed surprise. So that's how the third formula is actually used? It should have the grandeur of Yun, Wan Yun Shu. It turns out that I have misunderstood it all the time. I got it. Ha 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 ha. Is this the white cloud sword technique of Back to Basics realm? It's terrifying. No, even with my senior sister's explanation, the sword technique realm above Desheng is still like seeing flowers in the fog. How did junior brother He manage to cultivate the white cloud sword technique to the true realm? On the podium, He sighed in his heart. Senior sister Ling Shuang is indeed a proud daughter of heaven. She has a thorough understanding of the essence of spells. In fact, after He raised the 3 cultivation techniques and spells to level LV6, he also had some insights into cultivation technique and spells. The essence of cultivation technique and spells does not lie in form. After finishing a set of white cloud sword technique, Ling Shuang and He retracted their swords at the same time with a tacit understanding. The mountain wind blew past and lifted a strand of Ling Shuang's hair. For the first time, a faint smile appeared, which was so beautiful. Junior brother Lu's white cloud sword technique is very subtle and has excellent comprehension. If you enter the inner sect, you can consider participating in Ling Luo Feng's assessment and join Ling Luo Feng. The new book has been signed. The update time is 12:30 and 18:30. If you think the writing is okay, please support me. It is best to follow up. Funny.jpg. End of this chapter. The disciples on the platform were all in an uproar when they heard the words. I never thought that senior sister Ling Shuang would personally invite junior brother He to join Luo Feng. Luo Feng is one of the strongest 3 peaks among the 12 peaks of the inner sect. I heard that there are a lot of training resources every month, and the benefits are super good. I want to join. Just think about it. Ling Luo Elder, just let it out. Ling Luo Feng only accepts real geniuses. Only junior brother He is good. Do you think you were a genius? Me? I'm not boasting. I'm a real piece of trash. I didn't understand anything about senior sister Lu and junior brother Lu's demonstration just now. What a coincidence, they're both trash. The eyes of all the disciples turned green with envy. If possible, they also want to enter Ling Luo phone. Lu-E on the stage was dazzled by Lu Ningxuang's smile. This damn smile is so dazzling. He smiled and said, I will seriously consider it. Thank you, senior sister. Drop. Lu Ningxuang favorability +1. Senior sister Lu Ningxuang actually invited him to participate in the assessment of Tongfeng. If it was a love game, it must be this reminder now. It's a pity that he doesn't have a gold finger for love games, TSK. As for joining Ling Luo phone, Lu-E certainly has no objection. Ling Luo phone is an extremely powerful peak in the entire White Cloud sect intersect, and the peak master Ling Luo elder is one of the strongest White Cloud sect, and is also the youngest, the strongest. The talent is unmatched. It would definitely be better to join in and be surrounded by big bosses. Lu Ningxuang nodded slightly, flipped her bare hands, and a white porcelain bottle appeared in her hand. This is the top-quality Qi Condensation Pill, and I gave it to Junior Brother Lu as a reward for cooperating with my preaching. Junior Brother, your cultivation base is a bit low, and you can't do it in terms of cultivation. Slack. While speaking, the porcelain bottle in Lu Ningxuang's hand floated towards Lu-E. Lu-E was taken aback, as if he saw the brilliance of a rich woman from Lu Ningxuang. This is the ultimate medicine pill. It is impossible for ordinary people to have it. Didn't expect Lu Ningxuang to give it to him directly? But having said that, if it was before Lu, he would have been overjoyed to have this top-quality medicine pill to use. But now, his mission rewards are all perfect medicine pills, so there is no fluctuation in his heart. However, Lu Ningxuang showed good intentions, so of course Lu, he was too embarrassed to refuse. He took the Qi Condensation Pill and said with a smile, Thank you, senior sister. I will definitely practice hard and will not disappoint my high expectations. The disciples on the platform looked at Lu-E and felt that the lemon was too sour. The ultimate Qi Condensation Dan. This is much better than the middle-grade Qi Condensation Dan, and they want it too. What's more, it was given by Sister Lu, a legendary figure in sect. They can blow a year. You can even put this bottle of Qi condensation on the table. The most important thing is, Sister Lu Ningxuang actually smiled at Lu. He actually smiled? Jealousy makes them unrecognizable. Well, you go down first. Lu Ningxuang nodded slightly. Lu got off the podium and returned to his own seat. Wang Xinqi looked at Lu-E beside him, and he couldn't hide the envy on his face. Junior Brother Lu, that's great. Sister Lu looks at you differently, brother, and I'm so envious. Low-key and low-key. Lu-E smiled. In the same sentence, he felt that he was a low-key person. Next, if you have any doubts about cultivation, you can raise your hand and ask. I will pick 3 people to answer. Lu Ningxuang began the last step of the sermon, answering the cultivation questions. Hearing Lu Ningxuang's words, many disciples raised their hands and looked at Lu Ningxuang expectantly. If Lu Ningxuang could answer their doubts, their path of cultivation would be much smoother. Lu-E thought for a while and found that he didn't have any special doubts that needed to be answered. After all, his current cultivation technique and spell level had been improved smoothly, and he had task rewards in hand, so there was no confusion. Lu Ningxuang glanced at Lu-Yi's direction and saw that Lu-E didn't raise his hand to signal, and there was no surprise. Qi Refining Realm can practice not many spells, and most of them lead to the same goal by different routes. Lu-E can practice White Cloud Sword technique to return to the original realm. Comprehension is excellent, and it is difficult to encounter confusion in Qi Refining Realm. Thinking of this, Lu Ningxuang stopped paying attention to Lu-E and randomly picked 3 people to solve the problem. The time for solving puzzles was very fast, and when the final stage of solving puzzles was over, Lu Ningxuang said calmly, This is the end of today's sermon, and you can leave now. Saying that, Lu Ningxuang nodded slightly to Lu-E, transformed into sword ray, disappeared into the sky, and left very freely. After Lu Ningxuang left, the disciples on the platform turned their heads to look at Lu-E and walked over one by one. Brother Lu-E, I'm by Kuanfengli Long. We need to get closer in the future. Junior brother Lu-E, senior sister, is a little confused about sword technique. I wonder if I can make an appointment to ask my junior brother alone? Junior brother, the maple leaves in the maple forest inside the gate are turning red, and the scenery is extremely beautiful. If you have free time, why not go for a stroll with senior sister? Lu-E is the genius who is valued by sect Tianjiao Luning Shuang and gifted the best medicine pill. Being friends with Lu-E, there are only advantages and no disadvantages for them. Lu-E was squeezed by the crowd, feeling a little numb. These seniors are so enthusiastic, there are even more than a dozen beautiful seniors who asked him to go out alone. But Louis also understands that the reason why these brothers and sisters are enthusiastic is because he has shown a strong talent and strength. Just like those enthusiastic senior sisters, no one invited him so bluntly before. Obviously, he is so handsome. So man, strength is king. Lu-E sighed in his heart with a smile on his face. He said, "Brothers and sisters, I have a little enlightenment. I need to go back to practice. Excuse me." Lu-E squeezed away the crowd, turned on the movement technique directly, went down the mountain, and ran away without looking back. If it goes on like this, Lu-E is afraid that he won't be able to get out. Just now he saw a senior sister sneaking around to touch his thigh while taking advantage of the confusion. Simply too much. After leaving Baiyang Peak, Lu-E quickly returned to Bai Lingfeng's home and returned to his own room. Sitting at the table, Lu-E took a breath, then rubbed his little hands excitedly, and it was time to harvest. Lu-E glanced at the panel. Task: Defeat Qi Refining Level 8 Outer Sect Disciple. Completed. Climb to the Baiyang Feng platform. Completed. Defeat Qi Refining Level 8 Outer Sect Disciple. Completed. Demonstrate the White Cloud Sword Technique for Outer Sect Disciples. Completed. For completed missions, all of which can receive rewards. Lu-E intends to receive one by one. First, to receive the reward for defeating Ling. The reward is a Perfect Qi Condensation Pill, and Lu-E chooses to receive the reward. As Lu-E clicked, he found that the Perfect Qi Condensation Pill did not appear directly in front of him, but he needed to choose the position where the reward appeared with his mind. Lu-E was stunned for a moment. Then he had an idea. He used his mind to control the Perfect Qi Condensation Dan appear in his pocket. The next moment, Lu-E felt something changed in his pocket. He reached out and touched a circle round things about the size of glass beads. Lu-E took out the thing. It was a white medicine pill exuding a faint medicinal fragrance. It is the Perfect Qi Condensation Dan. Lu-Yi's eyes lit up. This function is fine, and it is very humane. He was worried that the rewards would appear casually and would attract attention. In the future, when outsiders are around, the rewards can appear in his pocket or in his arms. Lu-E thought again. If there is an interspatial ring in the future, can the rewards appear directly in the interspatial ring? Comfortable if you can. When there's an interspatial ring, you must try it. Lu-E stopped thinking about it and continued to receive the reward. Thank you, Zizixi, for the 500 reward, and thank Dong Yao for the 500 reward. End of this chapter. Lu-E clicked to receive the reward for the second task, and immediately, a pair of light blue boots with delicate moire patterns appeared on the table in front of Lu-E. Middle-grade magical item, Luyan boots. Lu-E was a little excited. He also has a middle-grade magical item. Think about that stingy old Lu, who didn't even let him touch the middle-grade magical item longsword. And now he has it himself. If Lao Lu knew about it, I don't know how envious he would be. Lu-E can't wait to start recognizing the owner. Magic treasures need to recognize the owner. Only the magic treasures that recognize the owner can exert their full power. Magical item identification is very simple. Lu-Yi's mental energy enters the magical item and leaves his with the spiritual imprint. The recognition of the Lord is easily completed. After recognizing the master, Lu-E took off his boots and put on Luyan boots. After putting on the Luyan boots, Lu-E stood up, jumped on the spot twice, and was pleasantly surprised. It is indeed a mid-grade magical item, and it is comfortable to wear. And what surprised Lu-E even more was that after wearing the Luyan boots, he felt his body became lighter. If so, his speed would increase. Lu-Yi injected spiritual qi into Luyin boots to fully activate the magical item. And then he performed white cloud footwork. His body swayed, and the next moment, Lu-Yi instantly appeared from one end of the room to the other, with his face only 1 centimeter away from the wall. It was so dangerous that my handsome face was about to hit the wall. Lu-Yi was a little scared, and then a little pleasantly surprised. The Luyin boots increased his speed by nearly 30%. You must know that Lu-Yi has already practiced white cloud footwork to return to the original realm, and the speed is very fast, which can be compared with the Cultivator of Qi refining 8th floor or even Qi refining 9th floor. Cultivator, I'm afraid they can't match him in speed. It is indeed a mid-grade magical item. It is strong. Lu-Yi is like getting a new toy, running the white cloud footwork, and his figure is constantly flashing in the room, here and there for a while, erratic like a ghost. After a while, Lu-Yi had enough fun, sat on the chair contentedly, and continued to count the harvest. The third task is also to defeat the outer sect disciple, but the opponent is Wang Xinqi. The reward is 2 Perfect Qi Condensation Pills. Lu-Yi receives it and gets the Qi Condensation Pills. He now has 3 pieces, which can be used in the next practice. The fourth task is to demonstrate the White Cloud Sword Technique with senior sister Luning Xuan, and his White Cloud Sword Technique level +1. After Lu-Yi received the task, he suddenly felt his brain swell, and a lot of information entered Lu-Yi's mind. It was all the perception of White Cloud Sword Technique. Lu-Yi closed his eyes to absorb the information. When he had completely absorbed the information, he opened his eyes, and sword ray seemed to flash past in his eyes. He breathed out slightly, then raised his finger, and there was a cloud of air on his finger. It looked very soft, and with a swipe of his finger, Liun-like ripples suddenly appeared in the air, and the ripples landed slowly, silently printing a few cloud patterns on the ground. Lu-Yi looked at the cloud pattern on the ground and was very excited. LV6 and LV7 are completely different concepts. Although the White Cloud Sword Technique is still the White Cloud Sword Technique, the way Lu-Yi operates spiritual qi at this moment is still no longer the way it was before. After changing a few spiritual qi operation routes, the utilization efficiency of spiritual qi has become higher and the power gets stronger too. This is an optimization. If the White Cloud Sword Technique before LV6 is constantly proficient in the original White Cloud Sword Technique, but at level LV7, it has jumped out of the original framework and sublimated the White Cloud Sword Technique. Lu-Yi has a feeling that if he strikes with all his strength now, the power will increase by nearly 50% compared to the previous White Cloud Sword Technique, and the level of mastery will become more casual. Most importantly, the consumption of spiritual qi will not increase. The consumption of spiritual qi has not increased, but the power has increased by 50%. Can you believe it? The change is simply unimaginable. Lu-Yi was shocked. Only the White Cloud Sword Technique of level LV7 is so powerful. What about LV8 and LV9? If we continue to optimize, will the power of White Cloud Sword Technique continue to increase? Will the consumption of spiritual qi still not change? What kind of spell is that? Generally speaking, a Qi refining realm cultivator can only practice Qi refining realm spells in order to exert its full power. Some geniuses can indeed master foundation establishment realm spells in Qi refining realm, but the spiritual Qi consumption of foundation establishment realm spells is harmful to Qi refining for a cultivator. It is a huge burden. Even if a genius has a solid foundation, it is impossible to use it normally, and it is at most used as a trump card. And if Lu-Yi's White Cloud Sword Technique continues to be upgraded, on the basis of the increase in power, the consumption of spiritual qi will not change. Then wouldn't he be equivalent to the qi refining technique using the power of the foundation establishment technique? Lu-Yi's expression was a little weird. Those magic spells used by geniuses as ultimate moves are just flat to him? Isn't that good? Is this a bit unfair to others? As Lu-Yi thought about it, the corners of his mouth began to rise crazily. It wasn't that he wanted to laugh, but he really couldn't help it. After all, he seemed to be getting a little aggressive. Louis laughed for a long time before taking a deep breath to calm down his restless mood. Calm down. Even if I could treat the big move as a flat A, but I'm just an ordinary Qi refining six-story small rookie. I really cook well. How can I be so good? Not to mention anything else, I am not invincible in the outer sect. The Qi refining environment can't even beat gold core. How dare you say that you are good? Not wanting face. Ping A has a limit when it is used as a big move, and it is not just waving a forbidden spell. Fly what? Louis munched on a meat bun, grabbed his longsword, and headed to the small courtyard. With practiced ease, he took his stance and began training in the white cloud sword technique. Though it was a basic technique within the sect, the white cloud sword technique wasn't ordinary. It was elegant, flowing like drifting clouds, and far more refined than the swordplay of mortal warriors. With each swing, a sharp gust trailed his blade, hinting at the technique's hidden depth. At level 2, Liu Yi's sword technique had reached what cultivators called a minor realm. As he trained, the air around him began to stir from the spiritual energy he moved with his blade. Meanwhile, his parents, Lu Gaoyang and Wang Siki, stepped out into the courtyard, observing their son with warm smiles. Eater's talent is truly impressive, Wang Siki said softly. He's already brought the sword technique to a minor realm. If he pushes further and reaches the great realm, he might even place within the top 5,000 during the competition. Lu Gaoyang chuckled proudly. What did you expect? He's my son, after all. Wang Siki shot him a sharp look. Without me, he wouldn't even be here. Ahem. Of course, all thanks to you, dear, Lu Gaoyang replied quickly, scratching his head. With a satisfied nod, Wang Siki added, All right, let's get going. Let's not distract Ear while he's focused. As his parents left to handle their sect duties, Liu Yi remained fully immersed in his training. After the first round, he glanced at the system panel. Task progress, 1/10. Excited, he pushed forward, one repetition after another, until finally, after 10 rounds, his robe was soaked with sweat and his breath came heavy. Despite his Qi refining 6-layer base, this was exhausting. But the thought of the reward kept him going. He collapsed onto the ground, barely able to lift his arm. Then he looked again. Task. Practice white cloud sword technique 10 times, 10/10. Reward. Sword technique +1 level. Task complete. Receive reward? Yes/no. Without hesitation, Liu Yi chose yes. Suddenly, streams of knowledge surged into his mind. Detailed insights on sword forms, breath control, spiritual circulation, all etched directly into his consciousness. When he opened his eyes, a quiet confidence gleamed in them. He casually swung his sword. Swoosh! A faint trail of sword Qi shimmered along the blade, slicing through the air and leaving a clean mark on the stone floor. Liu Yi stared at the mark, stunned. So strong. This is just level 3? If it's already this powerful, then what about level 4? Or 5? Could it reach a stage beyond the great realm? His eyes lit up with ambition. If he trained like this every day and had his father assign tasks, his sword technique could skyrocket before the competition. Maybe, just maybe, he could break into the top 10 and gain entry into the inner sect directly. And if the task rewards for the competition were anything like this, they would be extraordinary. Just then, bilingling their maid called out, Young master, it's time to eat. Coming, Liu Yi replied, shaking himself free from his thoughts. He had been training all morning and was now completely drained. He'd eat, rest, and continue in the afternoon. After lunch, Liu Yi returned to his room, but his mind remained restless. The sword technique task was done. The competition quest was pending. He needed more tasks. Then a bold idea struck him. Clenching his fist dramatically, he declared, This afternoon, I'll practice white cloud footwork 10 times. Immediately, the panel appeared. Task. Practice white cloud footwork 10 times, 0 out of 10. Reward. Increase perception of footwork. Accept? Yes/no. Nice. Liu Yi grinned. This meant he could assign tasks to himself. Still testing boundaries, he muttered, I'll lift my left foot first. Nothing. Okay, what if I take a 2-meter stride? Still no response. Apparently, the system only accepted tasks related to actual cultivation. That made sense. Even so, He was thrilled. The ability to issue his own missions opened up endless possibilities. However, there was one thing he noticed. Unlike the sword technique earlier, which was at level 2 and leveled up directly after 10 practices, this time the reward was only increased perception, not a full level up. He quickly realized why. His footwork technique was already level 3, meaning it needed more experience to level up. Just like in a game, higher level skills take longer to advance. Still, it was faster than cultivating on his own. This system was insanely efficient. From this day forward, He decided he would become a peerless genius. And so, after resting, he stepped outside and began practicing footwork, light and swift like clouds dancing in the wind. By the end of the afternoon, the task was done. That evening, after dinner with his parents, He returned to his room and sat cross-legged. Time for his next task. I'll run the white cloud entrainment technique 10 times tonight. Task: practice entrainment technique 10 times. Reward: technique level +1. Accept? Yes/no. He accepted instantly. The entrainment technique focused on circulating spiritual qi through the body, forming an internal universe, and drawing in external energy. Though it wasn't difficult, the cycles were time-consuming. Still, by dawn, he had completed the 10 repetitions. The reward unlocked. As the system's knowledge surged through him again, Yi's understanding of the technique deepened. Now, the spiritual qi flowed smoother. The cycle time was reduced by nearly 1/3. His cultivation efficiency had increased by almost 50%. Grinning from ear to ear, He felt unstoppable. Lu Gaoyang and Wang Siki didn't bother to pay attention to Li Meng anymore. They looked at each other with strange expressions. They don't know about their son? Why does it feel like what Li Meng said is not He? Wang Siki returned to her senses and smiled at Li Meng, who had a distorted expression. Brotherly, let's go first if we have something to do. Before Wang Siki finished speaking, a gentle laugh sounded. Siki, Gaoyang, you are here. Lu Gaoyang, Wang Siki, and Li Meng's expressions changed, and they turned around to see an old man with a gray beard approaching with a smile. The three quickly bowed and said, I've seen Qi Elder. Qi Elder is the outer sect elders in charge of the entire outer sect affairs hall. His name is Qi Feiyu. On weekdays, Qi Feiyu was practicing at closed-door training, and it was rare to see him. None of the three of Lu Gaoyang expected Qi Feiyu to appear here, and depending on the situation, it seemed that he came for Lu Gaoyang and Wang Siki. Excuse me. With a gentle smile on his face, Qi Feiyu looked at Lu Gaoyang and Wang Siki, who were still in a daze, and said, What difficulties do you have in your work recently? The work in the mission area is a bit laborious. Thank you, Qi Elder, for your concern. Our work is going well. Lu Gaoyang smiled. It seems that you're doing a good job. By the way, there are 2 vacancies for the deacon position responsible for distributing outer sect disciple resources recently. You should go there to work there. With your abilities, there should be no problem. Qi Feiyu laughed. Lu Gaoyang, Wang Siki, Li Meng. Qi Feiyu's words stunned all 3 of them. Distributing outer sect disciple resources is a fat job. Generally speaking, there is always a surplus of training resources allocated by the sect to the outer sect disciples. Most of this surplus belongs to the elder, and the other part basically falls into the pocket of the deacon, who is in charge of this area. This is the default unspoken rule of the affairs hall. Which deacon doesn't want to sharpen his head and join the resource department? But those who can get in are usually deacons with a big backstage, and generally deacons can only watch at most. Unexpectedly, today, Qi Feiyu, the elder of the affairs hall, would personally serve Lu Gaoyang and Wang Siki and let them join the resource department. This was something that none of the 3 of them expected, and they were completely stunned. Seeing the shocked expressions of Lu Gaoyang and Wang Siki, Qi Feiyu smiled and said, How about it? Are you willing? Lu Gaoyang and Wang Siki came back to their senses, Full of surprise as they laughed and said, "Of course I do. Thank you, Qi Elder." Lu Gaoyang cautiously asked, "Qi Elder, could it be because of my ear?" Qi Feiyu smiled slightly. Lu Yi is very talented. He will enter the inner sect in the future. The sky is high and birds can fly. Gaoyang, you are blessed. Work hard. Of course, Qi Feiyu had also heard about Lu Yi's matter. The three words Lu Ningshuang in the White Cloud sect represented too much meaning. To be favored by Lu Ningshuang. Even Qi Feiyu couldn't avoid the custom and showed his favor to Lu Yi. Qi Feiyu didn't stay long, and his body disappeared in place. The three Foundation establishment deacons present didn't see clearly how Qi Feiyu disappeared. After Qi Feiyu disappeared, Li Meng looked at Lu Gaoyang and Wang Siki with greener eyes. "I didn't expect that even Qi Elder would personally work for you in the resource department. Old Lu, you have already begun to develop." Li Meng was even more angry. Why didn't he have such a son? "It seems that I have to practice a trumpet." Lu Gaoyang and Wang Siki were still in a daze, a bit like they were dreaming. They looked at each other, and then Lu Gaoyang said with a smile, "Old Li, next time I'll be the host. Please celebrate. We have something to do this time, so let's go back first." "Gone?" Li Meng expressed his understanding and nodded. "Go ahead." Lu Gaoyang and Wang Siki couldn't wait to get out of the Great Hall. Along the way, the two saw many people looking at them with weird eyes. Deacon, who was originally on a normal relationship, also smiled when he saw the two, even if they were more than theirs. The higher status deacons were all smiling, and the two of them understood that all of this was probably because of Lu Yi. The two of them went out, impatiently waiting for Yujin to take off, and flew towards Bailing Peak. By Ling Feng, Lu Yi felt that Lao Lu and his mother hadn't left work yet, and were debating whether to practice the universe White Cloud in training Qiju first. Today's lecture by senior sister Lu Ningshuang gave him a new understanding of the entraining Qi art, but he was a little hungry. "No, I really want to practice." At this moment, two ear-piercing sounds of piercing the air approached from far away. With great momentum, Lu Yi's eyes widened. Enemy attack? Impossible? Which cultivator would eat Xiongxin, leopard feces, and dare to come to Baiyingzong to make trouble? But not afraid of 10,000, just in case. Lu Yi got up cautiously. If there was an enemy, he would run away. At this moment, Lu Gaoyang's voice sounded. "Lu Yi, come out." Lu Yi was taken aback, with a strange expression on his face. He put down the long sword in his hand and walked out of the room. He saw Lu Gaoyang and Wang Siki standing aggressively in the small courtyard. There were traces of sword marks on the floor of the small courtyard. The flowers and plants were all chopped up. A question mark slowly emerged in Lu Yi's mind. "Father, what's wrong with you? Are you making such a big noise when you come home? What's wrong? Isn't it because of you?" Lu Gaoyang stared at Lu Yi. Thanks to Raymond Tai for the 500 tip. End of this chapter. Lu Yi was a little dazed. "Me? What's wrong with me?" Seeing Lu Yi's bewildered face, Lu Gaoyang and Wang Siki were numb. For such a big matter, this kid is like a normal person. Wang Siki took a deep breath and asked, "You went to Baiyang Peak today. Did you go to the platform?" When Lu Yi heard the words, he suddenly understood and felt weird. Lao Lu and his mother reacted so strongly. So, it was because of his being on the platform? It seems that they know about Baiyang Peak. It was already evening when they finished their sermons. How long has it been since now? The outer sect is so big. How did this matter reach the ears of Lao Lu and his mother so quickly? Lu Yi felt that he greatly underestimated the 8 trigrams of the people in the outer sect. Lu Yi complained in his heart, and then he said cheerfully, "Yes, I want to Baiyang Peak. How is it? Is your son a genius?" "I, Lu, have also experienced a genius addiction." Lu Gaoyang and Wang Siki looked at each other with shock in their eyes. "It's really that kid Lu Yi." Both Lu Gaoyang and Wang Siki were still a little uncertain at first. After all, they're their own sons. How much their own son weighs, I still don't know in my heart. Lu Gaoyang's complexion changed, and he was still a little unsure and asked, "So, your kid's white cloud sword technique has really cultivated to the realm?" "Yes." He nodded. So, Lu Ningshuang and Lu Zhenchuan also invited you to participate in the assessment at Ling Luo Foam? Give you the best Qi condensation pill. That's right. Senior sister Lu is super nice. He nodded. This. Lu Gaoyang and Wang Siki gasped. Lu Gaoyang looked at He and said in shock, "How can my son be such a genius? I don't believe it." Ye's mind was full of question marks, and his head was full of black lines. "It's not Lao Lu. You don't believe that I am such a genius." Mother Judge. He was very unconvinced. Why can't he be such a genius? Wang Siki hesitated for a moment, then said quietly, "To be honest, I know best how your talent is, and I can't believe it." He. How can anyone say that about their son's parents? If it wasn't for the fact that she hadn't traveled from a fetus, He would have thought that she was picked up from a garbage dump. He said speechlessly, "It is rumored that there are seniors who read poetry and books through. Once they attain the Tao, chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. I just have some insights, so what?" Hearing this, Lu Gaoyang squinted at Lu. "Do you still want to compare with the immortal?" Seeing Lu Gaoyang's small eyes, He was so angry that he almost spit out blood. He sneered, looked at Lu Gaoyang, and said, "Old Lu, 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in He. Don't bully the young and poor. Maybe will you really become a fairy in a few years? Be careful that I don't take you flying." Lu Gaoyang felt a severe headache when he heard Ye's words. His head was full of black lines. "I believe you, you brat. Your heart is getting bigger and bigger, and you still want to become a fairy." Before Lu Gaoyang finished speaking, she let out a scream. Wang Siki silently retracted her foot that was on Lu Gaoyang's foot. She smiled and said, "Here, you are ambitious. Mother supports you, but you really have perceived? In fact, if it wasn't in the sect, with the support of the sect formation, it would be impossible for a powerful evil cultivator to sneak in." Both Wang Siki and Lu Gaoyang would guess whether He had been taken away. In addition, Ye's temperament and behavior are the same as before, and all aspects of habits are the same as before. If it is a house, although the person who seizes the house will hide, but some details can be hidden if you want to hide. Both Gaoyang and Wang Siki confirmed that He had not been taken away. If so, it could only be due to other reasons. He nodded. "Well, since a while ago, I feel that my mind is much clearer. When I practice cultivation technique and spells, I feel that my perception is getting faster and faster. Otherwise, I would not be able to take White Cloud in such a short time. Sword technique is cultivated to return to the original realm." Lu Gaoyang and Wang Siki looked at each other. What's the reason? They couldn't figure it out. Did you accidentally eat heavenly and mortal treasures? Wang Siki guessed. "I don't know either, maybe." Of course, He would not say that his long-lost gold finger had arrived, and he could fool around with such things. Anyway, the White Cloud sect is the righteous sect, the atmosphere is good, and the treatment of geniuses is very high. As long as you don't betray the sect, you can basically discuss it. Like He, both parents are in the White Cloud sect, and I am even a young person who was born and raised in the White Cloud sect. For a generation, White Cloud sect wished that He would be as talented as possible. Lu Gaoyang couldn't guess why. He said, "This is a good thing. Maybe this state will disappear sometime. You may work harder in cultivation during this time." "I see." He nodded. Wang Siki laughed happily and said, "I'm in a good mood today, so I'll cook something delicious for you to myself." After dinner, He went back to his own room and burped. It must be said that his mother's cooking tasted very good. His spiritual qi was running and digested the food quickly, and then he sat in the lotus position on the bed, planning to practice. Before practicing, of course, He announced in his mind the task of practicing the White Cloud in training art 10 times, but after seeing the task reward, Ye's eyes widened. Task: practice the White Cloud in Qi Ju 10 times. Progress: 0/10. Reward: White Cloud in Qi Ju level +1. Whether to accept: yes/no. The level of the White Cloud entrainment art is going to be raised? He couldn't believe it. You know, his white cloud entrainment art is the same as the white cloud sword technique. It only took 4 days to reach level 6. He originally thought it would take a few more days. He quickly realized. Was it because she had some insights after listening to senior sister Ling Shuang's sermon today? After I realized something myself, the improvement speed of the white cloud in Qi art became faster. According to the game, this is probably a special event. After realizing it, I increased the experience value of the white cloud entrainment art. Right? He is happy. Own talent is not bad. He did not rush to practice, but first took out a white medicine pill, which was the Perfect Qi Condensation Pill, and he planned to use the Qi Condensation Pill to improve the cultivation base while it was now. He put the Perfect Qi Condensation Pill into his mouth, and the medicine pill entered his abdomen, turning into strands of warm current, spreading in Lu Yi's body. The rich spiritual qi made He feel his own body was full, and he quickly started to operate the cultivation technique. With the operation of cultivation technique, the rich spiritual qi is slowly absorbed and enters Lu Yi's dantian. He can feel the rapid increase of own cultivation base. As the cultivation technique was run over and over again, Lu Yi's cultivation base became higher and higher, and his spiritual qi became more and more. At this moment, He suddenly felt a barrier. This feeling is extremely mysterious. It is not a visible barrier, but invisible. But because of the existence of the barrier, Lu Yi's spiritual qi cannot continue to gather. Even if the Perfect Qi Condensation Dan is constantly releasing spiritual qi, is also like this. It's like a bottle has been filled with water, and if you continue to pour water into it, the water will only overflow. He is very familiar with this feeling. After all, he has experienced it several times. The bottleneck. He has reached the bottleneck on the 6th floor of Qi refining. He was stunned for a moment. Then ecstatically, he never expected to reach the bottleneck so soon. End of this chapter. Originally, He thought it would take several months to break through, but he didn't expect that from the awakening of Goldfinger to the present, it is only half a month before the breakthrough will happen. This has a lot to do with the fact that the white cloud in training art has reached LV6, and the cultivation speed has been greatly improved, and the Perfect Qi Condensation Pill is also indispensable. He calmed down, focused on controlling spiritual qi, and planned to attack the bottleneck. Based on his breakthrough experience several times, it was not easy to attack the bottleneck. It took him a long time to break through each time before. But this time, the spiritual qi in Lu Yi's body was like a torrent, with the billowing spiritual qi emanating from the Perfect Qi Condensation Dan, hitting the invisible barrier heavily with an unstoppable attitude. Boom! A roar sounded, and the spiritual qi tide and the barrier in Lu Yi's body came to a deadlock. Only a moment later, with a click, the barrier cracked and then shattered. The invisible bondage disappeared. He felt his whole body lighten up and started to absorb spiritual qi again with the operation of the entraining qi art. It's a breakthrough. The bottleneck can't even block He for a minute. He was pleasantly surprised, but he was not surprised. After all, his Yin Qi Ju has reached LV6, and his foundation is extremely solid. Not only that, he also contains the spiritual qi of the Perfect Qi Condensation Pill in his body. This spiritual qi is endless. So many spiritual qi supplies. Even if it is not him, you can easily break through in a few days with a normal qi refining cultivator. The breakthrough only made He happy for a while, and he soon calmed down. This is just the beginning. In the future, he can break through to foundation establishment, gold core, nascent soul, etc., and even become immortal. You still have to continue practicing now. The Qi and training art continued to run, and soon it reached 10 times. The task of practicing the Qi and training art was completed, and He stopped and chose to accept the reward a little excitedly. Immediately, all kinds of information about the white cloud entrainment art emerged in Lu Yi's mind. The information was very mysterious and difficult to understand, but He could easily absorb it. As Louis guessed, there is also a big difference between the White Cloud and Training Art of Level 7 and the White Cloud and Training Art of LV6 level. The action route of the White Cloud in Training Qi Art has changed. Originally, there were 17 universe acupoints that White Cloud used to entrain energy, but after the change, there's 6 more. Louis couldn't wait to try the LV7 White Cloud in Training Qi Ju. He continued to issue a training task for himself and started to operate the White Cloud in Training Qi Ju. As soon as he practiced, Louis discovered the difference. The spiritual Qi absorption efficiency of the LV7 White Cloud entrainment art is more than double that of the LV6. Not only that, the spiritual Qi in Louis's body was continuously tempered along with the exercise. Just practice the universe, and the spiritual Qi in Louis's body became stronger. Louis was pleasantly surprised. After spiritual Qi was tempered, the amount of spiritual Qi would remain the same, but the quality would obviously increase. After all, under the same quality, would rocks and sponges have the same hardness? Definitely different. The White Cloud entrainment art can refine his spiritual Qi, which is enough to raise Louis's already solid foundation to another level. Of course, the power of spells used through spiritual Qi will also be greatly improved. In the future, the quality of own spiritual Qi will not be similar to that of Foundation Establishment Cultivator, right? Louis, feeling the benefits brought by the LV7 White Cloud in Training Qi Ju, Louis practiced more attentively, running the White Cloud in Training Qi Ju over and over again to absorb the spiritual Qi emitted by the Perfect Qi Condensation Dan in the body. The Perfect Qi Condensation Pill contains a lot of spiritual Qi. Even after breakthrough, there's still a lot left. Louis can clearly feel that his own cultivation base is improving at an extremely fast speed as he absorbs it. There was nothing to say all night. The sky was getting brighter, and the sun rose, and the sun shone between the clouds among the White Cloud Mountains, dyeing the clouds golden red. Louis slowly opened his eyes. A pale white gleam flashed in his eyes. He exhaled slightly, showing a look of joy. After a night of practice, he finally digested the Perfect Qi Condensation Pill completely, and the Qi refining 7th layer realm also took a big step forward. Louis estimated that if there is a Perfect Qi Condensation Dan every day, he may only need a month to break through to the 8th floor of Qi refining. Just for a month. Even a genius wouldn't dare to say that he could break through a layer of Qi refining realm cultivation base in a month. This speed is not the limit. If his White Cloud entrainment art continues to upgrade to LV8, LV9, then the breakthrough speed will be even faster. The only problem is Louis now only has 2 Perfect Qi Condensation Pills left. Louis suddenly thought of Wang Xinxi and other senior brothers. Why don't you find time to discuss with those senior brothers? You can get several Perfect Qi Condensation Pills after completing several missions without delay. Who wouldn't like to do this kind of thing? But there's still 2 left, so don't worry. Let's practice other things first. Now White Cloud Sword Technique and White Cloud in Training Qi Art have reached LV7. Only White Cloud Footwork is still at LV6, a bit behind. Let's make up first come up and talk. Louis thought to himself and left the room. For the next 2 days, Louis continued to practice steadily, practicing White Cloud Sword Technique during the day, White Cloud Footwork in the afternoon, and White Cloud Inchi Ju at night, living a fulfilling life. 2 days later, Louis's Perfect Qi Condensation Dan ran out, and he had to start thinking about getting some Perfect Qi Condensation Dan. Although Louis still has a bottle of the Ultimate Qi Condensation Pill from Luning Shuang in his hand, after using the Perfect Qi Condensation Pill, Louis does not want to use the ultimate one. After breakfast, Lu Gaoyang and Wang Siki went to get busy, and Louis also left his small courtyard. This was the first time he went out after returning from preaching. The outer sect of the White Cloud sect has a special martial arts stage area. This area is usually the area where outer sect disciples practice. If the disciples in the sect have conflicts and want to solve them privately, they can also stage a martial arts stage fight. If it rises to life and death grievances, can also stage a life and death fight on Wutai, which requires deacon to be notarized. However, He has been in sect for so many years and has never seen a few life-and-death battles. The atmosphere of the White Cloud sect is still very good, and the members of the sect are basically very harmonious and united. There's some to learn from. After all, not everyone is like He. If you issue tasks for yourself, you can improve your own cultivation technique level. Even a genius cultivator needs to understand his own shortcomings through battles. Cultivation is not a closed door. Yinwu Terrace is located in a basin outside the White Cloud mountain range, between Baming Peak and Bailu Peak, not too far from Bailing Peak. He trotted all the way towards Yinwu Terrace. Along the way, the outer sect disciple greeted He with a smile after seeing him. Senior Brother He. Brother He, are you out of customs? I heard that Senior Brother He's White Cloud Sword technique has reached the state of returning to the original. I wonder if you can give me some advice? He responded with a smile one by one, and touched his own face. He didn't expect that the news about Baiyang Peak had spread, and he had reached the point where he could swipe his face everywhere. There are actually quite a few beautiful and lovely senior sisters who want special counseling. If I didn't have things to do today, I almost agreed. Damn it. He hurriedly determined his own heart to the Tao and gritted his teeth to refuse. Thank you for the 100 reward from the poor scholar. End of this chapter. It didn't take long for He to arrive at the Yanwatai area. The entire area is extremely huge. Fang Yuan is several kilometers long, and the whole is paved with dark blue stone slabs. It is a huge square, and there are rings scattered on the square. These rings are used for the outer sect disciples to compete. There is a larger arena in the central area of the martial arts arena. This arena is called the Central Arena. General life and death fights, and some important competitions will be held on this arena. At the moment, there are many people in Yanwatai Square who are practicing spells. There are so many outer sect disciples. Some disciples like to practice quietly by themselves, but some disciples like to practice in crowded places. You can communicate and discuss with fellow students. There are many such people. Not only that, even a cultivator who cultivates alone will come to the martial arts stage to find someone to learn from and improve his understanding when he reaches the bottleneck. He entered the martial arts arena. A Qi refining third-tier disciple who was practicing sword technique at the side glanced at him, then paused for a moment. He widened his eyes and then greeted, Senior Brother He? Senior Brother He, why did you come to the martial arts arena? He smiled slightly. After the sermon, I fell a little bit. I want to find someone to discuss it. As He said, he stepped into Yanwatai Square. The eyes of the Qi refining third-tier disciple were shining. He is also a sword learner. Maybe he can learn something from He's senior brother sparring test? Back to basics, sword technique. When I was preaching before, only the disciples on the platform could see the demonstration of the sword technique, and there were 100,000 outer sect disciples on the platform who had no chance to see it. They also wanted to see this powerful sword technique, but it was a pity that they not strong enough. But I never expected that SC. Senior Brother He would come to compete in the martial arts stage. Isn't this a godsend opportunity? The disciple hurriedly followed. The voice of He chatting with this outer sect disciple was also heard by several outer sect disciples nearby, and they also started talking. Senior Brother He is that the senior brother who cultivated the White Cloud sword technique to the realm of returning to basics and was appreciated by senior sister Luning Shuang? It's him. I didn't expect him to come perform martial arts. No, I have to go and see. Maybe I will have some insights. Brother He is so grand. We couldn't see the basic spell demonstration during the previous sermon. We are also blessed this time. As the discussion spread, many disciples followed He into the Yinwu stage. The martial arts terrace is the same as Baiyang Peak. The area close to the core is basically the outer sect disciples with stronger cultivation base are cultivating. He just walks in. Not long after walking, He saw a familiar person coming to meet him. It was Wang Xinqi, who had competed with He on the platform before. He did not expect him to be here too. Junior Brother He, I heard the commotion outside and found you coming. I didn't expect you to come to perform martial arts. Wang Xinqi laughed. It turned out to be senior brother Wang Xinqi. I have some insights recently, and I want to find someone to compete with. Isn't this just finding an opponent? He was very happy. He said to himself silently. I want to defeat Wang Xinqi. The panel is silent, unresponsive, and shows no tasks. How come there's no task? He was a little confused. There were 2 perfect Qi condensation pills before. Why didn't even the task show up this time? Then he thought of something in his mind, and his face was strange. It couldn't be because his strength improved too fast, right? After all, Yi's cultivation base has now been upgraded to Qi refining level 7, and both White Cloud Sword Technique and White Cloud Technique have been upgraded to LV7. His strength is completely different from 2 days ago. According to the judgment of the panel, the gap between Wang Xinqi and him is too big. It is normal that there is no way to calculate the task. That's the only possibility. He kept scratching his head. It seems that he should compete with a cultivator above the 9th floor of Qi refining to get rewards. Fortunately, the Qi refining 9-layer cultivator is not a threat to him. Wang Xinqi didn't know what He was thinking. His eyes lit up. I'm looking for someone to learn from. If that's the case, let's learn from each other, brother. Brother, I happen to have some understanding. Hearing this, He was a little helpless. Why didn't he reward him for the competition? Senior brother Wang Xinqi is too good for him, and he has to consider this senior's self-esteem at that time. So he can't beat him. Isn't a waste of time. He smiled slightly, and then the breath of Qi refining from the 7th floor escaped. The 7th floor of Qi refining? Wang Xinqi widened his eyes and said in shock. Then he said enviously, I didn't expect you to break through, junior brother. Yes, senior sister Lu gave you a bottle of top-quality Qi condensation pills before. Speaking of this, Wang Xinqi sighed and shook his head. When you were on the 6th floor of Qi refining, senior brother was no match for Yao. Wang Xinqi no longer mentioned the matter of sparring. He was happy and relaxed. Wang Xinqi continued to speak. With the current strength of my junior brother, I am afraid that I can only gain something by competing with the senior brothers and sisters on the 9th floor of Qi refining. There are 2 senior brothers who I have made good friends with, and they are Qi refining 9th floor. Level, junior brother, why don't you come with me? Yi's eyes lit up. So he doesn't even need to look for an opponent? He nodded. Then trouble brother. Junior brother is too polite. Those 2 senior brothers appraise you very much, junior brother Lu, and I wanted to get to know you a long time ago. Wang Xinqi said. He nodded, and the 2 walked inside together. It didn't take long for Wang Xinqi to bring He to the edge of a ring. There were 2 teenagers sitting in lotus position, discussing Taoism. Both of them were carrying long swords. He looked at the faces of the 2 of them, but didn't have any impression. After all, there were about 1,000 people on the platform at that time, and He would not deliberately remember anyone. Wang Xinqi walked over with He. The 2 teenagers sensed it and turned their heads to look over. After seeing He, the expressions of the 2 teenagers changed slightly, and then they stood up. The handsome young man on the left smiled and said, Junior brother Lu is here too? The boy on the right was even stronger, and he grinned. I just said that I feel good today, so I want to meet junior brother Lu. Hello, 2 senior brothers. He smiled. Wang Xinqi introduced. This is senior Ling, and this is senior Wang Wulian. Both seniors are Qi refining 9th floor, and they can be ranked among the top 100 in the outer sect. Then he looked at the handsome young man and said, Senior brother Lu, junior brother Lu has already broken through to the 7th floor of Qi refining, and he plans to find someone to compete with. I wonder if the 2 senior brothers are interested. Qi refining is on the 7th floor? The handsome young man Ling looked at Qi with wide eyes and said in surprise. Wang Wulian thought of something and said enviously, Senior sister Luning Shuang gave junior brother a bottle of top-quality Qi condensation pill on the platform earlier. It seems to be very useful. He laughed cheerfully. Senior sister, Lu has a good heart. He said to himself, I want to defeat Ling. Task. Defeat Ling. Progress. 0 to 1. Reward: Ultimate Qi Condensation Pill*10/Perfect Qi Condensation Pill*1. Whether to accept: yes/no. Lu-E. His mood is very complicated. He is happy that he finally has a mission, but sad that even Ling, who is on the 9th floor of Qi refining, is only worth a perfect Qi condensation pill. Is it too bad? End of this chapter. I wonder if the two senior brothers are willing to compete with me. Louis calmed down and asked with a smile. Ling and Wang Wulian looked at each other, and they both saw eagerness in each other's eyes. Ling smiled and said, "Of course, when I was at Baiyang Peak, I was very impressed with your white cloud sword technique, junior brother Louis, and I wanted to ask you for a long time." Wang Wulian also laughed loudly. "Me too. Today is my wish fulfilled. In that case, why don't the two senior brothers come one by one?" "I'll go first," Wang Wulian said on the spot. Ling glanced at Wang Wulian, shrugged, and had no objection. Louis announced in his heart the task of defeating Wang Wulian, and the reward was the same as defeating Ling, a perfect Qi condensation pill. The two entered the ring together. Thousands of outer sect disciples gathered in the entire martial arts arena at this moment, looking at the two on the ring, whispering. Brother Lu-E has already reached the 7th floor of Qi refining. Senior sister Luning Shuang gave him the best Qi condensation pill before. Coupled with senior brother Lu-Yi's talent, isn't breakthrough normal? I don't envy senior brother Lu-Yi's talent. I just envy senior brother Lu-E, who can get a different look from senior sister Luning Shuang. It would be great if I could let senior sister Luning Shuang take another look. Wash up and sleep. Brother, there's everything in the dream. By the way, senior brother Lu-E and senior brother Wang Wulian, who do you think is stronger? Needless to say, it must be senior brother Lu-E. Goasian Realm's white cloud sword technique is an eternal god. Then I think senior brother Wang is not weak. He has already reached the 9th level of Qi refining. It is said that he is only one step away from the completion of the 10th level of Qi refining. His strength is not weak. We just watched it. Not only were they talking, Wang Xinqi and Ling were also talking. Wang Xinqi asked curiously, "Brother Lu, who do you think will win?" Ling shook his head. "I don't know. Intellectually speaking, I am more optimistic about Brother Wang, but Goasian Realm's technique must have something extraordinary, and junior brother Lu has a chance of winning." Wang Xinqi looked at Lu-E, full of envy in his heart. Then, junior brother Lu has the strength of the top 100 in the outer sect? He is only on the 7th floor of Qi refining. Ling glanced at Wang Xinqi, a genius who can comprehend Goasian magic. Especially the ordinary Qi refining 7-level cultivator can be compared. That is, Lu-Yi's current cultivation base is a bit low, as long as his strength reaches Qi refining 8th level. Even if it is an outer sect disciple, he can fight for it. This, Wang Xinqi gasped, and the oxygen level around him dropped sharply. On the ring, Lu-E and Wang Wulian stood facing each other. Wang Wulian took out his long sword and said with a smile, "Junior brother Lu-E, the technique I cultivate is Lu Feng's sword technique, which has reached the realm of Deshang. Junior brother Lu, don't hide your secrets. I still hope can you give me some inspiration and help my sword technique breakthrough reach the realm of perfection." Lu-E took out the long sword casually and smiled slightly. "Don't worry, senior brother Wang. Junior brother will definitely not hide his secrets. Junior brother, I am not such a person. I don't need the white cloud sword technique of LV7, so as not to hurt people too much. Oh, just upgraded the white cloud footwork to LV7 yesterday. If necessary, you can use the white cloud footwork of LV6. Lu-E thought to himself. Wang Wulian was very satisfied when he heard Lu-Yi's words. Spiritual qi circulated all over his body, and he rushed towards Lu-E, his blue robe making noise. His figure was like a blue shadow, and his speed was extremely fast. Obviously, Wang Wulian's footwork is also well practiced. In fact, at the top level of the outer sect, it is basically impossible to have obvious shortcomings. Whether it is cultivation base or spells, they're quite good. Otherwise, how can it be possible to enter the top 100 outer sect? Being able to enter the top 100 among the more than 100,000 outer sect disciples is considered a genius for ordinary people. Of course, although Wang Wulian's speed is quite good, it is still not enough for Lu Yi. Lu Yi's face was calm, and the long sword shook. The next moment, sword Qi turned into a cloud, and the cloud and air flowed, and he went up to meet him. Clang, clang, clang. The moment the figures of the two intertwined, there was a continuous collision sound, and the collision of spiritual Qi turned into translucent energy, which spread to the surroundings, and the wind pressure blew the robes of the surrounding disciples. Many disciples remained unmoved, staring at the ring closely, wishing they could get their eyes into it. Returning to Realm's sword technique, they hoped to have some insights. On the ring, Lu Yi and Wang Wulian's figures flickered and staggered. The speed of the two was so fast that in the eyes of ordinary people, they might be like ghosts. Even the outer sect disciples at the bottom of Qi refining, watching the competition between the two at this moment feels a bit strenuous. Almost every breath, there are several collision sounds. The sword ray is cold. The aftermath of spiritual Qi melts into the wind, and the battle is fierce. Wang Wulian's expression was dignified, and he had already gone all out. Lu was expressionless, but he still had thoughts in his heart to sigh. It has to be said that, as an elite disciple of the outer sect, Wang Wulian's strength is much stronger than Wang Xinqi's. Not only cultivation-based, the mastery of spells is stronger, and the experience of fighting the enemy is more sophisticated. Lu Yi is not as good as Wang Wulian in terms of experience against enemies, but his strength is stronger. Even if he doesn't use his full strength, he can handle it with ease. In the face of absolute strength, all the bells and whistles are paper tigers. As long as Lu Yi is willing, he can end the battle within a few moves, even without using the LV7 White Cloud sword technique. However, Lu Yi's purpose is to be able to collect rewards continuously, so of course he will not be so sympathetic. Senior brother Wang is a good helper to help him collect rewards, so he has to show Guasian Realm's White Cloud sword technique to make people happy to learn from, so as not to hurt their self-esteem later and stop fighting with him. Lu Yi felt that she was quite considerate. On the arena, the two wrestled for hundreds of rounds. Lu Yi swung the long sword in his hand, and the air flow changed, shaking Wang Wulian's sword away. Taking advantage of Wang Wulian's middle door wide open, Lu Yi's figure was like a streamer, flashed by, approached Wang Wulian in an instant, and put the sword across Wang Wulian's neck. Wang Wulian froze on the spot, glanced at the long sword, then let out a breath, shook his head and smiled wryly. I lost. Junior brother Lu Yi is really powerful. Lu Yi smiled slightly. Senior brother is not weak, and junior brother is lucky to be better. Winning is winning, but I learned a lot from the battle with junior brother, so go down and digest it first. Wang Wulian said impatiently. If some insights are not grasped in time, they might be fleeting like a meteor. Lu Yi glanced at the completed tasks, nodded, and said seriously, Senior brother, go and understand first. After you understand, we can continue to learn from each other. Lu Yi completed the task silently, let the Perfect Qi Condensation Dan enter his arms, and released another task to defeat Wang Wulian by the way. Really? Wang Wulian opened his eyes wide, full of surprise. Lu Yi said seriously, of course it's true. Since the senior brother has some insights, the only thing the junior brother can help is to practice a few more games with the senior brother. Wang Wulian was so touched that he almost wanted to cry. Junior brother Lu Yi, you are such a good person. If you have anything to do in the future, just come to me. Wang Wulian, will never say anything. Lu Yi smiled very gently. Senior brother is too serious. Go and understand it. He still wants to complete the task of defeating Lu Ling. Thanks to Raymond Tai for the 100 tip and the Poor Bookman for the 153 tip. End of this chapter. When Wang Wulian got off the ring, Lu Yi smiled at Lu Ling, who was eager to try. Senior brother Lu Ling, shall we compete now? Lu Ling froze for a moment and asked, Junior brother Lu Yi, you just went through a battle. Don't you need to take a rest? Lu Yi smiled and said, The realm of my white cloud in training Qi art is not low, and the recovery speed of spiritual Qi is quite fast, so I don't need a rest. The surrounding onlookers gasped. White Cloud sword technique has returned to the true realm. White Cloud's footwork has transformed into a realm, and even White Cloud's in Qi art has realized the advanced realm. As expected of senior brother He. Senior brother He's understanding is so high. I'm really envious. I wish I had half of senior brother He's understanding. Amidst the whispers among the crowd, Ling also took a deep look at He. To be honest, even he was envious. Soon Ling stopped thinking about it and said with a free and easy smile, "In that case, I'm not going to be polite." He tapped his toes and floated onto the ring lightly. He saw that this Ling also practiced the white cloud footwork. Just like him, this move is still good. Ling stood still and took out his long sword. "Junior brother please, please." He smiled. Then the two of them rushed towards each other without saying much. Just like dealing with Wang Wulian, He also sparred with Ling for a long time. Ling's sword technique level is not as good as Wang Wulian's, but his movement technique is faster. For He, it is of course the same. In his control. After sparring for a while, He defeated Ling and gave him enough face to make Ling very comfortable. After the sparring with Ling, Wang Wulian hadn't finished his comprehension yet, so He just took advantage of this moment to recover. Although he wasn't particularly tired and still had about half of his spiritual Qi left, if he didn't reply, he would be regarded as a monster. In this way, He, Wang Wulian, and Ling continued to exchange ideas, and the cultivator watching from the sidelines formed a group, observing the white cloud sword technique of the precious realm, hoping to gain something. The sparring lasted all morning. He sparred a total of 16 times, completed 16 missions, and obtained a total of 16 perfect Qi condensation pills. These Qi condensation pills are enough for him to practice until the beginning of the Deepening, and He thinks it is almost enough. After the competition with Ling, He smiled slightly and said, "Senior brother Senior brother Wang, I'm almost here today. I've already gained something. Thank you two senior brothers for accommodating me to learn from each other." Ling and Wang Wulian were both taken aback when they heard the words, then quickly shook their heads. Ling said gratefully, "Whereas junior brother I have benefited a lot from this morning's discussion. Maybe it won't be long before I can break through the sword technique to the transformation realm. It's all thanks to junior brother." Wang Wulian on the side also nodded again and again, expressing his agreement. "Brother is right. My sword technique is only one step away from the transformation realm, and all of this is thanks to you, junior brother." He touched On's pocket and bosom, where there were 16 perfect Qi condensation pills, and he smiled modestly. "You two brothers are too kind." In the friendly atmosphere of the three of them, He bid farewell and turned to leave. There were many cultivators on the sidelines, all of whom came for the name of Yi's white cloud sword technique that returned to realm. Seeing that He was about to leave, they all made way for He to pass. Many people looked at He and were full of gratitude. They just watched and competed, and they also gained something. For cultivators, watching the battles of powerful cultivators is more effective than their own normal practice. Yi's sparring all morning also has the effect of preaching to them. After leaving Yanwatai, He returned to Bailing Peak and started today's practice. The time to practice the white cloud sword technique in the morning was delayed, but the time in the afternoon and evening could not be delayed. In the following time, with the perfect Qi condensation Dan in hand, He no longer went out and practiced with peace of mind, preparing for the grand competition. Practicing white cloud sword technique in the morning, white cloud footwork in the afternoon, and white cloud entrainment art in the evening. There is almost no time to rest. This diligent appearance reminds He of his college entrance examination. At that time, it can be said that he stayed up all night dating, couldn't bear to think about his reading. However, The difference between cultivation and the college entrance examination is that when Lu-Yi releases tasks by himself, he can visibly feel that he has become stronger with the naked eye. That feeling is addictive, and he also enjoys it. In this way, time soon arrived half a month later. On this day, Lu-Yi opened his eyes with a ray of white aura in his eyes. The aura slowly disappeared, and Lu-Yi breathed out slightly. Time is up. Today is the big time. Lu-Yi went out and came to the lobby of the main house. In the lobby, Lu Gaoyang and Wang Siki were already sitting at the table with breakfast on the table, but neither of them moved their chopsticks. When Lu-Yi entered the door, both of them looked over. Lu Gaoyang had a dignified expression. The big competition starts today. How do you feel? Wang Siki also looked at him. During this time, they didn't say anything about Dabi in front of Lu-Yi. But in fact, in the outer affairs hall, many deacons asked the two of them from time to time about Lu-Yi's situation. After all, when Lu-Yi was giving the sermon, Lu-Yi could be said to have amazed the audience and became famous in the outer sect in one fell swoop. If Lu-Yi's performance is not good enough this time, one can imagine how many criticisms there will be. Lu Gaoyang and Wang Siki didn't want to add pressure to Lu-Yi. Lu-Yi smiled and said, "Don't worry, Lao Lu, I feel fine." In the past half a month, Lu-Yi has not been playing every day, and his daily hard work has paid off, and his panel has changed again. Character, Lu-Yi. Cultivation base, Qi refining 7 layers. Cultivation technique, white cloud entrainment technique, LV8. Skills, white cloud sword technique, LV8. White cloud footwork, LV8. All cultivation techniques have reached level LV8. To be honest, Lu-Yi himself doesn't know how strong he is. After all, LV8 spells are too powerful. It's not easy for Lu-Yi to try it in the small courtyard, for fear that the small courtyard will be demolished accidentally. In any case, Lu-Yi felt that it would be no problem for him to compete in a big competition, but he hadn't forgotten that he still had a big competition task. I don't know what will be rewarded if I get the first place. Lu-Yi is looking forward to it. Seeing Lu-Yi's confident face, Lu Gaoyang and Wang Siki also felt relieved. Wang Siki smiled and said, "I knew my ear would be fine." Lu Gaoyang also showed a rare smile. "How do you say that? A tiger father has no dogs." Lu-Yi glanced at Lu Gaoyang speechlessly. Never seen such a brazen person who called himself a tiger father? Not wanting face. Eat. After breakfast, let's go to the martial arts arena together. Lu Gaoyang laughed. The venue for the annual Outer Sect competition is Yanwatai. As the biggest event of the Outer Sect, almost all the Outer Sect disciples will go to the martial arts arena during the big competition every year. Although not everyone will participate, they can go to watch the powerful senior brothers and sisters compete. The same is true for the weak Outer Sect Cultivator. There are also benefits. Because the disciples are all there, the deacons and elders have nothing to do, and they basically go to join in the fun. Lu Gaoyang and Wang Siki are of course the same. Not to mention that their son is going to participate in the big competition this year. They have to go and see. Into this chapter. The Yanwatai area is crowded with people, and a large number of Outer Sect disciples have come here. Some came here to participate in the big competition, and some came to watch the big competition. To watch the grand competition, you cannot enter the Yanwu Square. You can only watch it in the peripheral area, and there are a large number of people standing on the nearby mountain to watch. Everyone is a Qi refining cultivator, and their eyesight is still good, so they can see clearly. In addition to the Outer Sect disciples, there are also the Outer Sect deacons and elders. Most of them hold their swords in the air with their hands behind their backs, and immortal Qi fluttering. Compared with Qi refining cultivators who cannot fly with swords, their compulsion is much higher. At this time, 2 sword rays streaked across the sky, came to the outside of the martial arts stage, and landed on the ground. It was Lu Gaoyang and Wang Siki, and Lu Gaoyang was holding someone in his hand. It was Lu-Yi. Feeling the eyes of the Outer Sect disciples nearby, Lu-Yi blushed a little. After all, he was considered a respectable person in the Outer Sect, but he didn't expect to be carried away by someone. My image of being wise and mighty is gone. Lu-E felt ruthless. He had to break through to the Foundation establishment realm as soon as possible, and learn to fly with the sword as soon as possible. Lu Gaoyong put Lu-E on the ground and patted Lu-Yi's shoulder. "Stinky boy, do your best in everything. Don't force yourself too much." Wang Siki smiled slightly. Come on, mother believes that you are the best." Lu-E smiled at the two of them. "I see." Lu Gaoyong and Wang Siki nodded slightly, then turned into streamers and flew into the air where their colleagues were. And Lu-E walked towards Yanwu Square. Along the way, outer sect disciples greeted Lu-E with smiles when they saw Lu-E. "Brother Lu-E, senior brother Lu-E, you are here." "Brother Lu-E." Lu-E smiled and nodded in response, and soon came to the inside of Yanwu Square, where all the contestants were participating. Compared with the entire outer sect disciples, the number of people participating in the big competition is much less, but there are tens of thousands of people. The entire square was still crowded with people. These outer sect disciples closed their eyes and meditated alone, or communicated in twos and threes. After seeing Lu-E, most of the disciples nodded and smiled and said hello. "Junior brother Lu-E, this way." At this time, Lu-E heard a familiar voice. He turned his head and found Lu Ling, Wang Wulian, and Wang Xinqi standing beside him. Lu Ling waved to him with a smile on his face. Lu-E smiled and walked over. "Three senior brothers. Junior brother Lu, you are finally here. The audition is about to start. I thought you would not be able to catch up," Wang Wulian said with a smile. Lu Ling smiled. "Junior Lu is the son of Lu Gaoyong Deacon. Lu Deacon will definitely bring him here. What are you worried about?" "Aren't you worried about losing an opponent?" Wang Wulian grinned. Lu Ling rolled his eyes and said quietly, "The last time we competed, neither of us won. It's different this time. My sword technique has already reached the level of transformation." Wang Wulian grinned, full of confidence. "This time my goal is to be in the top 30. Hearing this, Lu-E smiled and said, "Congratulations, senior brother Wang. It's all thanks to you, junior brother Lu, and I have to thank you." Wang Wulian expressed gratitude. When the four of them were communicating, not long after, a figure crossed the sky and landed on the central ring. It was an old man with gray hair, a serious expression, and a white robe. He is the outer sect elder Dugu Fong of the White Cloud sect. It is said that the cultivation base has reached the peak of the gold core, and he may become a baby at any time. He is the strongest in the entire outer sect, and even in the entire White Cloud sect. With the appearance of Dugu Fong, the original noisy voice gradually quieted down, and everyone looked at Dugu Fong on the central ring, which was the majesty of the big elder. Dugu Fong glanced at the crowd below and said, "It's time for the annual Outer Sect Grand Competition again. I hope this time someone can make this old man shine and make a difference in the White Cloud sect." Now, the audition begins. The audition this time is no different from the previous ones, and it only takes a stick of incense time to resist the pressure of the old man. While speaking, an ordinary incense stick appeared in Lonely Fong's hand. He did not move and lit the incense directly. Dugu Fong then threw the incense, and the wooden stick of the incense was like gold and iron, directly inserted into the stone slab in the central ring, burning slowly. "Let's start." Saying that, an extremely powerful coercion was released from Dugu Fong's body, spread in all directions, and finally slowly enveloped the entire Yanwu Square. Immediately, all the disciples participating in the big competition felt tightness in their chests. Many disciples turned slightly pale on the spot, and some disciples even coughed up a mouthful of blood, fell to the ground, and passed out. Most of the cultivators who come to participate in the assessment are Qi refining 5th floor or above cultivators. But there are always young and frivolous disciples in the outer sect who feel that they are special existences. Even if they are Qi refining 3rd or 4th floors, some people will come to participate in the competition. I thought maybe I could become famous in one fell swoop. There are many such disciples in each big competition, and obviously they are not special Under the coercion of gold core, they can't even hold a breath. Compared with these people, although the cultivator with the 5th floor of Qi refining feels heavy in the chest, they can still resist it if they run spiritual Qi to resist it. And the outer sect disciples with higher cultivation base perform better. Faced with such coercion, He felt as if a breeze was blowing on his face, and hardly reacted at all. He glanced at the people next to him. Wang Wulian and Ling looked very relaxed and didn't seem to respond. Wang Xinqi was a bit worse in comparison. His face was a little pale, but compared to those cultivators on the 5th and 6th floors of Qi refining, Wang Xinqi is already quite good. At this moment, He thought of something and said to himself, I want to pass the audition. Although he has already taken over the task of the big competition, what if he can do another task of audition? However, He waited for a while, but there was no change on the panel. Obviously, he could not accept the task. He was a little bit regretful, but he wasn't surprised either. The loophole was too big. According to his research on the task panel, the possibility of success was not high. He didn't think too much about it. As time went by, many Qi refining 5th floor cultivators swayed and found it difficult to stand still, and some Qi refining 5th floor cultivators fell to the ground directly and failed to pass the audition. And Wang Wulian and Ling also started to operate spiritual Qi. They glanced at He and were convinced. It was only the 7th floor of Qi refining, but it turned out that they didn't even need to operate spiritual Qi to easily resist the threat of the Big Elder. Pressure. Soon, the time for a stick of incense was over. Lonely Fong dissipated the coercion, and there were not even half of the disciples standing in the Yinwu Square. Most of the disciples on the 5th floor of Qi refining couldn't even pass the audition, and most of those who could pass the audition were above the 5th floor of Qi refining. Dugu Fong took a look at these disciples, feeling a little disappointed. The quality of the outer sect still hasn't changed this time. However, he wasn't too surprised. He just said, those who pass the audition stay, others leave Yinwu Square. A group of failed outer sect disciples were full of bitterness and helped each other to leave the square, and the disciples who had fainted were also taken away by acquaintances. Soon, only the disciples who passed the audition were left in the entire square. Even so, there were still nearly 10,000 people, and the number could be said to be extremely exaggerated. In the past, each big competition would be held for several days, which is not unreasonable. After all, there are too many disciples of the White Cloud sect. Thanks for the 100 reward from the poor bookman. End of this chapter. Dugu Fong said, the next step is to enter the preliminary selection stage. As before 2-2 battles, the winner advances and the loser is eliminated. While speaking, Dugu Fong waved his hand casually, and densely packed small stone tablets suddenly appeared in the air. These stone tablets turned into streamers and landed in front of every outer sect disciple in the square. He took the stone tablet floating in front of him and took a look. It was engraved with 101 to 25. He still has a little understanding of this. Although he has not participated in the outer sect competition, he has seen it several times. The front of this number is the ring number, and the back is the number of the competition. Together, it is the 101st ring, the 25th round. This martial arts arena is extremely huge, with a total of 320 rings, and ring 101 is considered to be near the front. At this time, Wang Wulian looked at the own stone tablet and said, I'm in the ring 28. How about you? Ling smiled slightly. I am number 211. Wang Xinqi said, I am number 7. The three looked at He, who smiled, number 101. Immediately, the three of Wang Wulian breathed a sigh of relief, and Wang Xinqi smiled and said, it's a good thing we're not in the same arena as junior brother Liu, otherwise we'd be out of luck. Yes, with the strength of junior brother He, in a ring, if you are unlucky, you may be eliminated in the first few rounds. Wang Wulian nodded approvingly. He said with a smile, several brothers have won the prize, and the brothers are not that strong. The three of them rolled their eyes, not believing Yi's nonsense. Don't they know whether this guy is strong or not? Just as they were communicating, Dugu Fong's voice sounded again. Okay, next, all the participating disciples go to the ring area where they are, and the referees are in place. As soon as Dugu Fong finished speaking, in the sky, deacons landed on the ring one after another. They're the referees of this outer sect competition. Lu-E smiled at Wang Wulian and the others. Three brothers, I wish you all the best. The three looked at each other and nodded. Ling smiled and said, borrow the auspicious words from my junior brother. With my junior brother's words, I'm sure I can win the group arena. Wang Wulian grinned and laughed loudly. I'll go first. Wang Xinchi was a little nervous and said with a smile, then I will go too. The four separated, and Lu-E walked towards ring 101. Soon, he found ring 101, and there were already hundreds of people standing under the ring. All of them were disciples of the outer sect who competed in this ring. These disciples had relaxed expressions at first, but after seeing Lu-E, the expressions on their faces froze. Brother Lu, F***K, why am I so unlucky to be in the same ring as senior brother Lu? I still want to enter the top 1,000. I hope I don't meet junior brother Lu in the first few rounds. The faces of the outer sect disciples were full of despair. Lu-E expressed his innocence, and he couldn't choose any arena. The name of the deacon in the ring was Feng Tian. He was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. He naturally recognized Lu-E, who was very famous in the outer sect these days, and couldn't help but take a few more glances. I have to say that Lu-E is really good-looking, and he should be very popular with little girls, but his strength is not as strong as the rumors. You'll find out later. As each outer sect disciple found the own ring, Dugu Fong on the central ring said, we can start. After finishing speaking, Dugu Fong raised his hands behind his back, soared into the sky, and stood together with other elders in the sky. A black-haired middle-aged man smiled slightly. Thank you, Big Elder. Lonely Fong looked at the ring below and said calmly, the outer sect is the place where my White Cloud sect cultivates elites, and the outer sect grand competition is the most important thing. As the elder of the outer sect, this is what I should do. What's the hard work? Great Elder Gowie. I should also learn from the great elder. All the elders spoke one after another. Lonely Fong sighed. Unfortunately, the number of people who can pass the audition this year has not increased much. It seems that it is difficult to find outstanding talents. Hearing this, Qi Feiyu, the elder of the affairs hall, smiled and said, Big Elder, what you said is not right. You have been in closed-door training this month, but I don't know. Our outer sect has recently produced a genius. Hearing this, Dugu Fong was taken aback, looked at Qi Feiyu, and asked curiously, oh? What kind of genius? Presumably other elders should know about it. Lu-E from Bailing Peak has cultivated the White Cloud sword technique to the point of returning to the original. Qi Feiyu laughed. Lu-E, the old man has heard of this kid's name recently, and I heard that he has a good understanding. Yes, I heard that Lin Feng went to sect some time ago and asked Luning Shuang and Lu Zhenchuan to preach for him. Lu Zhenchuan is very optimistic about Lu-E. In my opinion, with this level of comprehension, it may not be impossible to become a core disciple in the future. Many elders talked about Lu-E. Hearing everyone's discussion, Lonely Fong's eyes lit up slightly, and he said, White Cloud Sword technique can be understood to return to the original state. This comprehension is really extraordinary. If our White Cloud sect can understand the magic technique to return to the real realm, there will be no achievements. Poor, you still have Lu Zhenchuan's favor? Maybe there is hope for a breakthrough to nascent soul. Dugu Fong, you said the happier he was, and asked, how old is this Lu-E? This? Everyone looked at each other. They were all elders. How can anyone ask this? At this time, Qi Feiyu smiled slightly and said, Lu-Yi's parents are our White Cloud sect deacon, who work in my office. I know that the child is only 16 years old. I heard that he broke through to the 7th floor of Qi refining some time ago. Gone. You're only 16? Good. Dugu Fong smiled. Which ring is Lu-E in? Qi Feiyu has been following Lu-E since the beginning, and when he heard Dugu Fong's words, he pointed directly. It's in ring 101. As De Fong announced the competition, Feng Tian, who was standing on the ring, said, "Okay, number 1 is on stage." Immediately, the cultivator with the number 1 engraved on the 2 stone plaques jumped onto the ring. He took a look and found that the cultivation base of the 2 cultivators is Qi refining 6th floor. In fact, after passing the audition, Qi refining 6th floor has the largest number of cultivators, followed by Qi refining 5th floor and Qi refining 7th floor. At the level of Qi refining 8th floor, there are not many people in the entire White Cloud sect outer sect, only more than 1,000 people. Qi refining 9th floor is even less, and as for Qi refining 10th floor, there are less than 10 people. The 2 Qi refining 6th level disciples saluted each other, and then the battle began. He was very interested in watching it at first, but soon became bored. One didn't even reach a small Chengdu. He looked at those moves that were full of flaws, and he was about to commit a cancer of embarrassment. With such a technique, he can kill randomly with his eyes closed. After the 2 rookies pecked at each other for a while, the disciple who had completed the trick was even better and won the victory. One game ended, and the second game started soon. Round after round of competitions, He and others almost fell asleep. Thinking of having to compete in this ring for several rounds, He put on a pain mask. End of this chapter. On stage on the 25th, Feng Tian's voice sounded. He, who was drowsy, was startled, and finally it was his turn. Standing under the stage, he was so sleepy to watch. He hoped that someone with stronger strength would come. At least he could do a task and get some rewards. He soared into the sky and came to the arena. Many disciples under the arena were in a commotion, and they finally saw He on the stage. He entered the ring, and soon, another teenager entered the ring. Seeing this young man, He was stunned for a moment, a little stunned, and said with a smile, "So it's senior brotherly Qi. What a coincidence." This young man was exactly the melon-eating young man who was driven off the platform by Wang Xinqi at Baiyang Peak. He was completely unlucky at that time, and He had a little impression of him. The expression on Li Qi's face was a bit distorted. He had already put on a pain mask. He looked at He. The corners of his mouth twitched. He couldn't even smile. He almost gritted his teeth and said, "Junior brother He. What a coincidence." He was really desperate. Why was he so unlucky? This is only the first round. He actually met the monster He. Obviously, with his own strength, he basically made it into the top 1,000. Li Qi almost wanted to cry. Feng Tian glanced at He and Li Qi, then said calmly, "The competition begins." He smiled slightly. "Brother Li Qi, please." He felt that Li Qi was a miserable person. Although he couldn't accept the task, he still made up his mind and planned to practice more with Li Qi later, so as not to hurt her self-confidence. The corner of Li Qi's mouth twitched violently, and then his face was full of grief and indignation. "I admit defeat." He froze for a moment, then saw Li Qi turn around and jump off the ring, disappearing into the crowd. He, brother Li Qi's mentality won't collapse, right? He sighed. Luck is also very important on the road to cultivating immortals. It seems that senior brother Li Qi belongs to the type of bad luck. He got off the ring, and Feng Tian beside him originally wanted to see Yi's strength, but Li Qi actually conceded defeat, and he was a little helpless, so he could only continue to say, "On the 26th. The audition took a very short time. When the pre-selection started, it was still early, and the next whole day was the pre-selection. The Qi refining cultivator competition time was not too long. After round, several rounds passed quickly. Didn't know if it was just luck. In a number 101 ring, where he was the strongest, was Li Qi from the 8th floor of Qi refining, and there was not even a cultivator on the 9th floor of Qi refining. Every time He was in the ring, his opponent would just admit defeat, and He expressed his despair. It could be said that he stood under the ring for a whole day in vain, without even pulling out his sword. In the end, he was a little numb, wasting time, and really wanted to go home and practice. Unfortunately, as a player, he cannot be absent. The sun gradually set to the west, and finally sank into the mountains, and the color of the clouds on the day turned orange, and the preliminaries were finally over. Of course, Lu-E is the number one in the entire 101 ring, and the next step is to compete with the number ones in other rings to compete for the top 10. That's a ranking match. When the preliminaries were over, Dugu Fong came to the central stage and announced, "This is the end of today's big competition, and the ranking competition will start tomorrow. I hope you will maintain your form and perform at your best tomorrow." As he said that, Dugu Fong glanced at Lu Yi's direction and felt a little regretful in his heart. He also wanted to see Lu Yi's strength, but he didn't expect his opponent to admit defeat again and again. After Dugu Fong announced the end, many disciples left one after another. After a day of fighting, it was not a small burden for most disciples. Even with Deacon watching as a referee, injuries will inevitably occur during the competition, and they need to go back to heal their injuries to avoid sequelae. Lu-E looked at the sky and found that Lu Gaoyong and Wang Siki didn't seem to come down yet. In order to avoid being carried home by Lu Gaoyong in full view, he directly operated the movement technique, turned into a streamer, and disappeared into the crowd. He wanted to run by himself, go back. In the sky, Lu Gaoyong and Wang Siki were all smiling, and beside them were Deacon Ling and others from the affairs hall. These people are congratulating Lu Gaoyong and Wang Siki at the moment. "Congratulations, brother Lu. Lu-E has entered the ranking competition without even taking a single strike. It's really amazing to defeat others without fighting." "That's right, brother Lu. Let us know what is Lu Yi's strength." "I see, it will definitely be in the top 100. Top 100? Did you underestimate Lu-E? I think I can make it into the top 10. Anyway, brother Lu has a good son. Don't forget about the brothers when you get rich in the future. It's easy to talk, easy to talk." Lu Gaoyong's smiling eyes were narrowed, almost invisible. Wang Siki next to her was also chatting with the female deacon, her face full of spring breeze, very happy. "Everyone, Lu still wants to bring the dog home, so I'll excuse you, huh? Where's Lu-E?" Lu Gaoyong looked down for Lu-E and found that Lu-E had gone somewhere. Wang Siki, who was nearby, heard the words and lowered her head to search, also with a dazed expression. "Where's my son? What about my big son? Why didn't you look at it for a while?" And the person disappeared. After Lu-E returned to Bailing Peak, he returned to his own room to rest. In fact, with his cultivation base, I don't feel tired after standing for a day, but I feel tired and I just stand without doing anything. How is this a competition? It's simply a punishment, right? Lu-E complained in his heart, hoping that the competition would end soon, and then he could get the reward of the competition. That Dabi mission had been on his mission panel for a long time, and he kept it in his heart. After a while, Wang Siki's voice came from outside. "Here? Are you home yet?" Lu-E was taken aback, then went out, saw Lu Gaoyong and Wang Siki standing outside, a little confused. "I'm at home." Lu Gaoyong and Wang Siki breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Gaoyong's head was full of black lines. "You boy, we are still waiting to take you home, but it's good that you came back first." The corner of Lu Yi's mouth twitched, waiting for him to fly. "I Lu don't want face." He coughed dryly and said, "Didn't I see Lao, Lu, and Mom chatting in the sky? So I came back first." When Lu Gaoyong and Wang Siki heard the words, they didn't care anymore. Wang Siki smiled and said, "As expected of my son, you are really powerful. You can defeat others without fighting. Today's deacons speak highly of you." Lu-E. After standing for a day, others still think highly of it? I'm afraid it's not a serious illness. Lu Gaoyong cheerfully echoed. "That's right. Those brothers who are fathers feel that the tiger father has no dogs." Lu-E glanced at Lu Gaoyong speechlessly. As long as this guy is happy. The three talked and laughed. After dinner, Lu-E was driven back to the room to practice. Both of them hoped that Lu-E could stay in good condition. Lu-E returned to the room and accepted daily tasks to practice. With the operation of spiritual qi, Lu-Yi's spiritual qi became stronger and stronger. He had a feeling that the 8th floor of qi refining was not far away. After the white cloud in training art has been upgraded to level 8, The speed of cultivation has more than doubled compared to level 7. Coupled with the Perfect Qi Condensation Pill.He's cultivation speed is too fast now. End of this chapter. Nothing to say all night. The next morning, He woke up, had breakfast with Lu Gaoyang and Wang Siki, and Lu Gaoyang said, Let's go to the martial arts stage. He looked at Lu Gaoyang's outstretched hand, his face changed, and he said quickly, Old Lu, wait a minute. Today I plan to go there by myself. Lu Gaoyang's hand stopped, and he looked at He with some doubts. Why? How convenient is it for me to take you there? He coughed dryly and said, You also know that I'm very famous now, but it's still early. I passed too early, and I'm so embarrassed to be surrounded by people. It's better to go slowly. Hearing He's words, Lu Gaoyang thought about it and felt that it made sense, and Wang Siki beside him also smiled and said, In that case, let He go there by himself. He has grown up and has his own ideas. The two left Yujian. He heaved a sigh of relief, and finally didn't have to be carried away today, and there should be room for redemption of own impression. He was very happy and trotted out the door. When He arrived at the Yanwu stage, there were already many people gathered in the Yanwu stage because the audition and preliminary selection had been completed yesterday, and now there were very few people in the square, but there were more and more people in the outer circle of the Yanwu stage. Seeing He approaching, the eyes of the outer sect disciples lit up. It's junior brother He. Yesterday I was still thinking about seeing junior brother He's sword technique. No matter whether it was at Bayang Peak or the martial arts stage before, I was not there. I didn't expect that junior brother He didn't make a sword yesterday, or I didn't see it. That's right, but today we're going to choose the top 10 rankings, so I'm sure you can see junior brother He's sword. Many disciples faintly looked forward to it. He walked into the martial arts arena, near the central ring area. Around the central arena, there are 10 slightly larger arenas. These 10 arenas are the arenas for the ranking competition. In previous competitions, 320 disciples competed in 10 arenas, and the top 10 disciples were selected. At this moment, there are already many disciples in the arena area, and these disciples are all 320 people. Seeing He approaching, all the disciples looked over with inquiring eyes, and some were a little wary, and even He saw a few hostile eyes. He glanced at the hostile disciples. They were all disciples of the 9th floor of Qi refining. He thought about it, and felt that he didn't seem to provoke them. Why do these people seem to be unhappy with him? He couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. At this moment, He heard Wang Wulian's voice. Junior brother this way. As soon as turned his head, he saw Wang Wulian waving to him with a smile on his face. He walked over and said with a smile, Senior brother Wang. After speaking, he looked around and asked with some doubts, Where is senior brother Ling's strength is not weak. He didn't even see him here. Wang Wulian smiled wryly and said, Brother is out of luck. The ring he was in actually had senior brother Jiang Fan, so he failed to advance. Senior brother Jiang Fan? He thought for a while, and then thought of something. The senior brother from the 10th floor of Qi refining? Besides him, who else could it be? Wang Wulian said. He found out that senior brother Li Qi was not the only one who was unlucky. Senior brother Ling was also quite unlucky. He obviously has the strength of the top 100, but he didn't even pass the preliminaries. However, outer sect will not care about the fairness or unfairness of this matter. It is still the same sentence. For practitioners, although luck is illusory, it is really important. Even luck is also a part of strength. He also thinks there is no problem. He has read various novels in his previous life, and he has never seen how strong those sons of fortune talent are. But they're like Xiaoqiang, who can't be killed, he can't die no matter what, and he can also get all kinds of good things. Who can I ask for reason? By the way, senior brother Wang, who is that senior brother in the green robe? Why do you look at me as if I robbed him of something important? He was a little puzzled. The guy's eyes were so unfriendly. It made He wonder if he stole that guy's wife. Wang Wulian glanced at the direction indicated by He and quickly looked away. He grinned and said with a smile, "Isn't it because junior brother Lu Yi's cultivation-based breakthrough reached the 7th floor of Qi refining?" "What does this have to do with my breakthrough to the 7th floor of Qi refining?" Lu Yi was a little numb. "Hey, because junior brother Lu Yi is amazingly talented, the 6th floor of Qi refining already has the combat power of the 9th floor of Qi refining. Now that the breakthrough has reached the 7th floor of Qi refining, some people are scared." Wang Wulian smiled, gloatingly explained, "Junior brother Lu, you should also know that every year the top 10 in the big competition can be exempted from the assessment and directly enter the intersect, right?" Louis nodded. "I know that. To be honest, this is also Lu Yi's own goal," Wang Wulian explained. "Among the outer sect disciples this year, there are only 6 brothers and sisters from the 10th floor of Qi refining, and the remaining 4 are selected from the disciples on the 9th floor of Qi refining. The guy you saw just now is named Ling. He has the strength of the top 10. We're just stuck in the 10th position. Junior brother, do you understand what I mean?" Lu Yi was stunned. He finally understood why some guys from the 9th floor of Qi refining looked at him with hostility just now. It is estimated that those guys are all outer sect disciples who are qualified to hit the top 10, right? Now that Lu Yi has come out, it is equivalent to having an extra competitor. Not to mention the strength that Lu Yi has shown, they may feel that they're not sure that they can win. As for this guy who looked particularly unfriendly, Lu Yi also understood that this guy happened to be ranked 10th. If Lu Yi made it to the top 10 by himself, he must be the one who got squeezed out, then he would not be able to enter the intersect. Uncomfortable? No wonder this guy is so unfriendly. Lu Yi felt a little sympathetic to him. He sighed and said, "I hope that brother Mo will have better luck next year." Wang Wulian, with black lines all over his face, he looked at the sighing Lu Yi. "Young brother, do you think that you will definitely be in the top 10? Lu Yi smiled and said, "Then what's the point?" In fact, Lu Yi's goal is to be number 1. He has not forgotten until now that the task of the sect up.He is rewarded according to the ranking. The higher the ranking, the better the reward. Wang Wulian grinned and gave Lu Yi a thumbs up. Junior brother Lu is courageous, but don't underestimate those disciples who can compete for the top 10. They're not like me and brother Lu, who have 1 or 2 unique skills. At the very least, there is one technique that has been cultivated to the level of perfection, and some even have magical items." Magical item? Lu Yi felt strange, but he had 2 pieces, a low-grade magical item longsword, and a pair of mid-grade magical item shoes. As for the technique of Hua Jing, it's not that Lu Yi is boasting. It's a little bit behind compared with him. While they were communicating, Dugu Fong came to the central ring again. Dugu Fong looked at Lu Yi and the others with a milder expression than yesterday, and said, "You are all elite disciples of my White Cloud sect's outer sect to be able to enter the ranking competition, and you must be able to enter the inner sect in the future. Today's competition, I hope you can perform well. Now start the ranking competition." While speaking, Dugu Fong waved his hand again, and 320 stone tablets appeared, flying towards Lu Yi and the others. Into this chapter, Lu Yi picked up the stone tablet floating in front of him and glanced at it. 9 of 5. Wang Wulian looked at Lu Yi nervously. "Junior brother Lu Yi, what is your ring number?" Lu Yi smiled and said, "Number 9. Wang Wulian grinned and immediately laughed. "I'm number 10. If I'm lucky enough, maybe I can make it to the top 10. Lu Yi. Brother Wang is very optimistic. Lu Yi didn't hit him, but nodded with a smile. "I think Brother Wang's strength is definitely no problem." Wang Wulian laughed out loud. Ring number 9 and ring number 10 happened to be next door, and the 2 came to the edge of the ring together. At this time, Lu Yi felt a sharp gaze. He turned his head to look and found that Ling was looking at him coldly. Lu Yi was taken aback. Didn't expect Ling to be here. The look in this guy's eyes felt like he was going to be knifed. The others also noticed Ling's attitude. They all showed expressions of eating melons and watching a show. Outer sect disciples who can reach this level, of course, are not bad. I still know Ling, the top 10 goalkeepers. Now I met a sudden emergence of Lu Yi. Don't these two people beat their brains out? They were so happy that they wanted to eat melon seeds. At this moment, a gentle voice sounded. Junior brother Lu, I didn't expect you to be here. He turned his head and saw an ordinary-looking boy with firm eyes walking towards him with a smile. 10 layers of Qi refining. Brother Jiang Fan, I didn't expect Brother Jiang Fan to be entering here. It's over. I'm definitely not in the top 10. Brother, don't just drink, eat a little food. As long as you have a peanut, you won't be so drunk. Brother He or Brother Jiang Fan, which one do you think is stronger? I am more optimistic about Brother Jiang Fan. He is also a genius. He should be able to compete for the first place, right? I'm also more optimistic about Brother Jiang Fan. If Brother Ye's cultivation base is the same as Brother Jiang Fan, I think Brother He is stronger, but Brother He is too disadvantaged in cultivation base. Many people nodded. He smiled and nodded. Brother Jiang Fan smiled and asked, Are you number 9 or number 10? He smiled and said, Number 9. Jiang Fan smiled. That's a pity, I'm number 10, and I thought I could fight you earlier, but I heard that you broke through to the 7th floor of Qi refining. He froze for a moment, then smiled and said, During the top 10 ranking competition, the juniors will ask the seniors for advice. Jiang Fan was taken aback for a moment, and then took a deep look at He. Brother He is very confident, so I have to look forward to it. Said, Jiang Fan smiled at He, turned and left. Looking at Jiang Fan's back, He felt a little weird. His current perception ability is very strong, which means that Jiang Fan's strength is quite strong, which even gave He a slight sense of danger. You know, He has mastered LV8 spells now, and his strength is much stronger than the general Qi refining 10th floor. Does that mean that this senior brother Jiang Fan is also much stronger than the general 10th floor Qi refining? It is worthy of the fan in the name, but it is not simple. He complained in his heart, and at the same time said to himself, I want to defeat brother Jiang Fan. Task: defeat Jiang Fan. Progress: 0 to 1. Reward: 1 drop of 100-year spiritual milk. Whether to accept: yes/no. When He saw the reward, his expression froze. Good guy, 100 years spiritual milk. There is even a spiritual milk reward? This is a treasure of practice that is more precious than medicine pill and spirit stones. Spiritual milk is extremely difficult to absorb, has no side effects, and can nourish the body, and even improve the affinity of spiritual Qi to a certain extent, which is equivalent to directly improve the cultivation talent. Although Ye's cultivation speed is quite fast, it is mainly because of his high level of cultivation technique, coupled with the fact that he keeps perfecting Qi condensation Dan every day. In fact, his own cultivation talent can only be regarded as an upper middle level. If he has 100 years spiritual milk, then his cultivation talent will definitely be greatly improved. By then, won't the cultivation speed be faster? Although the effect of 100-year spiritual milk is definitely much worse than that of 1,000-year, 10,000-year, it is still spiritual milk. Most importantly, this is a reward for sparring and can be repeated. It seems that I have to treat brother Jiang Fan a little better, and I will discuss with him more in the future. It doesn't need to be much. Just take it 30 to 50 times a day, 30 to 50 drops of 100-year spiritual milk a day. Won't his cultivation talent be able to improve quickly? He suddenly felt that brother Jiang Fan's ordinary face had become so handsome. Just when he was feeling happy, he felt the cold gaze from Ling again. He came back to his senses and said to himself silently, I want to defeat brother Ling. Task: defeat Ling. Progress: 0 to 1. Reward: Ultimate Qi Condensation Pill*20/ Perfect Qi Condensation Pill*2. Whether to accept: yes/no. TSK. He was disappointed. Senior brother Ling is so delicious. What's the matter, junior brother Lu? When Wang Wulian heard that Jiang Fan was in his ring, everyone else was dumbfounded. He only came back to his senses when he heard He smacking his lips and looked at He. Lu Yi smiled at Wang Wulian. It's okay. Brother Wang seems to be terminated by Brother Jiang Fan, too. Wang Wulian's expression froze. Junior Brother Lu, stop talking. I want to be quiet. Ha ha ha. During the exchange between the two, Dugu Fong said, now the competition begins. After Dugu Fong finished speaking, the deacons on the ring began to call their names. Number 1 is on the ring. The strength of the disciples who can enter the ranking competition is much stronger than yesterday's preliminaries. The lowest cultivation base is Qi refining 8th floor. This kind of disciples are lucky, and they have not encountered strong opponents. Those who are lower than the 8th level of Qi refining, no matter how lucky they are, it is impossible that there is not even a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refining, right? Therefore, no matter how lucky you are, you need a certain amount of strength as a support. The competition among the disciples in the arena was very exciting, and basically one of the techniques had reached the realm of Deshang. Lu-Yi also read it with gusto. Unlike yesterday, when he almost fell asleep watching it, it was torture. The competition took turns, and number 5 was soon called. Lu-Yi is number 5. He soared into the air and landed lightly on the ring. On the opposite side of Lu-Yi is a girl with a pretty face and black hair like a waterfall. Qi refining has 9 layers. When the girl saw Lu-Yi, the corners of her mouth raised slightly, with a shy smile. Hi. Junior Brother Lu, senior sister is called Gu Mingxi. Lu-Yi smiled slightly. Hello, senior sister Gu. Junior brother's sword technique talent is really powerful, and senior sister admires it very much. Gu Mingxi didn't start the fight directly, but spoke with a smile. Lu-Yi was a little confused. Didn't they come up here for a competition? How did it become a chat? The corner of Lu-Yi's mouth twitched. Senior sister, I'm overwhelmed. At the same time, he murmured silently in his heart. Defeat senior sister Gu Mingxi. Task. Defeat Gu Mingxi. Progress. 0 to 1. Reward. Ultimate Qi Condensation Pill*10 / Perfect Qi Condensation Pill*1. This senior sister has something to eat. But Louis didn't dislike it. No matter how small a mosquito's legs are, it's still meat. Gu Mingxi hadn't made a move yet. His pretty face was slightly red, and he said, Junior Brother Lu, if you're free, can you have a discussion with senior sister? Lu-Yi. This senior sister Gu seems to be a little bit wrong. Thank you for the 100 rewards from the big guys who don't want too much. End of this chapter. Not only Lu-Yi was dumbfounded, but even the disciples watching below were covered in black lines. Every male disciple gritted his teeth looking at Lu-Yi, full of envy and hatred. Damn it, are you handsome and talented? Why did someone even invite you to the grand competition? Even the referee deacon was a little confused. The corner of his mouth twitched, and then he coughed dryly. During the big competition, don't talk about irrelevant things. Gu Mingxi's pretty face flushed, and she nodded again and again. Oh, let's start the competition. Deacon felt a little tired. Gu Mingxi nodded again and again, looked at Lu-Yi and said, Junior brother, please advise. Don't dare, senior sister, please help me. Lu-Yi also felt tired, because sometimes it is really distressing to be handsome. But it wasn't his fault either. Gu Mingxi also practiced sword technique, holding a long sword, and rushed towards Lu-Yi like a butterfly. With a blank expression on his face, Lu made a comparison in his heart, and found that Gu Mingxi's strength was a little worse than that of Lu Ling and Wang Wulian, and he shouldn't be too strong in the 9th floor of Qi refining. As long as Lu-Yi is willing, he can end the game with one move, but Lu-Yi can't bear to think that this senior sister is so discerning. Moreover, he has to prepare for the next top 10 challenge. After the top 10 are selected, it is different from the previous preliminaries. If the following disciples are not convinced, they can choose to challenge the top 10 disciples. He still wants to come, several people challenge him, and he can get rewards for sparring. Still take it easy. With the long sword in Lu-Yi's hand, he went up to meet him. In the air, Lonely Fong and a group of elders looked down at the competition below, focusing mainly on Lu-Yi's ring. Dugu Fong smiled and said, Is this the first time I've seen Lu-Yi draw a sword? Qi Feiyu smiled and said, "Yes, sword Qi transforms into cloud. As rumored, Lu Yi's white cloud sword technique has already reached the true realm." An elder next to him touched his white beard slightly and saw that Lu Yi was suppressing Gu Mingxi in the ring and nodded. Guasian realm sword technique does have merit, and Qi Refining's 7th floor cultivation base can suppress Gu Mingxi. The strength of Gu Mingxi on the 9th floor of Qi Refining is really extraordinary. That's true. Lu Yi is only 16 years old. He can cultivate the white cloud sword technique to the Guasian realm. His understanding is quite extraordinary, and his future potential is quite strong. Maybe he can become a pillar of our white cloud sect. And this little guy's parents are both members of our white cloud sect. This is the best thing. Yeah, don't worry about being spies from other sects. Du Gufang looked at the battle below. His expression gradually became strange, and he said with a smile, "Little Lu Yi, keep your hands." All the elders were taken aback by these words. They watched the battle on the ring carefully, a little dazed. "Big elder, tell me, Lu Yi is still keeping his hand?" Qi Feiyu couldn't believe it. "Yeah, the 7th layer of Qi Refining can suppress the 9th layer of Qi Refining, which is already quite strong, so you should keep it." Why didn't the old man see that this kid kept his hand? Several elders were startled and a little puzzled. Du Gufang smiled inscrutably. Gu Mingxi may not be able to force the real strength of this little guy Lu. The footwork he practiced is the white cloud footwork, and he may have reached the realm of returning to the truth. What? Everyone was shocked and looked at Lu Yi in disbelief. "Great elder, is this true? Both techniques have been cultivated to the state of returning to the true state." This comprehension is much stronger than the old man imagined. Seeing the shock of so many elders, Du Gufang chuckled. "I also practiced white cloud footwork when I was a teenager, and I have a lot of research on white cloud footwork. Although this little guy is very clumsy, how can I hide it from my eyes?" When all the elders heard this, they no longer had doubts and looked at Lu Yi with even more surprised eyes, their eyes flickering. At the age of 16, both kinds of techniques have reached the state of returning to the truth. No, maybe his level of awareness of cultivation technique is not low. Such a genius is extremely rare in the entire White Cloud sect, enough to make them outer sect elders. Big cultivators of Gold Core realm pay more attention. An elder chuckled lightly and said, "Lu Yi is a young and romantic guy." Gu Mingxi expressed his affection for him before. Does this little guy know how to be sympathetic? These words made many elders laugh, who has never been young. Instead, they thought about it. Young people, it is normal to like beautiful women. They have lived for hundreds of years. Who doesn't have a few beautiful juniors? Maybe they can introduce to Lu Yi. The battle on the ring lasted for a while, and Lu Yi saw that Gu Mingxi's aura was starting to weaken, which was a sign that spiritual qi had consumed a lot. He saw that the time was almost up, so he began to exercise his footwork. On Gu Mingxi's long sword. Clang! Gu Mingxi's long sword was trembling, and Lu Yi took the opportunity to lay the long sword across Gu Mingxi's neck. Gu Mingxi gasped again and again. His chest heaved and heaved. Sweat appeared on his forehead, and he looked at Lu Yi shyly. Lu Yi was speechless. What's wrong with this guy's eyes? You won't make him responsible, will you? He hastily withdrew his long sword and said with a smile, "Senior Sister Gu, I have accepted it. Junior brother is really good. Senior sister lost." Gu Mingxi said. Seeing that Gu Mingxi seemed to want to say something, Deacon next to him had a premonition that something was wrong and quickly said, "Since the competition is over, let's go down." Lu Yi smiled at Gu Mingxi and jumped down quickly. Seeing Lu Yi and Wang Wulian standing together, Gu Mingxi was a bit thin-skinned. He didn't dare to approach, so he walked aside. After Gu Mingxi, the competition continued. A total of 320 disciples participated in the ranking competition, and each ring had 32 students. After the first round, 16 people advanced, and those who advanced began to compete in the second round until the last two competed for the first place in the ring. In the second round, Lu Yi met a Qi Refining 8th floor cultivator. This cultivator immediately surrendered, and Lu-He was also happy and relaxed. In the third round, Lu-He met a Qi refining ninth floor brother, whose strength was similar to that of Gumingshi. Of course, he was not a threat to Lu-He. Lu-He was the same as he was against Gumingshi. After being tried by him for a while, the battle ended and a perfect Qi condensation pill was obtained. In the fourth round, Lu-He's opponent was also a Qi refining ninth floor brother. Lu-He also won a perfect Qi condensation pill as before. The fifth round is the last round, the fight for the top 10. The last round begins. Lu-He and Mo-Ling come to the ring. Deacons in different voice sounded. Mo-Ling moved and appeared on the ring in an instant, looking at Lu-He in the audience with sharp eyes. Junior brother Lu-He, come up and fight. Let me see if you can make it into the top 10, as you said. Lu-He also jumped onto the ring and said with a cheerful smile, "Don't worry, brother, I will definitely be in the top 10. 2 perfect Qi condensation pills, plus the previous ones, it is still possible to get 5 perfect Qi condensation pills in this round of competition." When Mo-Ling heard Lu-He's words, anger appeared on his face, and he said with a smile, Okay, if that's the case, then let me see your strength." The disciples below, the elders and deacons in the sky were all happy to see this, and looked at the two curiously, wanting to see who was stronger between the two disciples. End of this chapter. Qi Feiyu looked at the ring and asked, "Big Elder, do you think Lu-He can win?" Dugu Fong smiled slightly. If Lu-He showed Guasian Realm's white cloud footwork, he should be able to win, but Mo-Ling is not weak, so I'm afraid it won't be too easy. Hearing this, all the elders also nodded slightly. Mo-Ling is practicing Spirit Snake Sword technique and Spirit Snake footwork, both of which have reached the level of transformation, and the cultivation base has reached the 9th level of Qi refining, which is indeed not weak. If Lu-He can defeat Mo-Ling, then it will definitely be stable to enter the top 10. Qi refining enters the inner sect on the 7th floor. Looking at the history of our White Cloud sect, there are not many, right? If you don't count the geniuses brought back from outside, there have been hundreds of years without such geniuses. The last one was Wu Yong, the head of the inner sect law enforcement hall, right? Now he has the strength of nascent soul. Everyone looked at Lu-He and felt even more satisfied. Not far away, Lu Gaoyong, Wang Siki, and a group of deacons were also watching Lu-He's ring. Both Lu Gaoyong and Wang Siki are a little nervous at the moment. If Lu-He wins, he will be in the top 10 of the outer sect and can enter the inner sect. This will have a huge impact on Lu-He's future. As parents, how can they not be nervous? Li Meng and the others beside him were curious and looking forward to it. "Brother Lu, this is the most crucial match. Do you think you can win?" Hearing this, Lu Gaoyong shook his head and said, "I don't know, of course I hope Ear can win. The strength of this little guy, Mo-Ling, is not weak. Lu-He's cultivation base is still a bit low. If Lu-He reaches the 8th level of Qi refining, he will definitely win. Yeah, even if he can't win this time, it's not a big deal." After a year, Lu-He's cultivation base reaches the 8th floor of Qi refining, and then he will definitely become the top 10 existence in the inner sect. It's just a year. While everyone was talking, the competition on the ring had already begun. Mo-Ling face was icy cold, and the spiritual Qi on the 9th floor of Qi refining broke out, coming up with all his strength. Spiritual snake footwork and spiritual snake sword technique both refer to the cleverness and strangeness of the spiritual snake. Mo-Ling footwork is strange, and his speed is also amazing. Almost instantly, he appeared beside Lu-He. The long sword spit out like a spiritual snake. The letter stabbed at Lu-He's chest. Spiritual Qi wrapped around the long sword, piercing through the air, making a piercing whistling sound. Lu-He's face remained unchanged. His footsteps moved slightly. His figure floated like a white cloud, and he retreated in the direction of the sword wind, looking extremely free and easy. Mo-Ling saw Lu-He retreating, bullying him. The long sword was attacking Lu-He repeatedly with a strange momentum. The sword wind from the long sword whizzed, and the disciples under the ring could feel the fierce force. Couldn't help it. Ling ran, kept in his heart. If it was them, they would definitely not be able to stop such continuous attacks. However, He was still able to handle such storm-like attacks with ease, evading the attacks time and time again with an erratic figure. While dodging the attack, He couldn't help sighing. Senior brother Ling is worthy of being a top 10 goalkeeper. His strength is much stronger than senior brother Wang Wulian and senior sister Gumingxi. However, this strength is quite strong for the General Qi refining 9th floor, but for He, it can only be regarded as this. After all, when He faced senior brother Wang Wulian and the others before, he used a lot of water. Even Guasian Realm's white cloud sword technique was not completely released. Now, He felt that he could put in a little more effort. Wisps of cloud air drifted out from the long sword in Yi's hand. This time the cloud air was much thicker and thicker than before, and it drifted more than 1 meter away. He stopped to dodge, and then swung his sword. The next moment, the light-looking Jian Yun slashed towards Lingxi at a very fast speed. Lingxi's pupils shrank, feeling a huge threat. What? Lingxi quickly gave up the offensive, and the snake's footwork was running, backing up again and again to avoid Jian Yun. Jian Yun slid across Lingxi's side and landed on the ring. The stone slabs on the ring were printed with smooth cloud patterns. The pupils of the deacon next to him shrank, and couldn't help being shocked. Is the power of this white cloud sword technique so fierce? The stone on the arena is green gang stone, and it has been specially treated to make it hard to break. Unexpectedly, Yi's sword directly carved patterns on the arena. This kid is a bit arrogant. The disciples below exclaimed even more. The power of this sword. I can't stop it. This sword. I'm afraid only the brothers and sisters on the 10th floor of Qi refining can block it. Brother Yi's white cloud sword technique has reached such a powerful level. When he competed with other senior brothers and sisters before, he didn't even use his full strength. Wang Wulian didn't have a competition, so he looked at Yi on the stage and was stunned. Is this the true power of Guasian's sword technique? Gumingxi, who had competed with Yi before, and the other 2 disciples of the 9th floor of Qi refining all stared wide-eyed at this moment, with expressions of disbelief. One of the senior brothers smiled wryly and shook his head. I thought the gap with junior brother Yi was not too big, but now it seems it's a world of difference. Another senior brother next to him also had a bitter face, and Gumingxi looked at Yi with even brighter eyes. Lingxi, who was face-to-face with Yi, could feel the pressure brought by Yi's long sword even more. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He stared at Yi with wide eyes. You were so clumsy before. Yi smiled a little embarrassedly. After all, it is not easy for the senior brothers and sisters to cultivate. If you attack them too hard, it will be bad if they break their Tao heart. If it weren't for the strength of senior brother Lingxi, the senior brother would also it will not use such power. He can't say that he pretends to be so that someone can come to him to discuss with him in the future. Can he? If it's all instant kills, who will come to him to discuss? No one asked him to discuss how did he complete the task and get the perfect Qi condensation Dan. Hearing this, Wang Wulian and the others were shocked. Their eyes widened, and they looked at Yi in disbelief. Wang Wulian was touched and said, Junior brother Yi, you think of me so much. Junior brother is really a good person. Gumingxi's eyes almost burst into tears. Junior brother is too gentle and considerate. Junior brother Yi, you have taken care of me. Even the other disciples looked at Yi with admiration. Brother Yi is righteous. Senior brother Yi is the role model for my generation. Disciples of the same school should take care of each other. Even Zhang Fan on the side nodded slightly, looked at Yi's expression with a hint of approval, and said with a smile, Junior Yi is really kind-hearted and worth making friends with. Lingxi was also a little silent when he heard Yi's words. Then he took a deep breath, looked at Yi, and said sternly, Brother Yi is righteous. If it was the past, I would definitely have a drink with my brother, but this time the competition is about the inner sect quota, so I can only say sorry. Lu-E smiled and said, Senior brother, there is no need to have psychological pressure. The road to immortality is vast, and you and I are fighting for the crossing. It's about the future. Just do your best, and don't leave any regrets. The long sword in Lu-Yi's hand was clanging, and the clouds were lingering with a gentle smile. End of this chapter. Ling took a deep breath and rushed towards Lu-E again. Lu-Yi's white cloud sword technique broke out, and he also went up to meet him, and the two fought together in the ring again. Ling's movement technique is weird. Lu-Yi's movement technique is ethereal, and his figure flashes above the ring. Every time he collides, sword chi vertically and horizontally, spiritual chi turns into translucent ring-shaped air waves and disperses. But overall, Lu-E easily suppressed Ling's. After all, he almost used the white cloud sword technique to the limit of Goasian realm. Time passed, and not long after, Lu-E took advantage of the flaw in Ling's sword technique, and the clouds and air flowed, and a sword knocked Ling's out of the ring. Ling's staggered to the ground, his expression dazed for a while. Then he gave a wry smile, drew his sword, and hugged Lu-E on the ring, cupped fist. Brother Lu-Yi's strength is astonishing. Brother feel ashamed. In fact, after Lu-E showed the powerful sword technique before, Ling's felt that he might be in trouble. Lu-E nodded with a smile. Senior brother Mo is very powerful, but the younger brother is only slightly better. Hearing this, Wang Wuyan and others always felt a little familiar and looked at Lu-E with a slightly weird expression. This guy said the same thing after he defeated them. Now, when they tell Lu-E this, they don't believe it at all. Deacon on the ring came back to his senses, took a deep look at Lu-E. His originally indifferent expression became more gentle. He was also deeply touched by Lu-Yi's words before. He nodded at Lu-E and said, Lu-E won and entered the top 10. In the sky, Dugu Fong looked at Lu-E with a smile on his face and said with satisfaction, This little guy is really good. He has talent, and he values friendship. Such a disciple is the blessing of our White Cloud sect. Chi Feiyu on the side also nodded and said, Yeah, compared to those talented but ruthless geniuses, this little guy Lu-E is more to my life. After all, no one wants to spend all their time cultivating a genius disciple. But when this disciple encounters a problem, he turns away from sect and even turns against sect. Loving and righteous disciples, at least they don't have to worry about being betrayed. Not to mention that this kind and righteous disciple talent is too strong. Lonely Fong sighed and said, If this little guy's talent wasn't so good, the old man would have wanted to accept him as a closed disciple. Hearing this, many elders were taken aback, looking at Dugu Fong in surprise. Big elder, you're joking. You're almost nascent soul realm. Can't you teach Lu-E? Yes, if the big elder is willing to accept disciples. That is Lu-Yi's blessing. All the elders spoke one after another. Dugu Fong shook his head. This little guy's strength is even stronger than I thought. Then the white cloud sword technique may have reached its limit, and it may even be impossible to advance. Such a talent. Enter the inner sect. This little guy, I'm afraid the guy is going to start a storm in the inner sect. This. Many elders stared wide-eyed. They didn't expect Lonely Fong to have such a high opinion of Lu-E. How high a level of comprehension and talent does it take to cultivate a technique to the point where there is no way to advance? For a moment, these elders were in a trance. Not far away, Lu Gaoyong and Wang Siki were relieved to see that Lu-E had actually defeated Ling's. Okay, as expected of my son, Lu Gaoyong said with a cheerful smile. Wang Siki next to her was also smiling. Li Meng and the others looked at Lu Gaoyong and Wang Siki enviously. Their hearts were sour, and they congratulated repeatedly. Congratulations, Brother Lu. Qi refining has entered the inner sect on the 7th floor. In our White Cloud sect, this is something that has not been encountered in 100 years. That's right. Lu-Yi's nephew is outstanding. Brother Lu, you have to treat me. What touched the old man the most was when my nephew Lu, He said, "This little guy is so affectionate and righteous." These words made many deacons nod. Brother Lu and sister-in-law are good at teaching. My White Cloud sect needs a genius like my nephew Lu. Lu Gaoyang smiled happily. That's not true. My wife and I teach by precept and example every day. Seeing that Lu Gaoyang was so happy that he couldn't find Bei Wang Siki couldn't help being speechless. This guy was gasping for breath, and after returning, he was going to clean him up. She smiled and said, "My ear has been sensible since she was a child, and she didn't make us worry too much." While everyone was chatting, He stepped off the ring. As soon as he got off the ring, Wang Wulian came over. He looked at He with a moved face and said, "Brother He, I've accepted your heart. Brother will not say anything about anything after that." A handsome young man came over. He was the Qi refining 9th floor senior brother who was defeated by He before, named Lynch Peak. Lynch Feng also nodded and said, "Junior brother He, if you are free, you can come to Bailu Peak as a guest at any time." Congratulations to junior brother Lu for entering the top 10 and entering the inner sect. Junior brother Lu entered the inner sect. I'm afraid the sky is high. Congratulations. Senior brothers and sisters came over to congratulate He. They were very friendly. He also responded with a smile. At this moment, Jiang Fan came over, and he said with a smile, "Junior brother Lu values love and righteousness. We can communicate more in the future when we have time." Hearing this, Yi's eyes lit up. Brother Jiang Fan's sparring task is a reward of 100 years spiritual milk. This is not much communication. Is that still human? He said cheerfully, "I'm afraid I'll have to bother brother Jiang Fan more from now on." While joking, the arena competitions ended one after another. Soon, the top 10 was born. With the end of the ranking competition, Dugu Fong landed on the central ring again and said calmly, "The ranking competition is over. The top 10 in the outer sect have been decided. Please invite the top 10 disciples in the outer sect to enter the central ring." Hearing this, He and Jiang Fan looked at each other, and after running the movement technique one after another, they flew into the air and came to the ring. In addition to the two, there were 8 other people on the ring. A boy in black with a strong figure and a breath like a beast, a boy in black with a simple and honest expression, a boy in white with brocade clothes and a handsome appearance, a boy in black with a pair of knives on his back and a stern face, a girl in white with a handsome appearance and a long sword on her back, a pretty girl in Xing Yi with bright eyes, and Jiang Fan. These 6 people are all on the 10th floor of Qi refining. As for the others, there are 2 Qi refining 9th floor senior brothers and 1 Qi refining 9th floor senior sister, plus He, who is Qi refining 7th floor. There are 10 people in total. He glanced over and saw that pretty girl. He was stunned. This girl is the senior sister who praised him for being handsome and good-looking on the platform of Baiyang Peak. She seems to be called Mu Wanner. Mu Wanner also saw He. Her eyes lit up, and she smiled at He, but with Dugu Fong around, she dared not speak. Everyone stood beside Dugu Fong. Dugu Fong glanced at them, then looked down the ring and smiled calmly. The top 10 disciples are here. According to the usual practice, if someone is not convinced, they can challenge them, and if they win, they will replace them. Hearing this, there was some commotion below, and several people were eager to try. These are all disciples of the 9th floor of Qi refining. The brothers and sisters on the 10th floor of Qi refining definitely dare not challenge. But the other 3 are on the 9th floor of Qi refining, and 1 is on the 7th floor of Qi refining. This is their last chance. He was also looking forward to it, and looked down the ring eagerly. "Choose me. Be sure to choose me." End of this chapter. In the center of the martial arts arena, the atmosphere was a bit quiet. Outer sect disciples who had the strength to hit the top 10, but thought they were unlucky, were sizing up the top 10 players on the ring. To be precise, I was looking at the 3 on the 9th floor of Qi refining and 1 He. The 3 outer sect disciples standing on the 9th floor of Qi refining stood on the ring with cold faces. Their eyes swept over the fellow disciples below who were about to move. Their aura exuded, and they planned to let those guys carefully weigh the consequences of choosing them. But Lu Yi didn't exude any aura and looked like a harmless little white rabbit. At this moment, Mo Lingxi stepped forward and said, "Yu Ming, I want to challenge you." Yu Ming is an ordinary-looking Qi refining ninth-level disciple with thick eyebrows. He frowned and looked at Mo Lingxi. Mo Lingxi, are you sure you want to challenge me? Do you think I'm the weakest one? Mo Lingxi grinned and said, "I can't help it. I think Tian Lu and Lin Yu are a little bit worse. Junior brother Lu Yi. Hey, I lost just now. I think junior brother Lu Yi is better than Tian Lu and Lin Yu. Lin Yu is better. Only you, I think I have a little chance of winning." Hearing this, many people's expressions changed slightly, and they looked in Lu Yi's direction. What? Mo Lingxi just lost to junior brother Lu Yi. Really? Junior brother Lu Yi is so strong. You guys don't know? Brother Lu Yi and Mo Lingxi are the ones vying for the top 10 places in the number 9 ring. Brother Lu Yi is extremely powerful. The white cloud sword technique really opened my eyes. I don't know. We are in the number 4 arena, which is just separated from the number 9 arena by the central arena. I didn't pay attention. Then you guys missed the show. I think Lu Yi is stronger than senior sister Tian Lu and Lin Yu. This. Everyone gasped, and the disciples who were eager to challenge looked at Lu Yi with apprehension and quickly looked away. That being the case, it seems that the only challenge is another person. Lu Yi felt the eyes of everyone, and everyone was numb. He looked at Mo Lingxi and the disciples who were talking below, feeling very desperate. What kind of hatred? He also thought that this wave might have some perfect Qi condensation Dan income. And the result. Why do you call me so powerful? I'm obviously very good at it. When Lu Yi saw the Qi refining 9th floor disciple who looked away, his heart sank. Hearing what Mo Lingxi and the disciples below said, Yu Ming's expression also changed. He glanced at Lu Yi, gritted his teeth, and coldly snorted at Mo Lingxi. Then try it. Yu Ming, are not easy to mess with. Seeing this, De Gufang smiled and said, "If that's the case, let's challenge." The top 10 challenge was held on the central ring. Lu Yi and others got off the ring. De Gufang floated in the air and acted as the referee himself, while Mo Lingxi and Yu Ming entered the ring. In the arena, Lu Yi's expression was numb, and he had nothing to love in life, and he was about to become a victim of grievances. I would have given Mo Lingxi a hard time before I knew it, but this D actually boasted about him like this. If no one came to challenge him, it was all Mo Lingxi's fault. Then Lu Yi thought, if he was really ruthless, the others might not dare to challenge him. Thinking of this, Lu Yi felt even more self-contained. Lin Wanner at the side looked at Lu Yi with a smile and said, "Junior brother Lu Yi, I didn't expect you to be so good." Lu Yi came back to his senses and saw several disciples from the 10th floor of Qi refining, sizing him up. He smiled shyly. Senior brother Mo Lingxi exaggerated. "I'm just so. Jiang Fan beside him chuckled. "Why should junior brother Lu be self-effacing? I can see your strength, and the white cloud sword technique is probably close to its limit, right?" When the others heard this, their faces changed, and they looked at Lu Yi with a surprised expression. Cultivate the basic skills to the limit? The cold and stern young man with 2 knives on his back looked at Lu Yi. His eyes flashed with fighting intent. "It's interesting. The top 10 ranking competition tomorrow. I look forward to fighting with you." Several other disciples on the 10th floor of Qi refining looked at Lu Yi with a little more serious expression. Seeing the expressions of several Qi refining 10th level disciples, Lu Yi felt a lot more relaxed. Although there were a few Qi refining 9th level brothers missing to compete, but tomorrow's top 10 ranking battle will definitely be against each other. When the time comes, there must be some rewards, right? Thinking of this, Lu Yi's mood improved again. He said with a smile, "Brother Jiang Fan has won the prize. In the ranking competition tomorrow, I hope that all senior brothers and sisters can play lightly." As they spoke, the battle in the ring had already begun. Lu Yi is aware of Mo Lingxi's strength. He is considered top on the ninth floor of Qi refining, but Yu Ming's strength is equally strong. Lu-Yi watched the battle and found that Yu Ming had also cultivated his spells to the level of transformation. The most rare thing was that the long knife in Yu Ming's hand was a low-grade magical item, which Ling lacked. The battle between the two was in full swing, and finally Yu Ming won the competition by virtue of the magical item. Ling was a little unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. After the battle between Yu Ming and Ling, someone challenged him again, because Ling's words made these challenges avoid Lu-Yi. Perhaps Yu Ming's strength was the weakest among the three Qi refining ninth-level disciples, and he challenged him the most. In the end, an outer sect disciple with 2 swords defeated Yu Ming and became the new top 10. Lu-Yi also knew the name of this disciple who held 2 swords. His name was Wanhua, and his strength was extraordinary. He was originally a genius at the forefront of the outer sect. Yu Ming is relatively weaker. To be able to enter the top 10, he has both strength and luck. It's a pity that he lost to Wanhua in the end and made a wedding dress for him. After Wanhua, no one continued to challenge, and the top 10 were fixed. At this time, the sky has also come to the evening. The day's competition is over, and tomorrow is the last day of the big competition, and it is also the most critical day. Pick the top 10 rankings. Although there was a bit of an accident in the final challenge, Lu-Yi still won 5 Perfect Qi Condensation Pills, which can be regarded as a small gain, and I'm still very happy. Lonely Fong announced the end of today's competition as usual, and everyone left one after another. Lu-Yi also did not go back with Lu Gaoyong and Wang Siki, but returned home by himself. Early the next morning, almost all the disciples in the outer sect, the deacon and the elder got up early and came to the martial arts arena. Lu-Yi was no exception. When he came to the martial arts arena, he found that there were more people floating in the sky than before. Lu-Yi understood that some of them were elders from the inner sect, so they also came to check on the situation. After all, the top 10 disciples can enter the inner sect without assessment. Now, they can be regarded as inner disciples. Some inner sect elders will come to see the strength of these disciples. If they're satisfied, they will even contact these disciples and accept them as disciples. Of course, the elders who will come to observe the outer sect assessment are just ordinary elders in the inner sect. The powerful elders and peak masters will not come here in their free time. No matter how talented the outer sect disciples are, there are not many who can really get ahead after going to the inner sect. After all, the inner disciples are basically promoted from the outer sect. Which one is not a genius in the outer sect? Some are even brought back from the outside by big figures to train them since they were young. And these people are even more extraordinary talents. The top 10 scores in the outer sect are just that for them. After entering the inner sect, they can still show extraordinary talent, which will attract the attention of these big shots. Into this chapter, Lu-Yi soon arrived at the central ring area, and everyone else had already arrived. Jiang Fan held the back of his head with both hands and still held a piece of dog's tail grass in his mouth that he didn't know where he pulled out. When he saw Lu-Yi, he smiled and said hello. "Junior brother Lu-Yi, are you here?" The others looked over and nodded slightly to say hello. Lin Warner smiled and waved to Lu-Yi. "Junior brother Lu-Yi, which peak do you plan to go to when you enter the inner sect?" When the others heard this, they looked at Lu-Yi curiously. Lu-Yi smiled and said, "I promise your sister Luning Shuang that I will go to Ling Laofeng's assessment when the time comes." Hearing this, the handsome Qi refining 10th floor senior brother in brocade clothes smiled and said, "With Lu-Yi's understanding, it is really possible to enter Ling Luofeng. His name is Bai Yulong, and his strength is also among the top 3 in the outer sect." The simple and honest Qi refining 10th floor senior brother scratched his head and said, "It's a pity that my talent is not good. Sealing Luofeng is probably going to be kicked out." This senior brother is called Time Man, and his strength is equally strong. He is practicing the technique of body refining. I have the Luofeng. The inner sect is also a gathering place for geniuses. How can ordinary people get there? I'm different. I plan to go to Qilu Peak. I heard that there are the most fire cultivators there. After my foundation establishment, I plan to practice fire magic. When it comes to the inner sect, I wonder if we can still make a difference. We're not sure, but junior brother Lu-E is probably fine. Everyone chatted about the future after entering the inner sect, and they all had some longing. Not long after, Dugufang fell from the sky and landed on the central ring. The 10 people stopped talking and became quiet. The atmosphere of the disciples watching the big competition became even more enthusiastic. Dugufang glanced over, and his voice sounded quiet. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet, and Dugufang's majesty was still quite deep. He looked at the top 10 disciplines and said, "The ranking battle for the top 10 will begin now. As in the past, 2-2 battles will determine the final ranking." While speaking, he took out 10 jade tokens, and the jade tokens floated before Lu-E and 10 people. Lu-E took the jade token and looked at it. 1. He froze for a moment. Didn't expect him to be the first. He looked around and found that other people were also looking at the jade cards in other people's hands, and they seemed to be very curious about other people's numbers. At this moment, Dugufang said, "Now the competition begins. Number 1 stays in the ring, and the others leave the ring." Hearing this, 8 people hit the ground and floated down the ring, leaving only Lu-E and Time Man staring at each other. Seeing Teeman, Lu-E grinned and said with a smile, "Brother Teeman, what a coincidence." He said to himself, "I want to defeat Brother Teeman. Task: defeat the Iron Man. Progress: 0-1. Reward: Ultimate Huang Ming Dan *40/ Perfect Huang Ming Dan *4. Whether to accept: yes/no. When Lu-E saw the task, he was taken aback. Wasn't Qi Condensation Dan, but Huang Ming Dan? Huang Ming Dan is a medicine pill for practicing body refining cultivation technique. It can speed up the practice of body refining cultivation technique. Even if you don't practice body refining cultivation technique, taking Huang Ming Dan can also improve your physical strength, but the effect is definitely not as good as practicing body refining cultivation technique. Lu-E didn't expect that the mission reward this time would be this thing. This is a good thing, even more precious than Qi condensation. You know, the physical strength of a cultivator generally follows the realm, unless it is practicing the body refining cultivation technique, which can increase the strength of the physical body. But the body refining cultivation technique is very difficult to cultivate, and the cultivation costs a lot of resources, and it still needs a lot of time to polish. Generally, not many people have the time, energy, and resources to practice. Lu-E hadn't practiced it before. After all, his previous talent didn't allow it. And after the awakening of Goldfinger, Lu-E also gave priority to improving the spiritual Qi cultivation base to ensure the improvement of own combat power in order to achieve good results in the competition. In fact, he had the idea of practicing the body refining cultivation technique after the big competition, but that was later. He didn't expect to reward the body refining medicine pill now. Not bad. He looked at Teeman with more kind eyes. Maybe he could discuss with senior brother Teeman more in the future. Seeing Lu-Yi's kind smile, Tai Man also smiled honestly. "It's a coincidence, junior brother Lu-Yi. It seems that we have to start first." The disciples below saw that the first match was already a competition between Qi Refining's 10th floor disciples and Lu-Yi, and they immediately became energetic and looked at the central ring expectantly. Lonely Fong glanced at the two of them and disappeared in place. Only a voice sounded, "Let's start." Hearing this, Tai Man grinned. His spiritual qi circulated, and his skin slowly turned gray iron. He clenched his fists, and when they touched each other, he made a dull sound. "Junior brother Lu-E, please advise." As soon as Lu saw this, he also drew out his long sword, and the long sword flowed upwards and smiled slightly. "Brother Teeman, please advise." Tai Man grinned, his thick legs exerting force. Boom! The ground where he was split like a spider web. His body suddenly disappeared on the spot, and instantly appeared above Lu-Yi's head, with a beast-like aura escaping, which was extremely frightening. He clenched his fist with his right hand and struck towards Lu-Yi's head. The edge of the fist was filled with translucent energy, which caused a strong wind to howl, making Lu Yi's black hair dance. Lu Yi felt that own skin was a little tingling under the force of the fist, and sighed his heart. Brother Timon's aura is really amazing. He runs spiritual qi. His body is like a white cloud. He seems to be very slow, but actually retreats very fast. Tai Man's punch was empty and landed on the ring, and the ring immediately dented a small hole under Tai Man's fist. With a step on Timon's legs, he disappeared in place again. At this moment, Lu Yi swung his long sword to the right. A strong cloud of sword flowed and cut out, and Tai Man's body happened to appear at that position. Feeling Jian Yun's terrifying aura, Tai Man shrank his pupils and let out a low growl. The next moment, there was a layer of spiritual qi flowing on the surface of his body, and the gray iron color on his skin became deeper. Tai Man clenched his fists and blasted straight at Jian Yun. Boom! The fist containing spiritual qi collided with the sword cloud, making a violent roar, and the air waves swept in all directions like a storm. The surrounding outer sect disciples felt the terrible pressure, and their eyes widened. What a powerful destructive power. This power. I'm not bragging. Just one click, and I'll lie down on the ground and let the two senior brothers personally burn incense for me. Then you really didn't boast. On the edge of the arena, Bai Yulong and the others saw the astonishing fluctuations in the arena, and their expressions also changed. The three people in Wanhua on the 9th floor of Qi Refining looked at each other with confused expressions. Is this really the 7th floor of Qi Refining? Are you kidding me? Anyway, I'm lying flat, and I've already entered the top 10. I don't want a higher ranking as long as I can enter the inner sect. It's junior brother Lu Yi, I'm convinced. Let's finish at 3 o'clock, okay? Don't fight them so hard. The three nodded at the same time. Lin Wanner at the side glanced at the three of them, said with a smirk, You think they beat hard? They just warmed up. Wanhua 3. End of this chapter. Dugu Fong in the sky and all the elders are also paying attention to the battle on the ring. A chubby old man looked at Lu Yi below and exclaimed, This little guy is really a genius. It's just a cultivation base on the 7th floor of Qi Refining, but he can explode such a powerful force. Dugu Elder, outer sect, is out this time. A terrific character. A middle-aged man next to him nodded slightly, looked at Lu Yi and said, If this strength can be maintained in the future, maybe there is hope for our Qingzhou Tianjiao list. The other elders were taken aback when they heard the words, and one elder said, Lin Elder, this evaluation is a bit exaggerated. Among those on the list of the most talented people, which one is not the best in cultivating talent? Although Lu Yi has an extraordinary understanding, it seems that cultivating talent is not the best. It's too strong. Qi refining 7 layers at the age of 16. The gap is not small. The other elders also nodded slightly, expressing their agreement. Hearing this, the middle-aged man smiled slightly. With a strong comprehension, it means that his speed of comprehending the cultivation technique is not bad. If this little guy has a powerful cultivation technique and some cultivation resources, the cultivation base will always be able to use it. He has been promoted. On the contrary, the perception of bottleneck can't be done without comprehension, so I'm more optimistic about this little guy. These words made the eyes of the other elders flicker, and they also agreed. Anyway, it's a good thing that my White Cloud sect has one more genius. In the arena, after the roar, Lu Yi and Tai Man retreated at the same time. Lu Yi shook his hand, feeling a little numb. It has to be said that Timon's strength is the strongest he has encountered after awakening Goldfinger. His current White Cloud sword technique has used all the power of Goasian realm, but it still cannot completely suppress Timon. Even Timon's physical strength was so strong that Lu Yi felt his hands go numb after the collision. But that's where it gets interesting. Lu Yi smiled, and then the spiritual qi circulated, and the spiritual qi output was a little more. The strength of the spiritual qi he used before was basically equivalent to the strength of the ordinary spiritual qi, with qi refining 7 layers, and his white cloud in training Qi art had reached level LV8. The spiritual Qi in the body is almost atomized, and it is estimated that it will condense into spiritual fluid. The quality of spiritual Qi is not comparable to that of ordinary Qi refining 10-layer cultivators. He feels that the quality of his current spiritual Qi is almost comparable to that of the cultivator who first joined the Foundation establishment. Even if the output of spiritual Qi is only strengthened a little, the power of He's white cloud sword technique will increase a lot. With the explosion of He's spiritual Qi, the aura strengthened a lot. He looked at Deepening and said with a smile, "Brother Deepening, the warm-up is almost over. Use more strength?" Feeling the surging spiritual Qi fluctuations on He's body, Deepening's pupils shrank slightly. Feeling a lot of pressure, he grinned with a serious expression. "Junior brother He, it seems that we are still a little underestimated. You are gone. The 7th floor of Qi refining has such strength, it really makes senior brother ashamed. But senior brother can't let water go." While speaking, Deepening's spiritual Qi skyrocketed, and he let out a low shout. The next moment, the roar of a tiger rang out above the fist wind. Qi refining realm technique, Tiger Fist. Tiger Fist, like tiger knife, is the basic technique of White Cloud sect, which is taken from the true meaning of tiger. The Ling gang that He met before was not very strong when he used the tiger knife, but Deepening was different. He was physically strong, and his blood was like a beast. Now he was using the tiger fist, and the tiger roared. His aura was extremely terrifying. The air waves around him almost turned into a gust of wind, spreading in all directions, and the mighty aura of the fierce tiger pressed down the chests of the weaker outer sect disciples in the surrounding cultivation base. These disciples were shocked and looked at the ring in horror. Feeling the powerful pressure, He smiled slightly. "Brother, I will do my best, and I will not let the water go, brother." Brother Deepening is a little stronger than he imagined. He needs to use LV6 white cloud footwork. While he was thinking in his heart, Tai-Man stepped on the ground with his feet, and the floor cracked. His body was like a tiger descending the mountain, and he rushed towards He with a tragic momentum. In a daze, He seemed to see a huge, fierce tiger rushing toward him. Sword ray flashed in his eyes, and then a cloud of swords that was more vast than before swept out, facing Deepening. Boom! Under the roar, tiny wounds appeared on Deepening's skin, which were cut open by sword Qi. However, the fresh blood made Tai-Man even more excited. With a roar, he charged away from Jinyan directly with his powerful body and rushed towards He. He smiled helplessly, tapped his toes, and his figure suddenly disappeared in place. Boom! Tai-Man's fist landed on the floor, and then he felt an extremely sharp sword intent coming from behind him. The hairs on his back stood up, and when he turned his head instinctively, he saw a cloud of swords coming into view. Deepening's pupils shrank, and before he had time to fight back, he could only roar. Spiritual Qi erupted, and he crossed his hands in front of his chest. Boom! Tai-Man's clothes were torn. Jin Yin tore sore marks on his body, blood flowed, and his body even flew upside down. However, Deepening's physical body is extremely strong, and this kind of injury is not serious for him. As soon as he landed, Deepening turned over. At this moment, a long sword fell on Deepening's neck, and Deepening's body froze immediately. He stood in front of Deepening and said with a smile, "Senior brother Deepening, I accept it." The air on and around the ring became very quiet. Then the disciples below were in an uproar. What happened just now? How could senior brother He's speed suddenly become so fast? Yeah, that speed is completely different from before. I couldn't even see senior brother He clearly. Is there a possibility that senior brother He's white cloud footwork has also reached the Guasian realm? These words stunned the people around, and then they looked at He with shock in their eyes. Is this impossible? Brother He has cultivated the 2 basic spells to Guasian realm? How strong is that comprehension? This joke is a bit too big, right? I would rather believe that junior brother He hides the cultivation base, but he is actually the 8th floor of Qi refining. Lin Wanner, Zhang Fan, and others below the ring were also looking at the ring at the moment. Bai Yulong, Lin Wanner, and several Qi refining 10th floor disciples all had serious expressions at the moment. Zhang Fan looked at Lu-E seriously, and he chuckled softly. Junior brother Lu, you are really amazing. White cloud sword technique, white cloud footwork, all of them are true. Is this guy still hiding? No, white cloud's footwork has also been cultivated to the limit, right? Hearing this, the others looked at Zhang Fan speechlessly. The stern young man with 2 knives on his back said, Zhang Fan, don't be crowed. Lin Wanner nodded. That's right. If you really guess it, it will be difficult. I don't want to lose to a younger brother who is younger than me and has a lower cultivation base than me. And this younger brother is so handsome. What a losing face. Bai Yulong took a deep breath and said slowly, have you ever thought about a question? Outer sect disciples all practice 1 cultivation technique and 2 basic techniques. Is it possible that this guy's cultivation technique has also reached returning to the original realm? Zhang Fan's smile froze, and Lin Wanner and the others also froze. Probably it's unlikely, right? On the contrary, the 9th-floor trio of Qi refining, who had already laid flat, watched the show happily. Anyway, they can't beat anyone, so what does it matter to them who they love? They're just passing melon eaters. End of this chapter. Tai Man's expression on the ring was stiff, with shock on his face. After looking at Lu-E for a moment, he grinned and said, Goasian Realm's white cloud footwork? Yeah. Lu-E nodded with a smile and withdrew his long sword. Tai Man scratched his head and cupped his hands to Lu-E. I'm convinced Lu-E is amazing. I lost. With that said, Deepening jumped off the ring and began to adjust his breath. The top 10 competition is not just a competition. If he loses this round, the ranking of the top 5 is useless, but the bottom 5 still have to compete for competition. We will not resume the competition now. If so, the state will be worse. Lu-E also jumped off the ring. Seeing Zhang Fan and others looking at him, Lu-E smiled shyly. Senior brothers and sisters, what's wrong? Bai Yulong coughed dryly, shook the folding fan in his hand, and asked, Junior brother Lu-E, tell us the truth, your white cloud in training Qi art. Is it also cultivated to the true realm? Lu-E was taken aback for a moment, and then he said in surprise, Brother Bai Yulong is really smart. I can guess this. Bai Yulong and the others were silent. Even Deepening, who had already started to adjust his breath, was still breathing, fluctuating at the moment. Obviously, he heard this too. In the silence, De Gufang had already come to the ring and said, Number 2 is on stage. Only then did everyone come to their senses. Lin Wanner and a Qi refining 9th floor brother jumped onto the ring at the same time. The senior brother on the 9th floor of Qi refining behaved very peacefully. He knew that he was not Lin Wanner's opponent, and he had no intention of fighting. Next is the 3rd competition between Zhang Fan and the white-clothed senior sister on the 10th floor of Qi refining. The white-clothed senior sister's sword technique and movement technique are both very good and have reached the realm of perfection, but Zhang Fan's strength is obviously even better. Zhang Fan is practicing saber technique, named Ruijin saber technique. Saber technique is extremely sharp and sharp. It is completely different from his ordinary appearance. Backed away and was finally cut out of the ring with a single knife. Lu-E watched Zhang Fan cast the saber technique. His eyes flickered, and he found that Zhang Fan seemed to have some leeway, probably not at full strength. Brother Zhang Fan's sharp gold saber technique may have reached the true realm. Lu-E sighed a little, as expected of a senior brother who could make him feel a little bit of threat. His strength is indeed strong. The 4th comparison test was between Bai Yulong and another Qi refining 9th level brother. The weapon Bai Yulong used was a rare folding fan, which surprised Lu-E a little. If it is above the Foundation establishment realm, there are more magic treasures used, and all kinds of weapons are strange, but Qi refining realm uses more weapons such as swords and guns. However, Bai Yulong's folding fan is a low-grade magical item, which is extremely powerful. The attacks performed by using the folding fan have a sharp knife intent, which is very powerful. Lu-E looked at Bai Yulong, who was dressed in white like snow, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He found that this senior was quite narcissistic. Obviously, using a knife to perform the saber technique is better, but this guy uses a folding fan. Obviously, he thinks the folding fan is more handsome, right? Lu-E looked at the handsome Bai Yulong and was also thinking in his heart whether he should also do some more handsome spells and magical items. After all, whether you are strong or not is a matter of a moment, and whether you are handsome or not is a matter of a lifetime. Bai Yulong's strength is naturally extremely strong, and the senior brother on the 9th floor of Qi Refining was slapped out of the ring by Yulong's fan without struggling a few times. The rest is Li Yun, the cold and severe senior brother who uses 2 knives, and his opponent is the senior sister of the 9th floor of Qi Refining. Li Yun is not the kind of person who will pity the fragrance and cherish the jade. His saber technique is also extremely fierce. Facing the senior sister on the 9th floor of Qi Refining without mercy, he just knocked the senior sister away with just 2 swords, causing the senior sister's eyes to turn red, a little want to cry. Lu-E glanced at the expressionless Li Yun, feeling that this guy might be doomed. After deciding the top 5, they have an hour of interest rate adjustment time. After that, the second round of competition will start. 5 people will compete in pairs, and 1 person will have a bye. This is decided by drawing lots. Du Gufang and Lu-E stood on the ring. 5 jade plaques were floating in front of Lu-E and 5. Du Gufang smiled and said, "Choose one." 5 people. You look at me, I look at you. And then Bai Yulong smiled slightly. Junior brother Lu-E, you are the youngest, you'll go first. Lu-E smiled and had no objection. No problem. He glanced at the 5 jade plaques and prayed secretly. Don't give me a bye. Don't give me a bye. He plans to compete again and get rewards. Lu-E directly chose the jade card on the far right. After the jade card fell into his hand, he turned it over. 1. He suddenly showed a smile. It's not a bye. Wonderful. The 4 people at the side glanced at the jade token in Lu-Yi's hand and also chose the own jade token. After taking it, Jiang Fan was taken aback and said cheerfully, "It seems that my luck is good." He flipped over the jade tablet, and it was blank with no numbers on it. Bye. The corner of Bai Yulong's mouth twitched slightly, and he silently took out the own jade token. 1. He looked at Lu-E, smiled, and said, "Junior brother Lu-E, I didn't expect that we would meet." Seeing Bai Yulong's jade plaque, Lin Wanner and Li Yun's expressions softened slightly. Lin Wanner said with a smile, "Fortunately, I didn't meet Lu-E and Bai Yulong. These 2 guys are very troublesome." Li Yun glanced at Lin Wanner and said calmly, "What? Do you think I'm weaker than them?" Lin Wanner glanced at Li Yun and smiled, making Li Yun's aura even more indifferent. At this time, Du Gufang said calmly, "The others go down, Lu-E and Bai Yulong stay." Lin Wanner smiled at Lu-E. "Junior brother Lu-E, come on. Beat this be asterisk 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 D." Lu-E glanced at Bai Yulong with a stiff expression and felt happy. It seems that senior sister Lin Wanner still has a little understanding of senior brother Bai Yulong's coquettishness. Jiang Fan next to him patted Lu-E on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Come on." Li Yun didn't speak. He was shut up by Lin Wanner's contempt just now and left the ring silently. After the 3 got off the ring, only Lu-E and Bai Yulong were left on the ring. Seeing this, the disciples below were all in an uproar. It's going to be a duel between senior brother Lu-E and senior brother Bai Yulong so soon. Brother Lu-Yi's white cloud sword technique and white cloud footwork are so powerful, and senior brother Bai Yulong is the top 3 disciples in the outer sect. Their duel must be very exciting. Yeah, both of them are outer sect geniuses. Who is stronger? Many disciples who watched were full of anticipation. Not only them, but the elders and deacons in the sky are also looking forward to it. Lu Gaoyang and Wang Siki are no longer worried because Lu-E entered the top 10. Anyway, they will definitely enter the inner sect. We can only say that winning one is profitable. No pressure. I also look forward to how strong Lu-E can show. On the ring, He looked at Bai Yulong and said to himself, I want to defeat senior brother Bai Yulong. The next moment, words appeared before Lu Yi's eyes. He glanced at the text, was taken aback for a moment, and then he was very pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect it to be such a reward. End of this chapter. Task: defeat Bai Yulong. Progress: 0 to 1. Reward: a wisp of sword intent. Whether to accept: yes/no. Sword intent. He didn't expect that the reward would be this. The last time he encountered the task of rewarding artistic conception was the task of making senior sister Lu Ningxuang fall in love with him. Although this is just a wisp of sword intent, artistic conception is artistic conception. This is a powerful means that only empty void bosses can have. Even a wisp of it is extremely powerful, enough to increase Lu Yi's combat power by a large margin. Lu Yi's eyes were shining. He looked at Bai Yulong with a warm smile on his face. Brother Bai Yulong, please give me your advice. Bai Yulong was taken aback by Lu Yi's enthusiasm and quickly smiled. Junior brother Lu Yi, please give me some advice. Du Gufang's voice sounded. Start. Hearing this, Bai Yulong stretched out his folding fan. The spiritual qi circulated, and there was a breeze circulating around his body, and his figure disappeared. Lu Yi smiled slightly, also performed the white cloud footwork, and disappeared in place. At the next moment, in the central area of the arena, the bodies of the two appeared at the same time. Lu Yi's long sword and Bai Yulong's folding fan had strong spiritual qi surging and collided together. Boom! The sharp sword qi and Dao qi turned into aftermath waves that raged, drawing traces on the ring. Then the bodies of the two disappeared at the same time and reappeared in the next instant, and the sound of collision sounded again. Bai Yulong's footwork is much stronger and faster than Tai Man's. When facing Tai Man, Lu Yi can take advantage of his speed to find Tai Man's weakness and defeat him quickly. For Bai Yulong, Lu Yi couldn't do this. In terms of attacking techniques, Bai Yulong's saber technique is very powerful. Although it is far behind Lu Yi's white cloud sword technique, his cultivation base is high enough, and he may have stayed on the 10th floor of qi refining for a while. Spiritual qi is deep, and its power is also not weak. As a result, the battle between the two was stalemate for a while, and Lu Yi showed a slight advantage. But unfortunately, this advantage was not too great, and could not even be transformed into a victory. On the arena, the battle between the two fluctuated extremely violently, and the aftermath of translucent waves turned into strong winds and spread to the surroundings. All the outer sect disciples nearby were shocked. It's too strong, whether it's Lu Yi's senior brother or Bai Yulong's senior brother. They are too strong. Yeah, I'm afraid I can't resist their random blow. Brother Bai Yulong doesn't matter. After all, he's on the 10th floor of qi refining, and he's only one step away from the Foundation Establishment realm. But senior brother Lu Yi is only on the 7th floor of qi refining, so he is so powerful. It's so terrifying. Boom! There was another collision. Lu Yi and Bai Yulong retreated at the same time and landed on two corners of the ring. Bai Yulong exhaled slightly to calm down the shaking spiritual qi in his body. He took a deep breath, looked at Lu Yi, and said, Junior brother Lu Yi, be careful. Spiritual qi circulated around him and poured into the folding fan in his hand. With a clang sound, the incomparably sharp qi energy escaped from the folding fan, and his breath also rose a bit accordingly. Bai Yulong fully activated the power of the magical item in his hand. Seeing this, Lu Yi smiled slightly, and also poured spiritual qi into the long sword in his hand. On the long sword, there was a sharp sword intent flowing. The long sword in his hand is also a magical item. When Lao Lu bought it for him before, it cost a lot of spirit stones. After the two activated the magical item, they disappeared in place again and fought together. Boom! Two sharp, translucent energy streaked across the arena, drawing two deep cracks on the arena. The cracks stretched for more than 10 meters before stopping. With the activation of the magical item, the power of their spells also increased a lot. After one blow, the two attacked again and again, colliding with each other or dodging, Each attack carried terrifying power, making the arena even more chaotic. After fighting again for hundreds of rounds, Bai Yulong's breath gradually weakened, and under a single strike, he was actually repulsed by Lu Yi. On the ring, Bai Yulong tiptoed to the ground, stepped back to the edge of the ring, looked at Lu Yi in the distance, gasped slightly, his expression distorted. Junior brother Lu Yi, your spiritual qi has not been exhausted yet. Lu Yi felt about 2/3 of the spiritual qi left in his lower body, glanced at Bai Yulong's spiritual qi that had become thinner, coughed dryly, and said, "It's almost here. Spiritual qi is almost bottoming out." Hearing the words, Bai Yulong took a deep breath. A sharp look appeared in his eyes, and he went to Lu Yi again. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of battle sounded again. This confrontation lasted only dozens of rounds. Bai Yulong was knocked out. He backed up repeatedly after landing. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. His face was slightly pale. Looking at Lu Yi, who was still alive and well, he yelled, said, "Brother Lu Yi, you're lying. You don't look like your spiritual qi is about to bottom out." Seeing Bai Yulong's resentful expression, Lu coughed dryly and said against his will, "It's really fast. There is less than a quarter left." Bai Yulong. He looked at Lu Yi in disbelief. "There is still a quarter of spiritual qi. You call this almost bottoming out?" Jiang Fan and others under the ring also had strange expressions. Lin Wanner shouted, "Junior brother Lu Yi is a monster, right? Bai Yulong is on the 10th floor of qi refining, and his spiritual qi is actually not as good as him on the 7th floor of qi refining." Jiang Fan looked solemn and said, "Didn't you hear what this guy said? His white cloud qi refining art has already reached Guasian realm, and the concentration of spiritual qi is probably far higher than the 7 layers of ordinary qi refining." Even Li Yun, who had a cold expression, was speechless and said, "How can this exceed 7 levels of qi refining? Bai Yulong's spiritual qi consumption has bottomed out, and this guy still has a quarter of spiritual qi, which is far more than qi refining 10th floor. Okay." In the sky, Lonely Fong and all the elders were also very surprised at the moment. An inner sect elders looked at Lu Yi and exclaimed, "This little guy is really amazing. Qi refining realm practiced 1 cultivation technique and 2 techniques, and this little guy has all reached Guasian realm. Yeah, such comprehension is simply rare. Even if it is a core discipline, there are not many who can match it, right? I think this kid is practicing sword technique, which is very suitable for inheriting my legacy and becoming a sword repairman. I plan to take him as an apprentice." A gray-haired old man stroked his beard and smiled. Suddenly, the atmosphere among the elders stagnated, and each elder looked at the old man at the same time, and then exploded. "Old man, what are you talking about? You deserve it too." "Exactly. This kid is such a strong movement technique talent. He should follow me to learn escapism. F***K off. All the things that are not wanting face. I got a very good fragment of the divine transformation cultivation technique from the ruins. I have been struggling to comprehend it. I plan to pass it on to this little guy. He should be my disciple." The old man feels that Lu Yi and the old man are destined. The elders from the inner sect stared wide-eyed and blushed. End of this chapter. At this moment, Dugu Fong snorted coldly and said, "Enough is enough." The aura of his gold core peak dissipated, and many inner sect elders immediately looked over. They're also gold core realm. Dugu Fong sneered and swept across the crowd. "You people who don't want faces, even nascent soul, are you ashamed to accept Lu Yi as a disciple? Aren't you afraid of misleading your disciples?" When the elders heard this, they were immediately unhappy. "No, old man Dugu, what you said is wrong. What's wrong with gold core? Gold core is not human. Can't compare to old monster nascent soul. I think the level of teaching disciples is still acceptable." Say this in front of those nascent soul elders in Yushui Peak. Dugu Fong Yu said. The talking elder fell silent. "Well, gold core is really no match for nascent soul." Dugu Fong said, "Lu Yi realized 1 cultivation technique and 2 cultivation techniques. That's because outer sect disciples can only practice these few cultivation techniques. How do you know where his limit is? Such a talent, you don't even think about it. It's better to find other disciples. The faces of all the elders changed for a while when they heard this, and then they all sighed. Forget it. When the big competition is over and this kid's strength is spread, I'm afraid those nascent soul old monsters will also be alarmed. I think this Bai Yulong is also quite good. With a solid foundation, he could be considered as a disciple. One by one, the elders decided to give up and turn their attention to other people. Those who can enter the top 10 also have certain talents. For them, there are also good choices for disciples. When they were communicating, the battle on the ring was basically decided. When Bai Yulong heard that Lu Yi still had nearly a quarter of spiritual qi, he became numb. Lu Yi's attack again made spiritual qi, the white jade dragon that qi had consumed, almost couldn't resist it at all. In just a few rounds, Bai Yulong was knocked out of the ring by a sword. After Bai Yulong landed on the ground, he retreated a few steps before standing still. He looked at Lu Yi on the ring with a resentful expression on his face, then smiled wryly and cupped his cupped hands to Lu Yi. Junior brother Lu Yi is so powerful. I'm ashamed of myself. Lu Yi also smiled, cupped hands, and said, Brother, I have accepted. Du Gufang landed on the ring, nodded slightly to Lu Yi, smiled softly, and said, Not bad. Go down and recover. Lu Yi nodded and got off the ring. When he came to Jiang Fan and the others, Lu Yi smiled shyly when he saw the weird expressions on their faces. Senior brothers and sisters, why are you looking at me like that? Are you a monster? Lin Wanner asked. Lu Yi's head was full of black lines. Sister Lin, I'm just an ordinary human cultivator. This is definitely slander, right? When everyone heard Lu Yi's words, they didn't know how to complain for a while. Does this guy have some huge misunderstanding of the ordinary? At this time, Du Gufang's voice sounded. Lin Wanner and Li Yun are on the stage. Lin Wanner and Li Yun looked at each other when they heard the words, soared into the air, and came to the ring. And Jiang Fan smiled at Lu Yi and said, Brother Lu Yi, recover well. There will be a competition later. Lu Yi nodded, sat in the lotus position, pretended to close his eyes, and pretended to be recovering. In fact, Lu Yi didn't consume much. At the end of the day, his spiritual qi still had about 2/3. Even his recovery speed was very fast. In just a short while, he had already recovered a lot. But if you don't pretend, you will really be treated as a monster. Lu Yi feels that he is still a normal person. Lu Yi closed his eyes, just looking at the task he had completed. The task of defeating Bai Yulong has been completed and can be claimed at any time. Lu Yi thought for a while. The sword intent is not a real thing, but a perception, and it is no problem to receive it now. He can't wait to see how powerful the sword intent is. Lu Yi chose to receive the reward with his mind, and suddenly, a sword ray flashed across his mind. This sword ray was extremely fierce and also extremely pure, as if it wanted to split the darkness in Lu Yi's mind. Then a lot of mysterious information appeared in Lu Yi's mind, all of which were information about sword intent. Lu Yi was like a sponge, absorbing the information, and his understanding of kendo improved at a frightening speed. After a while, Lu Yi completely absorbed and fused this ray of sword intent, slowly opened his eyes, and a ray of sword ray flashed away in his eyes. He exhaled slightly, his heart full of surprises. As expected of the sword intent, if the sword intent is added, the power of his true realm's white cloud sword technique is estimated to be greatly improved. If it is used on the white cloud sword technique above LV7, the power will be even more exaggerated. Lu Yi was a little excited, glanced at Bai Yulong beside him, and said to himself silently, I want to defeat senior brother Bai Yulong. Task: defeat Bai Yulong. Progress: 0 to 1. Reward: a wisp of sword intent. Whether to accept: yes/no. Lu Yi was even happier. Wonderful. From now on, it seems that I am much closer to senior brother Bai Yulong. Bai Yulong at the side felt Lu Yi's gaze, looked over, saw Lu Yi's kind expression. Bai Yulong didn't know why, but always felt a little cold in his heart. He asked suspiciously, Junior brother Lu, what's wrong? Lu Yi silently accepted the task in his heart and said with a smile, It's all right. I just think senior brother Bai Yulong has an extraordinary bearing and is very handsome. Bai Yulong's eyes lit up, the corners of his mouth raised. He snapped open the folding fan and said with a smile, Brother Lu-E is too honest. I just like such an honest person. Lu-E said with a serious face, Brother, my greatest strength is sincerity. After entering the inner sect, we brothers and sisters can continue to learn from each other when we have time. It's easy to talk about, Bai Yulong said with a smile. Jiang Fan on the side looked at Lu-E, a little confused. Junior brother Lu, why do I feel that you seem to be a little different? Is it my illusion? Lu-E was taken aback for a moment, and was taken aback. Didn't he expect brother Jiang Fan to have such a strong intuition? As soon as he realized the sword intent, brother Jiang Fan noticed it a little bit. Lu-E smiled and said, When I was fighting with senior brother Bai Yulong just now, I felt a little bit better, so I should have made some progress. Bai Yulong. He looked at Lu-E blankly, his mind full of question marks. No, obviously the two of them didn't fight together. Why did he have no sense? Bai Yulong couldn't understand it, and Jiang Fan beside him was also a little speechless. Junior brother Lu-E, your understanding is really enviable. Lu-E laughed cheerfully. Senior brother is too flattering. At this moment, there was a roar from the ring. Lu-E and the others looked over and saw Li Yun flying out of the ring and staggering to the ground. Lin Wanner's pretty face on the ring was pale. There were 2 knife marks on her arm. There was blood overflowing, and her breath was weak, but there was a smile on her face. Du Gufang's voice sounded, Lin Wanner won. Li Yun's expression was a little depressed. He snorted coldly, came to the side, sat down without saying a word, and began to shut himself up. And Lin Wanner jumped off the ring with a smile. Hey, Li Yun, how's it going? Is this Miss Better? Li Yun glanced at the proud Lin Wanner and became even more self-contained, exuding an aura of great injustice. Du Gufang on the ring said calmly, Then adjust the breath for an hour and start the confrontation of the top 3. End of this chapter. Hearing this, Lin Wanner stopped hitting Li Yun, came to the side and sat down, and began to adjust her breath. Her injury is not serious, and she needs to recover to a better state. Others are also adjusting their breath. After deciding the top 5, they also have to decide the ranking of the bottom 5. Time passed, and soon after an hour passed, Du Gufang appeared on the ring again, and said calmly, The top 3 will go to the ring. Lu-E, Jiang Fan, and Lin Wanner got up and floated onto the ring. Du Gufang took out 3 jade cards, floated in the air, and said calmly, One of the 3 has a bye, and the 2 of them will compete to decide the second place, and then compete with the one with the bye for the first place. The 3 of Lu-E looked at each other, and Lin Wanner smiled and said, Junior brother Lu-E, should you go first? Lu-E smiled. Of course I don't care. He reached out and took a jade tablet and opened it. 1. Lu-E raised his eyebrows, a little happy in his heart, and there was another competition, which meant that there was another reward. Not bad. Seeing Lu-E take the jade token, Jiang Fan and Lin Wanner also stretched out their hands. Taking the jade card and taking a look, Lin Wanner's face collapsed, and Jiang Fan next to her chuckled and opened the own jade card. I'm by. Lu-E glanced at Jiang Fan strangely. Could this guy be the son of fortune? Luckily, I got by both times. Sure enough, those with the character Fan in their names are unusual. Du Gufang said with a smile, Since that's the case, let Jiang Fan step off the ring, and Lu-E and Lin Wanner get ready. Jiang Fan nodded and got off the ring. Du Gufang also soared into the air, leaving Lu-E and Lin Wanner on the ring. Lin Wanner looked at Lu-E and said with a smile, Junior brother Lu-E, can you let senior sister later? Lu-E smiled and said, Senior sister is amazing. I'm afraid I may not be your opponent. Lin Wanner stared wide-eyed and looked at Lu-E speechlessly. Won't your conscience hurt when you talk nonsense with your eyes open like this? Lu-E felt that Owen was quite healthy, and his conscience didn't hurt, so he said solemnly, Senior sister misunderstood me. I never tell nonsense. While speaking, Lu-E silently said to himself, I want to defeat senior sister Lin Wanner. Task. Defeat Lin Wanner. Progress 0 to 1. Reward. Foundation Establishment Realm Spell Forgetting Dust. Whether to accept. Yes/no. Lu-E froze for a moment, feeling a little startled. Spell? I didn't expect it to be such a reward. Lu-E originally thought that the rewards for the sparring type of missions were all kinds of cultivation resources and the like, but didn't expect that there were even spells. I just don't know what type of technique this Wanshan technique is. Because he didn't complete the task, Lu-E couldn't understand the content of this spell in detail. In addition, Lu-E has a doubt in his heart, saying that if this mission is completed and he continues to defeat Lin Wanner, what reward will he give? Won't there be another Forgetting the Dust technique? Or another technique? If it's really other spells, then that's great. He can find a lot of spells with senior sister Lin Wanner for a few more brushes. Lu-E is looking forward to it. After this task is completed, let's try a little bit. At this moment, Dugu Fong's voice sounded. Let's start. Lu-E and Lin Wanner looked at each other, and the spiritual qi circulated around their bodies. They drew out their long swords and disappeared in place at the same time. Lin Wanner's strength is extraordinary, but she is not as good as Bai Yulong, and naturally she is no match for Lu-E. As before, Lu-E put in some water and used a little less force during the battle. After fighting for hundreds of rounds, Lin Wanner's spiritual qi was almost exhausted. Her forehead was covered with sweat, and she was gasping for breath. She retreated to the edge of the ring, glared at Lu-E, who seemed to be okay, and said helplessly, I won't fight anymore. Admit defeat. Lu-E smiled and said, Senior sister, please accept. Regardless of whether it was the elders or the disciples, there was no surprise for Lin Wanner to admit defeat. After all, Lu-E's previous strength was not comparable to that of Lin Wanner. After Lin Wanner conceded, Dugu Fong appeared on the ring again and said, Lu-E wins. He turned his head to look at Lu-E and smiled slightly. Take a break, and then start the competition for the first place. Lu-E nodded. Yes, big elder. After getting off the ring, no one bothered Lu-E. After all, it was the final competition for the first place. It was very important, and Lu-E also needed to prepare well. Jiang Fan on the side was sitting in the corner of the ring, with his hands behind his head, looking at Lu-E, who was pretending to recover from lotus position. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. Bai Yulong flapped his folding fan, glanced at Jiang Fan, and smiled slightly. Jiang Fan, you probably still haven't shown your cards yet? Jiang Fan was taken aback, glanced at Bai Yulong, and said with a chuckle, Why do you say that? Junior brother Lu-E has shown such great strength, and you have no intention of retreating, which means that you think even junior brother Lu-E is not invincible. Bai Yulong narrowed his eyes and said with a light smile, Bai Yulong, you're very smart. Jiang Fan smiled. Seeing Jiang Fan's admission, Bai Yulong was even more curious. We have been in the same school for several years. What cards do you have? It makes you think you can defeat that monster. As Bai Yulong said, he took a look at Lu-E. He thought own talent was pretty good, but Lu-E, who was on the 7th floor of Qi refining, was able to defeat him, which made him a little frustrated. Junior brother Lu-E is simply not human. Jiang Fan narrowed his eyes, smiled slightly, and did not answer. Seeing that Jiang Fan didn't intend to answer, Bai Yulong curled his lips and didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, at the end, Jiang Fan will definitely show it. Based on Bai Yulong's understanding of Jiang Fan, the strength of the two of them was originally between equals. Jiang Fan may be slightly stronger than him, but very few are stronger. This kind of strength is no match for Lu-E. In the end, Jiang Fan will definitely show his hidden cards. The final battle is about to begin, and everyone on the stage is waiting quietly, full of anticipation. Time passed, and not long after, Lu-E slowly opened his eyes. Seeing this, Dugu Fong, who had been standing on the ring, asked, Lu-E, have you recovered? Lu-E smiled. Okay, very well, since that's the case. Lu-E, Jiang Fan, let's go to the ring. After Dugu Fong finished speaking, Lu-E and Jiang Fan looked at each other and smiled. They both flew into the air at the same time, and came to both sides of the ring. Dugu Fong said slowly, "The competition for the first place in the big competition starts now." After speaking, Dugu Fong soared into the air, leaving Lu Yi and Jiang Fan behind. The two looked at each other. Jiang Fan pulled out the long knife in his hand and said with a light smile, "Junior brother Lu Yi, I didn't expect that the final opponent would be you." Lu Yi also smiled. "My luck is pretty good." Jiang Fan was non-committal. "It's just luck that can't make it here." "Well, without further ado, let's start now." Lu Yi cupped hand smiled and said, "Brother Jiang Fan, please." Jiang Fan's complexion turned pale. His eyes flashed fiercely. The saber air flowed all over his body, and the sharp gold saber technique was in motion. With a clang sound, a blade more than 10 meters long cut out and struck Lu Yi face to face. "Thank you for the 281-point reward from the poor scholar." End of this chapter. Swish! Lu Yi's body suddenly disappeared in place. The light of a knife cut across the ground, cutting deep marks. Jiang Fan didn't even look at the marks, and at the same time he moved his feet and disappeared in place. Boom! The next moment, in the corner of the arena, the bodies of Lu Yi and Jiang Fan appeared at the same time. The roar sounded, and the spiritual qi flowed around the two of them, almost forming a light mask, with a halo flowing, and a powerful aftermath escaped from the place where the two collided. Scattered, turning into translucent air, waves radiating out. The collision lasted for a moment, and the bodies of the two disappeared in place again. At the next moment, the bodies of the two kept flickering, and the entire arena was covered with sword lights and sword clouds more than 10 meters long, and the roar of collisions from time to time was even more deafening. After just a moment of fighting, the arena, which was already full of scars, was in a mess. The fierce battle caused the disciples watching around to exclaim again and again. The combat strength shown by the two is also considered to be the top in the 10th floor of Qi refining, and few people can match it. The battle lasted for a moment, and the bodies of the two appeared on both sides of the ring, holding swords and looking at each other. Lu Yi sighed in his heart, and had to say that senior brother Jiang Fan is stronger than senior brother Bai Yulong. His white cloud sword technique and white cloud footwork have already reached the limit of Guasian realm, and even white cloud entrains qi. I have also imported a lot of spiritual qi, and the quality has been improved again and again, but in the end I still can't suppress this senior. At this moment, Jiang Fan took a deep breath and said slowly, "Junior brother Lu Yi, is this your full strength?" Lu Yi was stunned for a moment, then thought about the LV7 and LV8 white cloud sword technique and white cloud technique that he hadn't used yet, the almost atomized spiritual qi, and the newly mastered sword intent, coughed dryly, and said, "Already close to full strength." Hearing this, Jiang Fan's expression changed. "That means you're still not at your full strength?" Regarding Lu Yi, Jiang Fan felt that he already understood a little bit. What he said was close to full strength, and he couldn't believe a word. He must have left a lot of strength. Thinking of this, Jiang Fan hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath, and said, "In this case, brother, I will use my strongest move, and the victory will be determined with one move." Lu Yi was stunned for a moment, feeling a little curious. With the current strength shown by Jiang Fan, he should not be a threat to him. The one that made him feel a little threatened before should be the strongest move? Lu Yi smiled and said, "Brother Jiang Fan, please." Jiang Fan's face was serious, and he said slowly, "I haven't fully mastered this move, and I can't take it in and out freely. Brother Lu Yi, you have to be careful." As he said that, the spiritual qi around Jiang Fan began to surge slowly, and his momentum rose rapidly. The surrounding onlookers heard the conversation between Jiang Fan and Lu Yi, and were a little puzzled. Brother Jiang Fan has shown such a strong strength, but he still has reservations? What method did Brother Jiang Fan keep? I don't think I have seen Brother Jiang Fan use it. Bai Yulong under the ring looked at Jiang Fan, and was even more curious. What kind of trick is this guy hiding? At this moment, Jiang Fan's whole body sounded like waves, his spiritual qi exploded, and the incomparably powerful momentum formed a wave of air, which spread in all directions, and a wave of air made Jiang Fan's black hair dance nonstop. Lu Yi's pupils shrank slightly, and he looked closely at Jiang Fan. Good guy, this momentum is a bit scary, isn't it? Seeing this, Elder and the others in the lonely square in the sky changed their expressions slightly, a little surprised. This is Surging Wave Palm. This little guy's talent is pretty good too. It's only the 10th level of Qi refining, but he can comprehend the magic of the Foundation establishment realm. It's kind of interesting. I originally thought that the little guy Lu Yi would win, but now it seems that there are still variables. The expressions of many elders looking at Jiang Fan have also changed a little bit. To be able to comprehend the Foundation establishment spell in Qi refining realm and use it, the requirements for themselves are not low. On the one hand, the foundation must be solid. On the other hand, the understanding is also high B enough. Obviously, Jiang Fan's performance surprised them all. All the elders looked at the astonishingly imposing Jiang Fan, and then at Lu Yi, all a little curious. Qi Feiyu smiled and said, I don't know if this little guy Lu Yi can block the Foundation establishment spell. I don't think so. This little guy's white cloud, sword technique, and white cloud footwork have already reached their limits. Even if the quality of his white cloud, sword technique, spiritual Qi is improved, it will still be limited. If he wants to resist the Foundation establishment, the technique is too difficult. An elder shook his head. The other elders nodded slightly to express their agreement. Even Dugu Fong nodded slightly. If Lu Yi doesn't have more means, I'm afraid he will lose. An elder laughed and said, I thought Lu Yi would be the number one this time, but I didn't expect that Jiang Fan is hiding deep enough. Lu Gaoyang and Wang Siki in the distance also changed their expressions when they saw the astonishing Jiang Fan. Lu Gaoyang frowned slightly. Jingtao Palm? Jiang Fan actually mastered the Foundation establishment technique. Wang Siki was a little worried and said, Jingtao Palm is very powerful. Ear won't get hurt, right? To be honest, Lu Yi's ability to become the second place in the competition has greatly exceeded the expectations of Lu Gaoyang and Wang Siki. Now the two are worried about whether the power of Jingtao Palm is too strong and will hurt Lu Yi. Li Meng on the side smiled and said, Sister-in-law, don't worry, there are so many elders watching, and the talent of nephew Lu Yi is there. How could those elders get hurt by seeing a genius like nephew Lu Yi? Others were also relieved. Lu Gaoyang and Wang Siki thought about it, and their expressions softened. Bai Yulong, Lin Wanner, and others under the ring were also looking at the astonishing Jiang Fan at the moment. Bai Yulong's pupils contracted, and he said slowly, I never thought Jiang Fan would hide so deeply. He still kept such a trick. Li Yin crossed his arms and said, Junior brother Lu Yi is in danger. Tai Man nodded slightly and said, Spells in the Foundation establishment realm. Junior brother Lu, you shouldn't be able to stop them, right? I believe junior brother Lu Yi will definitely be able to block it. Lin Wanner snorted coldly and glanced at Bai Yulong and the three of them. The three of them were speechless. This woman just thinks that Lu Yi is handsome, right? Good looks can't be regarded as strength. The three of them didn't want to talk. At this moment, Jiang Fan stepped forward and shouted, Junior brother Lu Yi, be careful. He turned his right hand into a palm and slapped it towards Lu Yi. Azure blue waves emerged, and a huge palm print with the size of 2 meters Fong Yuan rushed towards Lu Yi at an extremely fast speed. Where the palm prints passed, the ground of the arena was cracked inch by inch, and the surrounding air seemed to be filled with water spiritual Qi, sealing off the space and not giving Lu Yi a chance to escape. Facing the powerful palm print, Lu Yi had a calm expression, and a ray of sword flashed in his eyes. At the next moment, an extremely sharp sword intent soared into the sky, and clouds of swords rose from Lu Yi's long sword. End of this chapter. What? This is sword intent? The moment the sharp sword intent appeared, Dugu Fong and the elders stared at Lu Yi on the ring with their eyes wide open. I saw the sword cloud billowing towards the palm print, and the fierce sword intent increased the white cloud sword Qi. greatly increasing the power of the white cloud sword Qi. Jian Yun collided with the palm print. Boom! An extremely violent roar sounded, blue and white rays of light intertwined. Vigor and sword ray radiated, covering the ring. The aftermath turned into a gust of wind and spread in all directions. Bai Yulong and others below the ring felt the terrible aftermath, and their faces were shocked. Quick back! The few of them retreated again and again, not daring to get too close. The outer sect disciples watching the battle from behind also felt heavy in their chests, and their faces turned pale from the powerful momentum. Everyone exclaimed again and again, staring at the direction of the ring with their eyes wide open. What a terrifying power! The 10th floor of Qi refining can be so strong. No, what happened to senior brother Lu-He? Why did he become stronger again? Doesn't it mean that he is close to the limit? He, naive, do you believe what junior brother Lu-He said? That fellow is full of nonsense. Any limits are fake. Lu Gaoyang, Wang Siki, and the others in the sky looked at the surging palm wind and sword cloud on the ring, their faces full of bewilderment. This is a sword intent. My God, nephew Lu-He actually mastered the sword intent. He's only on the 7th floor of Qi refining, yet he has mastered artistic conception. Brother Lu, do you know that nephew Lu-He is so awesome? Lu Gaoyang shook his head slowly with a dazed expression on his face. He knows shit. To be honest, if it wasn't for Dabi, he wouldn't even dare to think that Lu-He could be in the top 10 now, okay? Sword intent. He didn't even dare to think about it in his dreams. Wang Siki beside her also had a blank expression, which was exactly the same as Lu Gaoyang's. Du Gufang and the elders' expressions were shaken at this moment, and they couldn't keep calm. It's amazing, it's amazing. This little guy's talent is really amazing. Yes, Qi refining realm realized artistic conception, and the future is limitless. Not to mention the empty void realm, the God transformation realm world. There should be a lot of hope. The God transformation realm world. It can become one of the pillars of the White Cloud sect. All the elders were amazed. This is artistic conception. Generally, only the masters of empty void realm can master the means. Whoever mastered artistic conception before empty void was an amazing genius. Not to mention Lu-He is only Qi refining realm now. It can be called an arrogance. After today, those big bosses in the inner sect may not be able to sit still. Du Gufang smiled. The other elders also nodded. Such a talent is enough to make those nascent soul elders crazily grab people. Even those peak masters and retired elders in the God transformation realm world will be ready to move. While they were communicating, the collision on the ring slowly dissipated, revealing the scene of the central ring. At this moment, not a single stone slab is complete on the huge ring. Lu-He and Jiang Fan stood at one end of the ring, facing each other. The atmosphere was calm, and they did not speak. Lu-He's face was calm, his breath was shaking, and he was in good condition. Relatively speaking, Jiang Fan's condition was not that good. His face was pale, his breathing was weak, and the sweat dripped from his forehead. Jiang Fan looked at Lu-He with a shocked expression and couldn't believe it. After a moment of silence, Jiang Fan smiled helplessly and said casually, "Junior brother Lu-He, you actually mastered the sword intent." "Really?" Jiang Fan shook his head. "Brother, I admit defeat. After all, Jingtao Palm is a technique in the Foundation establishment realm. Jiang Fan is using it now, and the spirit power consumed is of course extremely exaggerated. Under a single strike, Jiang Fan's spiritual Qi reserves are running low. If he uses it for the second time, then just desperately. Judging by Lu-He's appearance, there is still a lot of energy left, and Jiang Fan feels that there will be no difference in the result after using it a second time." Seeing Jiang Fan admitting defeat, Lu-He smiled slightly and said, "Senior brother Jiang Fan accepted. I was also lucky. I fought with senior brother Bai Yulong just now, and I have a little understanding so I can comprehend the sword intent." Hearing this, Jiang Fan was taken aback for a moment, looked at Lu-He with a strange expression, and then looked back at Bai Yulong, who was a little far away from the ring, with disgust in his eyes. Lu Yi's younger brother can comprehend sword intent. Bai Yulong's, what did you realize? Of course, Bai Yulong also heard this, and he was completely dumbfounded. No, it's obvious that everyone has a competition. So how can this guy Lu Yi understand the sword intent? Is there something wrong? Something is wrong, right? Bai Yulong tried his best to recall the competition with Lu Yi just now, and wanted to know how Lu Yi comprehended the sword intent. But after thinking for a long time, Bai Yulong couldn't figure it out. He was completely dumbfounded. Bai Yulong turned his head and saw Lin Wan'er and the others looking at him with complicated expressions. The corner of his mouth twitched violently and said in embarrassment, "What are you looking at? Can you blame me? It's not that I want Lu Yi to got it," Lin Wan'er said quietly. "Then what did you realize?" Time Man scratched his head. "Is there such a big gap between people?" Li Yin sneered and didn't speak, just squinted at Bai Yulong. Bai Yulong, he's a little withdrawn. At this time, Lonely Fong landed on the ring. He looked at Lu Yi with a very satisfied expression and nodded with a smile. Not bad, not bad. To be able to comprehend the sword intent at such an age, the future has a great future. Lu Yi said with a smile. The big elder has won the award. Dugu Fong smiled, looked at Jiang Fan, and nodded as well. Jiang Fan is also good. He can comprehend the foundation establishment technique. His understanding is also extraordinary, and the future can be expected. Jiang Fan smiled. Big elder, thank you. Dugu Fong laughed and said, this year's outer sect competition has 2 geniuses, which is very good. Now the top 2 have been decided. You all go down. Lu Yi and Jiang Fan nodded and left the ring. Now that the big competition has come, the top 3 have been decided, and the next step is the ranking matchup. The 4th and 5th places are of course decided between Bai Yulong and Li Yin. During the competition, perhaps because Bai Yulong had the resentment of being hit by Lu Yi, he broke out in a small universe and beat Li Yin to autism again, becoming a winner. Ranked 4th. The last 5 rankings were also born in the competition. The 6th place was Timin. The 7th place was Lu Tian, a senior sister in white from the 10th floor of Qi Refining, followed by 3 brothers and sisters from the 9th floor of Qi Refining. The top 10 competitions did not end until the sun went down. Lu Yi finished the competition early, and it was time to enjoy watching the show. These Qi Refining 9th floor and Qi Refining 10th floor brothers and sisters are very powerful, and watching the show is still pretty good. At least it is much better than the pre-selection. When all the competitions were over, Dugu just entered the ring again. He looked around and said calmly, the outer sect competition is over. The top 10 disciples of the competition came to me in the outer sect Great Hall a week later. I will take you to the inner sect. In addition, the rewards for the outer sect competition will also be issued by the office. The first place will get a low-rank magical item, the top-rank Foundation Establishment Pill. The 2nd and 3rd place will get a top-rank Foundation Establishment Pill, and the 4th and the 5th place will get a medium-grade Foundation Establishment Pill, and the 6th to 10th place will get a low-grade Foundation Establishment Pill. Students who pass the pre-selection can get a bottle of top-grade Qi Condensation Pill, and students who pass the audition can get a middle-grade 1A bottle of Qi Condensation Dan. End of this chapter. The annual outer sect competition rewards are basically the same, and Lu Yi and others are not surprised. For them, the Foundation Establishment Pill is a good thing. It can increase the probability of breaking through the Foundation Establishment realm world. The first-ranked lower-tier magical item is of course more precious, but the most important thing is the top 10 places that can enter the inner sect. This is the best part. Okay, that's all for today. Everyone can leave. After Dugu Fong finished speaking, he disappeared into the ring. Lu Yi and the others looked at each other, and Bai Yulong fanned his folding fan slightly and said with a smile, everyone, Dabi is also tired. I have to go back and refresh myself, and I will leave. Jiang Fan nodded to Lu Yi and said with a smile, Junior brother Lu Yi, I have time to discuss. Lu Yi smiled and nodded straight. No problem. After that, everyone left separately. Like before, Lu Yi returned home without waiting for Lu Gaoyang and Wang Siki. After returning to the own room, Lu Yi couldn't wait to start receiving rewards. There are too many rewards to receive this time. Task. Participate in the White Cloud Sect Outer Sect competition. Completed. Defeat the Iron Man. Completed. Defeat Lin Wainer. Completed. Defeat Jiang Fan. Completed. Of the 4 completed missions, the one Lu-E is looking forward to the most is the first one. The White Cloud Zone Dobby task looks like a relatively big task at first glance. Lu-E won the first place. I wonder what rewards there will be. Lu started the Dobby task at one point. Task: participate in the White Cloud Sect Outer Sect competition, and the rewards will be determined according to the ranking. Completed. Rewards: top grade magical item Purple Jade Bell, Thunder Spiritual Fluid *1, Perfect Foundation Establishment Pill *5, White Cloud Sword Technique level +1, White Cloud Footwork level +1, White Cloud Inchijua level +1. Whether to receive rewards: yes/no. Lu-E. He stared at the reward with wide eyes, and his breathing was a little short. The reward for this task are too generous, right? Needless to say, top-grade magical items, even some gold core cultivators, still use this level of magic treasures. This purple jade clock is a defensive magical item, which can activate a shield and even resist the 3 attacks of the gold core cultivator. Foundation Establishment Cultivator is basically unable to break through the defense. It is a life-saving good thing. Lu-E also knows that ley spiritual fluid is a kind of heavenly and mortal treasures, which can be used for Foundation Establishment. Generally speaking, cultivators can break through from the Qi refining realm breakthrough to the Foundation Establishment realm, using the Foundation Establishment Dan to break through. But if you use the special Heavenly and Mortal Treasures breakthrough, you can build a more powerful foundation for the Foundation Establishment. Heavenly and Mortal Treasures with different attributes. Mortal Treasures can make Daoji have affinity effects for different attributes, so that in the future, the spells of this attribute will be more effective with less effort. Generally speaking, qualified cultivators or geniuses will choose to find a suitable Heavenly and Mortal Treasures Foundation Establishment. Of course, not all Heavenly and Mortal Treasures can be used for breakthrough. This kind of Heavenly and Mortal Treasures is rare and extremely precious, and Spiritual Fluid is just one of them, and it is also an extremely precious one. If Lu-E uses the ley Spiritual Fluid Foundation Establishment, the future Dao Foundation will be more compatible with the way of ley, and the practice of ley will be twice the result with half the effort. This thing is much more precious than top-grade magical items. As for the Perfect Foundation Establishment Pill, it is also an extremely precious treasure. The probability of the Foundation Establishment Pill to improve breakthrough is limited, and the probability of the Perfect Foundation Establishment Pill to be improved is the highest. There is also a very high probability of breakthrough. If combined with Heavenly and Mortal Treasures, the foundation of building will of course be more solid. For the remaining 3 rewards, all levels of Lu-Yi's technique and cultivation technique will be increased by 1. In this way, Lu-Yi's White Cloud Sword Technique, White Cloud Footwork, and White Cloud Entrainment Technique will all be raised to LV9. The power of White Cloud Sword Technique and White Cloud Footwork raised to LV9 is not very clear to Lu-E, but it is definitely several times stronger than Guasian Realm's White Cloud Sword Technique and White Cloud Footwork, and it should not be better than the general Foundation Establishment. The technique is poor. As for the upgrade of White Cloud Entrainment Technique to LV9, Lu-Yi's cultivation speed will be faster. Maybe it won't take long before he can break through to the peak of Qi refining and start preparing to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm. Lu-E was very satisfied with these rewards, and he quickly chose to receive them. Immediately, all the rewards were realized. A palm-sized, very delicate purple jade clock appeared on Lu-Yi's table. It was the top-grade magical item, the purple jade clock. On the side, there are 5 purple, very crystal-clear medicine pills, which are the Perfect Foundation Establishment pills. And next to it is a transparent crystal bottle. There is a drop of purple liquid in the crystal bottle. There are lightning arcs flowing inside the liquid, which is the Thunder Spiritual Fluid. Lu-E put away all these treasures and put them in his arms. At this moment, a large amount of information appeared in his mind, all of which were about white cloud sword technique, white cloud footwork, and white cloud in Ju. These esoteric information made Lu Yi's brain a little swollen, and he couldn't help frowning. After a while, Lu Yi exhaled slightly, absorbed the information, and raised the cultivation technique to LV9. He felt the changes of the next 2 spells and 1 cultivation technique, and the corners of his mouth were raised with a smile. The harvest this time is too great. If you use LV9 spells and cultivation technique, Lu Yi thinks that there is no big problem for him to deal with ordinary foundation establishment low-level cultivators, right? Coupled with Luyan boots and Ziyu Bell, Lu Yi feels that he should be invincible in the foundation establishment realm, and he has a certain hope of escaping from the gold core boss. You know, Lu Yi is only on the 7th floor of Qi refining now. How to write the word invincible? Just look at him. But soon, Lu Yi woke up in his heart. No way. Do not inflate. Lu Yi quickly hinted to himself in his heart. I'm simply a dish dog. It's so delicious. It's Qi refining level 7. And you still want to run away from the gold core cultivator? How useless. Have the ability to crush the gold core cultivator. She is already 16 years old and only has the 7th floor of Qi refining. Think about it. Lu Ningshuang has gold core at 19. Invincible? What invincibility? Among other things, is the white cloud sect invincible? No. Practice hard and make progress every day. Stupid bird flies first. Hinting to himself for a while, Lu Yi calmed down. While I am still an ordinary Qi refining cultivator, nothing to be proud of. Lu Yi began to receive other rewards. The reward for defeating senior brother Deepening was 4 perfect Huangming pills. After receiving it, Lu Yi put it away, thinking about finding a copy of body refining cultivation technique after going to the intersect. Generally speaking, the stronger the foundation of Qi refining realm, the stronger the Dao foundation will be. He feels that he has to practice in every aspect. After practicing to the limit, the Dao foundation should not be weak. The foundation is the most important thing. Lin Wanner's reward was the special spell for getting the dust. After Lu Yi received it, messages entered Lu Yi's mind one after another. After Lu Yi absorbed the information, his face gradually became weird. Strictly speaking, the forgetting dust technique is a technique that involves the soul. This technique can make the opponent forget the memory for a period of time. The greater the difference in mental energy, the higher the success rate of this technique. Lu Yi was a little silent. Good guy, isn't this just making the other party lose their memory? I always feel that this kind of technique is usually only found in those special neon comics, right? He already had several bold uses in mind. However, as soon as this usage appeared, Lu Yi decisively suppressed these ideas. Just kidding, Mr. Lu is a young man who is loved by everyone. Flowers are blooming, and the tree is facing the wind. How could he use such disgraceful means? He is not that kind of person. End of this chapter. However, this Wanshan technique also has certain risks. If the mental energy of the other party is too much higher than yours, it may be backlashed. If this happens, the own spirit will be damaged. Lu Yi glanced at the LV1 behind the Wangshan technique on the panel and felt that it would be better not to try it before he had cultivated the Wangshan technique to a high level, so as to avoid accidents. Putting aside the matter of Wangshan, Lu Yi received the final task, the reward for defeating senior brother Jiangfan. A white porcelain bottle appeared in front of Lu Yi. He opened the bottle cap, and a rich spiritual qi escaped immediately. Lu Yi put the cap on the bottle with satisfaction. 100-year spiritual milk. This is extremely precious, and it can increase talents, training resources. Lu Yi put away his things. Then he thought of something, and once again set himself the task of defeating senior sister Lin Wanner in his heart. He was very curious whether he would give spells if he continued to issue missions. However, Lu Yi was soon disappointed. Task: defeat Lin Wanner. Progress 0 to 1. Reward: Ultimate Qi Condensation Pill * 50/Perfect Qi Condensation Pill * 5. Whether to accept: yes/no. No spells, just medicine pill. It was only then that Lu-E discovered that the rewards for the original sparring tasks were also somewhat random. But most of the time, they were given training resources such as medicine pill. The reward of the previous forgetting the dust technique was probably due to good luck. Lu-E posted about the missions of other senior brothers and sisters, and found that the rewards of Zhang Fan and Bai Yulong remained the same. There was still 1 drop of 100-year spiritual milk and a wisp of sore intent. 1 perfect Huang Ming pill became 3, and the rewards of other seniors were all perfect Qi condensation pills, which was nothing special to Lu-E. Lu-E felt helpless, so he went to the inner sect in the future. Maybe he had to go to the inner sect to see if there were any new competition goals or something. At the same time, Lu-E is also thinking about whether there are other rewards for other tasks. If he gets more rewards, his strength can be improved faster. It's better to have 1,000-year spiritual milk, 10,000-year spiritual milk, or something. Then you'll be happy. Just when Lu-E was having a sweet dream, Wang Siki's voice sounded, "Ear, are you back?" Lu-E came back to his senses and responded with a smile. "Here we come." Lu-E won the first place in the competition. Wang Siki and Lu Gaoyang were naturally very happy. Their son has become so outstanding, and they are also very proud. Lu Gaoyang specially went to buy some expensive elixir and beast meat, and let Wang Siki prepare a table of delicious dishes for the family to celebrate. Lu Gaoyang drank a lot of wine and had a lot of conversations with Lu-E. As a father, he naturally hoped that Lu-E would achieve something. Although Lu Gaoyang is an outer sect deacon and has a certain status in the outer sect, he has also suffered a lot of grievances and anger. Now that Lu-E talent has become stronger for some reason, and the future is bright, he is also very happy in his heart. He also does not want Lu-E to be like him, just to be an outer sect deacon. Wang Siki was also very happy. She drank a little even if she didn't drink alcohol on weekdays, and said that her son had grown up, proud and lost, and her mood was very complicated. Although Lu-E came from time travel, he was also a child of 2 people. Seeing the 2 of them happy, Lu-E was also very happy. Looking at the still young faces of Lu Gaoyang and Wang Siki, Lu-E thought in his heart that when he reaches the foundation establishment realm in the future, he will have more resources, which can help Lao Lu and his mother to cultivate and make them stronger and stronger. In the future, even can live long and see. That night, Lu-E did not practice, and the 3 of them chatted until very late, and Lu-E went back to his room to rest. During this period of time, Lu-E practiced very hard every day, and he was also a little tired and tense. After a night's rest, Lu-E felt refreshed, but rather open-minded. Cultivation also requires a combination of work and rest. An occasional rest can improve the efficiency of practice and improve the mentality. In the next few days, there was an endless stream of visitors from Lu-Yi's family. Colleagues Lu Gaoyang and Wang Siki, who were also deacons, came to their door with gifts. Congratulations to Lu-E for winning the first place in the outer sect and entering the inner sect. They are full of envy to Lu Gaoyang and Wang Siki. After all, Lu-E will become a strong man in the future. As parents, Lu Gaoyang and Wang Siki will be honored no matter what. Maybe they will form a gold corps at some point, and they will no longer be the same as them. At the same time, some elders also came to congratulate, including Qi Feiyu, the elder of Lu Gaoyang and Wang Siki's office. Lu-E also learned that Qi Feiyu took great care of Lu Gaoyang and Wang Siki, and Qi Feiyu also respected him very much, which made Qi Feiyu's old face shine. On the 7th floor of Qi Refining, a genius who cultivated 2 techniques and 1 cultivation technique to the realm of returning to basics, and even mastered the sword intent respects him. How could Qi Feiyu be unhappy? After all, he is just an ordinary gold core cultivator. If there is no accident, he will never be able to break through to nascent soul in this life. Lu-E is different from him. Breakthrough nascent soul will be almost easy in the future. If there is some chance, divine transformation is not difficult. And there is even hope to become an empty void cultivator who could be regarded as a giant in Qingzhou and can be regarded as a strong person in the entire eastern region. Qi Feiyu secretly planned to take more care of Lu Gaoyang and Wang Siki in the future. In addition, some elders from the inner sect came to Lu Yi, hoping that Lu Yi would join their peak, but Lu Yi said that he planned to participate in Ling Luo Feng's assessment, so no one bothered him anymore. In addition to the visitors, Jiang Fan also came to see Lu Yi once. Lu Yi proposed to discuss. Jiang Fan naturally readily agreed. The two found a quiet grove and discussed for an afternoon. When Jiang Fan left, Lu Yi had 20 drops of 100-year spiritual milk in his hand. He sent Jiang Fan away with great enthusiasm, hoping that he will come again next time. Besides Jiang Fan, Bai Yulong and Li Yun also came here once, and Lu Yi both sparred for an afternoon. When Lu Yi got the 5th ray of sword intent from Bai Yulong's task reward became 5 perfect Qi condensation pills. Lu Yi was a little disappointed. He still wanted to improve the sword intent further. However, the 5 strands of sword intent still made Lu Yi's sword intent not weak. Its power was several times stronger than that of the first strand. As for Li Yun's reward, it is the ordinary perfect Qi condensation pill. Lu Yi also needs to perfect the Qi condensation pill in his practice now. Of course, all comers are welcome. Li Yun is a fighting maniac. After one afternoon, Lu Yi got a full 75 Qi condensation pills from him, which is outrageous. In addition to the Qi condensation pills obtained from Bai Yulong later and before, Lu Yi has more than 100 perfect Qi condensation pills, and he can practice for a while. This made Lu Yi very happy. Time passed like this, and it was the 6th night. Lu Yi lotus position sat in the room. Spiritual Qi circulated all over his body, and his breath fluctuated violently. In Lu Yi's body, the spiritual Qi contained in the 100-year spiritual milk is surging, and his cultivation base is increasing at an extremely fast speed. LV9's white cloud in training Qi is absolutely unreasonable. Lu Yi feels that even the Foundation Establishment Cultivator may not be able to absorb spiritual Qi faster than him. Generally speaking, the spiritual Qi contained in a drop of 100-year spiritual milk is enough to refine a Qi refining 7-layer cultivator for several months. But for Lu Yi, it can be completely absorbed in just one night. With such absorption efficiency, Lu Yi's cultivation speed is of course very fast. Just as spiritual Qi was running, Lu Yi felt a barrier. Qi refining's 7th floor bottleneck has arrived. Lu Yi was overjoyed. He broke through to the 8th floor of Qi refining in less than a month. This speed is incredible, right? Just when Lu Yi was about to break through, he suddenly paused and thought of one thing. By the way, he released the task of breaking through realm. Does it have any effect? Lu Yi felt weird. When he broke through to the 7th floor of Qi refining, he was too excited to think about it. Now, do you want to try? Lu Yi tried to say to himself, I want to break through to the 8th floor of Qi refining. End of this chapter. Task: breakthrough to Qi refining 8 floors. Progress: 0 to 1. Reward: 1,000 years spiritual milk *1. Whether to accept: yes/no. Lu Yi. Looking at the reward, question marks slowly appeared in Lu Yi's mind. Is it really possible? Moreover, this reward turned out to be 1,000-year spiritual milk. Lu Yi's heart was throbbing suddenly. When he broke through to the 7th floor of Qi refining, he didn't release the mission. What a blood loss. Lu Yi felt like crying and took several deep breaths before recovering. The past is in the past, and regretting is useless. In the future, you have to develop a good habit and issue various mission instructions anytime and anywhere to see if you can trigger the mission. Lu Yi made up his mind and accepted the task at the same time. Afterwards, Lu Yi launched the white cloud in training Qi Ju and began to attack the bottleneck. The white cloud in training art has reached the LV9 level, and its power is much stronger than before. When Lu Yi breakthrough reached the 7th floor of Qi refining, the bottleneck still resisted a bit, but this time, relying on the white cloud in training art and 100-year spiritual milk spiritual Qi, the bottleneck couldn't even block it and was broken by Lu Yi almost instantly. Spiritual qi circulated in Lu Yi's body, and it was also slowly tempering Lu Yi's physical body. He exhaled slowly and opened his eyes. Qi refining is on the 8th floor. This time, Louis was not as surprised as last time. Breakthroughs will be commonplace for him in the future, and he has to learn to adapt. After the breakthrough, Louis directly chose to receive the reward. A porcelain bottle appeared in Lu Yi's hands. He opened it and smelled it. The concentration of spiritual qi that wafted out far exceeded 100 years spiritual milk. He put the 1,000 years spiritual milk in his arms, feeling a little distressed. He had too many good things now. What 100 years spiritual milk, 1,000 years spiritual milk, top-grade magical item, perfect foundation establishment, Dan. He didn't even know where to put it. Fortunately, you can enter the inner sect tomorrow. If you enter the inner sect, you will be given an interspatial ring. Lu Yi is counting on an interspatial ring to hold all kinds of good things for him. With the lessons learned from the past, Lu Yi was afraid that he would forget, so he announced the task of breaking through to the 9th floor of Qi refining in his heart. As expected, the reward is a drop of 1,000 years spiritual milk. Looking at the reward, he suddenly got motivated, closed his eyes, and began to practice happily. Early the next morning, Lu Yi slowly opened his eyes, and there was a flash of inspiration in them. After one night of practice, he absorbed the spiritual qi of the 100-year spiritual milk and completely stabilized the cultivation base of the 8th layer of qi refining. Getting up and getting out of bed, Lu Yi stretched, left the room, and came to the lobby of the main house. In the hall, Lu Gaoyang was sitting at the table, wiping the magical item long sword of own baby. Lu Yi glanced at it and then looked away. If it was before, he would definitely want to touch it, but now, Lu has a top-grade magical item. Seeing Lu Yi coming in, Lu Gaoyang put away his long sword and said with a smile, I woke up quite early today." Lu Yi sat down at the table and nodded with a smile. "Well, I finished the training task ahead of schedule today. By the way, where's Mother?" Lu Yi looked around and saw that Wang Siki was not there. At this time, Wang Siki walked in from the door with a smile on her beautiful face. "I'm going to the kitchen to make breakfast." As she spoke, she took out breakfast from the interspatial ring. I have to say that there is an interspatial ring in this world, which is much more convenient than the previous world. At least when serving dishes, you don't have to worry about too many dishes. Lu Yi looked at the breakfast that Wang Siki kept bringing out and said cheerfully, "Mother, why is today's breakfast so rich?" Lu Gaoyang on the side also happily said, "Can't that be rich? You brat has finally entered the inner sect, and no one will hinder me and my wife from living a two-person world." The smile on Lu Yi's face froze. Wang Siki at the side glanced at Lu Gaoyang quietly, and Lu Gaoyang's smile froze. Wang Siki sat down, put a steamed stuffed bun in Lu Yi's bowl, and said with a smile, After entering the inner sect, you need to work hard to practice. Maybe you may not be able to come back several times a year. Today, Mother wants to give it to you, make something delicious." Lu Yi met Wang Siki's gentle gaze, warmed his heart, and said with a smile, "Thank you, Mother." Afterwards, he always felt that something was wrong. Why did he feel that he entered the inner sect so much like when he went to university and traveled far in his previous life? The sense of sight is a bit strong. "Well, let's eat," Wang Siki said with a smile. Lu Gaoyang's expression on the side also became serious, looked at Lu Yi, and said, "Stinky boy, your current talent is very good, but you have to know that there are people outside Taoist. There are many people who are better than you, and you have entered inner sect. Don't cause trouble, practice hard." Lu Yi nodded quickly and said, "Old Lu, you still don't know me? I'm not the kind of person who would cause trouble." Lu Gaoyang's expression softened, and he nodded with a smile. "I'm still at ease with you." Having said that, he paused, looked at Lu Yi, and said, "After you enter the inner sect, are you going to Ling Luo Feng?" Lu Yi nodded. Yeah. He recalled Lu Ningxuang's pretty face in his mind. He still has a task to make his senior sister fall in love with him. Hey, it's embarrassing to think about it. Lu Gaoyang nodded. I heard that Ling Luofeng's assessment is not easy. You should pay attention to it yourself. Wang Siki didn't care and said, with Eater's talent, it's definitely no problem to enter Ling Luofeng, and maybe you can even worship Ling Luofeng Master. The three of them were talking, and after breakfast, the three of Lu Gaoyang left the hall. In the small courtyard, Wang Siki stroked Lu Yi's hair and said with a smile, after entering the inner sect, I remember to dress more and don't get tired when practicing. The most important thing is to be safe. Wang Siki babbled and instructed Lu Yi. Lu Yi smiled and listened without interrupting. After a while, Lu Gaoyang said, okay, it's almost time. Wang Siki nodded, looked at Lu Yi, and said, go. Lu Yi smiled and said, old Lu mother, then I'll go. Lu Gaoyang nodded and said, be careful yourself. Lu Yi waved to the two, then left the house and ran towards the outer sect Great Hall. The outer sect Great Hall is located in Beiming Peak, not too far from Bailing Peak. At Lu Yi's speed, it didn't take long to reach it. Located on the top of Beiming Peak, there is a resplendent and extremely huge Great Hall, which is the outer sect Great Hall. Entering the Great Hall is a very large hall. The outer sect, the elder Dugu Fong, Jiang Fan, and others are already there. Seeing Lu Yi approaching, several people all looked over. Jiang Fan chuckled lightly and said, Junior brother Lu Yi, it's a bit late. Lu Yi nodded with a smile and said, talk a little more with my family. Bai Yulong shook his folding fan lightly and sighed, it's better to be Lu Yi, my family is in White Cloud sect. When the others heard the words, they all nodded with deep emotion. Joining the White Cloud sect and becoming the cultivator of the disciples of the outer sect. Most of the families are in the secular world. Some disciples may have a good family background, which can be regarded as a family of cultivation, and there are even princes and princesses of the dynasty. Naturally, there is no way to compare. There are quite a few kingdoms controlled by the White Cloud sect, and even the descendants of princes and nobles would be proud to join the White Cloud sect. The children of those big families and princes and nobles are okay, but the disciples of ordinary mortal origins, after joining the White Cloud sect, are basically separated from their family members, and it is difficult to see them several times in a lifetime. This feeling is very complicated for the young outer sect disciples. Okay, since Lu Yi is here, let's go to the inner sect. Dugu Fong smiled. Everyone's eyes lit up, showing a look of anticipation. Even Lu Yi was no exception, and finally went to the inner sect. The inner sect is the elite of the entire White Cloud sect, and the resource cultivation technique is completely different from the outer sect. Thank you, Dong Yao, for the 100-point reward. End of this chapter. A group of people left the Great Hall and came to the square outside the outer sect Great Hall. With a wave of Dugu Fong's hand, a huge sword about 10 meters long appeared in front of everyone. Lu Yi and the others were all knowledgeable. When they saw the long sword, they opened their eyes slightly, a little surprised. This is flying sword. Flying magic treasures. Generally speaking, the Foundation Establishment Cultivator can fly with a sword and use its own weapon as a flying tool. However, this kind of flying tool can only be used by itself, and it is not convenient to bring people along. Otherwise, Lu Yi wouldn't have been carried away by Lu Gaoyang when he went to perform martial arts. In addition to flying with general magic treasures, there is also a special kind of flying magic treasures. The core function of this flying magic treasures is to fly on the road. Not only has more functions, but also is faster. Of course, such flying magic treasures are generally quite expensive. The huge long sword in front of him is obviously flying magic treasures. Lu Yi and the others all showed envious looks. Flying magic treasures are extremely precious, and the price is not cheap. There is also a look of complacency in Dugu Fong's eyes. He smiled slightly, maintained the majesty of the big elder, and said, "Go up. It's just flying magic treasures. In the future, as long as you work hard, you can also have them." Lu Yi and the others boarded the flying sword. Dugu Fong waved his sleeves, and the flying sword soared into the sky, sank into the clouds, and flew towards the inner sect. Flying sword is very fast, and it will also form a spiritual Qi mask during flight to resist strong winds, and it is very stable and comfortable to sit in. Along the way, Dugu Fong Jianjian introduced the situation of the inner sect with Lu, Yi, and others. After all, the inner sect and the outer sect are different. The outer sect disciples are only the grassroots of the White Cloud sect, while the inner disciples are the real elites of the White Cloud sect. After entering the inner sect, the competition will definitely be more intense than that of the outer sect. There will be more places to pay attention to. Lu, Yi, and his group listened carefully. Not long after, the flying sword passed through a cloud, and a mysterious scene appeared in the eyes of Lu, Yi, and the others. It was a huge mountain range, with 12 huge peaks soaring into the sky, and there were some small peaks around these peaks. There's a huge basin in the central area of the 12 huge peaks. Inside the basin is a small city, and in the center of the small city is a huge tower soaring into the sky. This is the trial tower of the White Cloud sect. As Dugu Fong introduced before, it is the high-level magic treasures brought back from the ruins by the senior of the White Cloud sect. It is used for the trial of the inner disciple. The trial tower is surrounded by pavilions, terraces and pavilions, carved railings, and painted buildings, which is very prosperous. There are white clouds circulating in the whole area, a large number of cultivators flying with swords, white cranes flying, and it looks full of immortal Qi. Lu, Yi, and the others were stunned. It was completely different from the outer sect of the scene. Lin Wan'er and Lu Tian, as women, are even more brilliant in their eyes. Lin Wan'er whispered, "It's so beautiful." Lu Tian nodded again and again. Dugu Fong smiled lightly. This is the inner sect area of the White Cloud sect, and will be the place where you practice life in the future. Lu, Yi, and the others looked at the disciple walking with the sword. Their eyes were shining. Dugu Fong smiled indifferently. "I'll take you to the inner sect office first. You just came to the inner sect. You must first register as an inner disciple and receive an identity token." Lu, Yi, and the others nodded one after another. Dugu Fang Flying Sword turned around, brought Lu, Yi, and others to the small town in the center, and soon stopped outside a huge great hall. There is a huge square outside this hall, and a large number of cultivators rise and fall with their swords. Each of them looks high-spirited, and the aura they radiate is very powerful. Even Lu, Yi can feel the invincible aura from many disciples. However, there were some disciples whose aura made Lu, Yi feel that it was nothing more than that. Lu Yi guessed in his heart that these disciples must have just joined the inner sect not long ago, right? Doesn't seem to be very strong. The people who came riding the flying sword attracted a lot of attention. After all, flying sword is rare in the White Cloud sect. After seeing Dugu Fong, Lu, Yi, and others on flying sword, those brothers and sisters were also stunned. It's Dugu Fang Elder. Oh, counting the time, the outer sect competition seems to have just ended. This is the top 10 of this year's outer sect competition, right? Outer sect competition. I heard that there are 2 geniuses in this competition. A disciple thought of something and said with a smile, "Genius? True or not? Everyone is basically from the outer sect. What kind of genius is an outer sect genius? Yeah, it's a bit too much to say you're a genius. What do you guys know? I heard from the elder of the outer sect that one genius mastered the foundation establishment technique on the 10th floor of Qi refining, and the other was even more outrageous. He only mastered the 2 skills of the outer sect on the 7th floor of Qi refining. He has cultivated both the FA and a cultivation technique to the true realm, and even mastered the sword intent. In the future, it is very hopeful to reach the God transformation realm, even the empty void realm. Isn't this a genius?" These words made the others stunned. They looked at Dugu Fong and the others in astonishment. Even those who didn't pay much attention at first all looked over, full of astonishment. Then the brothers and sisters were in an uproar. Really or not? The first one is okay to say, it is true that the talent is very strong, but it is understandable. But what the hell is the second one? There is such a character in the outer sect. Shouldn't such a talent be directly brought to the inner sect? Was it cultivated? That's right, such a talent, after all, is nascent soul elder's direct disciple, right? Even if it is the peak master's direct disciple, it's not impossible. How do I know? This is what my Yushui peak elder said. There should be nothing wrong. Who are these two disciples? Many inner disciples asked curiously. If there is a chance we can make friends. The disciple recalled elder's words and said with a strange face, the one on the 7th floor of Qi Refining seems to be the most handsome one in the top 10, and the one on the 10th floor of Qi Refining seems to be the one with the most ordinary appearance. Dugu Fong, Lu Yi, by Yulong, and the others. Jiang Fan. Although these inner disciples are a bit far away and their voices are not loud, but Lu Yi and others are also cultivators of Qi Refining senior management, and their hearing is not bad. So how could they not hear their discussions? Several people have very strange expressions at the moment. As the big elder, Dugu Fong's face just twitched, and then he regained his composure, while the expressions of Lu Yi and the others were much more exciting. Lu Yi looked at Jiang Fan, feeling a little embarrassed. Not to mention, in terms of appearance, he really crushes brother Jiang Fan, but it's not good to say it directly. Lu Yi felt very embarrassed. Even Jiang Fan, who has a good heart, is full of black lines, and his expression is stiff when he hears this. He touched his nose and said helplessly, "Is there something wrong with ordinary looks?" Lu Yi said solemnly, "Brother Jiang Fan, don't think too much. How could we not know about your talent?" Jiang Fan, a man's strength is the most important thing. What's the use of a boy? You're sissy. Li Yan hugged her chest and sneered. Lu Yi. He felt offended. Bai Yulong's expression on the side was also a bit stiff. He patted his folding fan and asked, "They actually think that Junior Lu Yi is the most handsome? Isn't it?" Lin Wanner glanced at Bai Yulong. Bai Yulong coughed dryly, smiled at Lin Wanner, and straightened his back. Lu Tian said softly, "Bai Yulong, don't even think about it. In terms of handsomeness, you are no match for Junior Brother Lu." Bai Yulong's expression froze, and he shut himself off. Dugu Fong coughed dryly and said, "Okay, let's go in." Everyone came back to their senses, and under the attention of some senior brothers and sisters, they entered the affairs hall. "Thank you for the reward of 1,500 points from His Royal Highness Tianyi, the guard, and 100 points from Feng Yu." End of this chapter. After entering the affairs hall, Dugu Fong led Lu Yi and his party through the huge hall and came to the area where the inner disciple is registered. It was a not too big room. There was an old man in gray robe lying on an armchair in the room. When he saw Dugu Fong bring someone, he stood up with a smile. "Dugu Elder, this time he came a bit later than last time." Dugu Fong smiled and said, "Anyway, you are very leisurely here. It doesn't make any difference if you come early or late." The old man in gray robe said cheerfully, "That's true. There are only a few people who enter the inner sect of the White Cloud sect every year. The old man really has nothing to do." As he spoke, the old man in gray robe glanced at Lu Yi and the others and said with a smile, "These little fellows are the top 10 in the outer sect grand competition?" Dugu Fong nodded. "Yes." Then he introduced to Lu Yi and his group. "This is Elder Li Wang from the Office of Affairs." Lu Yi was a little surprised. He didn't expect to be an elder. No wonder he was talking and laughing with Dugu Elder. They quickly saluted respectfully. "Meet Li Elder." Li Wang nodded with a smile and said, "They're all good little guys. Come on. I will register you." As he spoke, he walked slowly to the side table and sat down. Dugu Fong said, "Lu Yi, you go first." Lu Yi nodded and stepped forward to Li Wang's desk. Li Wang glanced at Lu Yi and said with a cheerful smile, "You are Lu Yi?" After the big competition, those old guys all said that Outer Sect is a genius, and he has cultivated both spells and cultivation techniques to the point of perfection at a young age. Realm, who also mastered the sword intent, is quite extraordinary. Lu Yi smiled and said, "It's the elders who have won the award." Li Wang smiled and didn't say anything more. He just asked Lu Yi some basic information, registered the information, and handed over a white ring and a white token. This interspatial ring is the benefit of the inner discipline. There are several sets of inner sect clothes for changing and washing and an introduction to the rules of the inner sect. This introduction should be read carefully so as not to be punished for violating the sect rules. The inner discipline token should also be collected. Accept sect in the future. Tasks, use of sect points, etc. all need tokens, and if you lose them and redo them, you'll have to spend spirit stones. He nodded again and again, and took over the interspatial ring and inner sect tokens. Needless to say, interspatial ring is definitely a good thing. This inner sect token was introduced by Deepening on the way here. Its function is a bit like the card in the university in the previous life. It is registered with the basic information of the inner discipline, which can store points. The transaction points also play the role of access control, with many functions. He took the interspatial ring to his hand, put the token into the ring, and returned it. Next is Jiang Fan by Yulong and others, one by one according to the ranking. After Wanhua received the interspatial ring and the token, everyone was registered. Li Wang then said, "After registering the information, you are already inner disciples. Inner sect 12 peaks. Dugu Elder must have introduced it to you. If you don't know it, you can read the inner sect introduction in the ring. According to your future development, choose the peak you want to go to. Although it is rumored that the 12 peaks are high and low, since they're all 12 peaks of my White Cloud sect, they must have their own strengths. The most important thing is to choose the one that suits you. I can also understand." He and the others nodded repeatedly. "Thank you, Li Wang Elder, for your guidance." Li Wang waved his hand, "Go." Dugu Fong smiled and said, "Li Elder, since that's the case, then I'll go first." Li Wang nodded and smiled. "Come over to this old man when you have time, and have a drink together." "No problem." Dugu Fong took He and the others away. After leaving the affairs hall, Dugu Fong looked at He and the others and said with a smile, "Okay, now you are considered inner disciples. There are routes from White Cloud to all the peaks. You can ask yourself. Let me remind you again, each peak is good at different directions, so choose according to your own conditions." He and the others nodded to express their understanding. Afterwards, Dugu Fong bid farewell to everyone, turned into Sword Ray, and disappeared into the sky, leaving He and 10 people behind. He sure and the others couldn't wait to join the peak they yearned for. After saying goodbye to each other, they all walked toward the peak they were going to. Of course, He is going to Ling Luo Fong. On the way here, Dugu Fong had pointed out the direction of Ling Luo Fong. He had memorized it before and walked towards Ling Luo Feng's direction. White Cloud is not a small city, and the roads are complicated, but to a place like the 12 Peaks, you only need to ask to know the way. He didn't expend any effort, and soon came to the foot of Ling Luo Feng's mountain. Seen from the bottom of the mountain, Ling Luo Feng looks even bigger. Although Liu has never been to Mount Everest in his previous life, he feels that Ling Luo Feng is higher than Mount Everest. Louis saw that at the end of the road was a path leading to the mountain. The path was composed of stone steps, and there were 2 male cultivators on duty at the intersection. These 2 male cultivators are not wearing inner disciple costumes, but servant disciple costumes. There is no accident for He. The serious disciples of the White Cloud sect basically don't do chores, and they all concentrate on cultivation. The chores are all done by the servants and maids. The outer sect and the inner sect are the same, and the inner sect has the servants. Also normal. However, the aura of this handyman disciple actually has the strength of Qi refining level, which is much stronger than that of the outer sect. Most of the handyman disciples in the outer sect have not even reached the Qi refining realm. It's just that these 2 disciples are not young. I'm afraid it will be difficult to break through to the foundation establishment realm world. The 2 handyman disciples were taken aback when they saw He walking over, wearing outer sect disciples' clothes, and one of the older middle-aged disciples cupped his hand slightly. "Senior brother, you come to Ling Luo phone for something?" He smiled and said, "Hi, my name is He. I just passed the outer sect competition and entered the inner sect. I plan to join Ling Luo phone. Can you take me in for the assessment? As he spoke, he also took out the inner sect token and showed it to the two of them. After the two handyman disciples saw the inner sect token, the middle-aged man quickly said, "So it's Senior Brother Lu. Please, Senior Brother Lu, come with me. I'll take Senior Brother to meet Xiao Deacon, who is in charge of the peak entrance assessment." He nodded with a smile and followed the middle-aged disciple up the steps. As he walked up, He saw a palace on a platform not far away. The middle-aged disciple led He along the fork road to the square in front of the palace. He introduced with a smile, "Senior Brother, this is the great hall for entering the peak assessment, and Xiao Deacon is inside." As he said that, he brought He into the great hall. There was a mild-looking middle-aged man by the door of the great hall. His eyes were closed, and spiritual qi was circulating around him, as if he was cultivating. Louis glanced at it and was stunned. "Do you practice secretly during working hours? Is it so curly? He wouldn't accidentally join the mountain of King Wan, right?" Louis felt a little scared. The middle-aged man heard the movement, opened his eyes, and looked over. The handyman disciple said, "Xiao Deacon, this is Senior Brother He, who entered the inner sect through the outer sect grand competition. He said he wanted to join Ling Luo Feng. I will bring him to participate in the assessment." Hearing the words of the handyman disciple, Xiao Deacon had a slightly strange expression on his face and looked at He. "Are you He?" End of this chapter. He was stunned when he heard Xiao Deacon's words. He asked with some doubts, "Xiao Deacon knows me?" The corner of Xiao Deacon's mouth twitched with a very complicated expression. "Do you know me? These elders have been running to me every day these days, saying that if you come to Ling Luo Feng, you should notify them immediately. I guess they all have their eyes on you. I have to say that your talent is extremely strong, even in Ling Luo Feng." Deacon Xiao also knew about Yi's performance in the outer sect competition. After all, as a deacon who entered the peak assessment, how could he not know the strength of the top 10 talents in the outer sect? These are the references for the assessment. Thinking of Yi's talent, Xiao Deacon became a little numb. Think about it. He has practiced in the dark for nearly 100 years, and he still hasn't broken through to the gold core yet. As for artistic conception, what is that? Is the gap between people so big? Xiao Deacon deeply felt the malice from the world. Fortunately, he is Ling Luo Feng's assessment deacon. He has encountered many genius disciples, and he has been hit a lot. Dao heart is tenacious, so there is no qi deviation. Louis smiled and said, "Xiao Deacon has won the prize." Xiao Deacon shook his head. "This is not an award. I have been in charge of the assessment for so many years, and I have met tens of thousands of inner disciples. Few are better than you." Then he said, "Wait a minute, I'll notify those elders otherwise." Speaking of this, Xiao Deacon shuddered. "My little arms and legs can't be dismantled by those elders." He looked at Xiao Deacon with some sympathy. It seemed that Xiao Deacon was having a hard time in the place where big bosses gathered. Then He saw Xiao Deacon took out a communication token and passed the message out. Not long after the information was transmitted, powerful auras rose from Ling Luo Feng, all of which were nascent soul realm. Powerful auras surged one by one, startling the disciples of Ling Luo Feng, who were cultivating to open their eyes one by one, and rushed out of the immortal cave. What's the situation? Foreign enemies have invaded. Which devil Dao is evil? How dare you invade my White Cloud sect? Not only did you invade the White Cloud sect, but you dare to come to our Ling Luo Feng. Aren't you afraid that our peak master will skin him and cramp him? Where is Devil Dao's evil obstacle? I just practiced a new gold core magic technique. Let him suffer death. Soon, these disciples realized that something was not quite right. What's going on? These breaths seem to belong to the elders. No smell of foreign enemies? What happened to the elders? They saw streaks of light flying up from the mountain peak and the surrounding small peaks, turning into streams of light and shooting towards the great hall of the entrance examination. These disciples were stunned. What happened to the great hall of the peak assessment? Did something happen? Why did these elders go there one by one? Look at the aura of these elders. Don't they think they're about to fight? Go Go and see. He disciples also rose into the air one by one, flying towards the direction of the Great Hall for the entrance examination. In the Great Hall of the peak assessment, He felt the turbulent momentum approaching, and he was a little dazed. There was a trace of cold sweat on his forehead, and he looked at Xiao Deacon. Xiao Deacon, how many elders asked you for my news before? Xiao Deacon thought for a while and said, basically all elders have asked. He. His scalp was a little numb. Seeing the menacing look of these elders, he was a little worried that he would be torn to pieces by these elders. At this moment, streams of light fell on the square outside the door, turning into figures. There are men and women, handsome and ordinary, young and old. There are about 20 people in total. All are nascent soul cultivators. The aura of all the nascent soul cultivators surged, and the middle-aged handyman disciples who led the way were already on the verge of fainting. He has never seen so many nascent soul cultivators appear together from Ling Luo Feng in his life. The middle-aged handyman disciple couldn't help but glance at He. His mind was full of question marks. What kind of god is this senior brother? Many nascent soul cultivators looked at each other with cold and stern expressions, and they were very unhappy to see each other. A handsome nascent soul elder in a white robe with a jade flute in his hand smiled and said, "Everyone, why are you here?" A beautiful and mature nascent soul elder in a long purple dress glanced at the speaking nascent soul elder and sarcastically said, "Dong Wanglian, why are you pretending to be so confused? Who didn't come here for He?" An old man with white hair and wrinkles on his face, but an extremely tall and strong figure grinned. "That's right, what is there to hide? Isn't it all because of Ye's outstanding talent? It's a good seedling." Dong Wanglian narrowed his eyes, with an unhappy expression on his face, and sneered, "In that case, let's draw the line." A middle-aged nascent soul elder with a kind expression and a chubby look said with a smile, "Everyone, don't hurt your temper. This kind of thing is a big deal. Everyone should ask He for his opinion first, right?" Another female cultivator with cold expression, beautiful appearance, and black hair nodded. "What's more, He hasn't started the peak assessment yet." Only then did the crowd calm down after hearing the words of the two elders. At this moment, streamers approached quickly again, and the momentum of the people who came this time was much weaker, and the only strength they showed was Foundation Establishment and Gold Core Realm. However, the appearance of these people are all young people. They don't look very old. Some of them wear inner disciple clothing, and some wear core disciple and personal disciple clothing. They are all disciples of Ling Luo Feng. After these disciples appeared, they looked at the many elders and then looked at the interior of the Great Hall for the entrance examination. They had seen all three of them, a handyman disciple, and ignored them. They had also seen Xiao Deacon, but also ignored them. The only person they hadn't seen was that handsome boy. Which of Ling Luo Feng's disciples is not a genius? Wisdom is naturally not low, and they have guessed and communicated in low voices. Who is that kid? I don't know, but he seems to be an awesome character. The elders should be here for him. I see. I probably know who he is. A handsome gold core youth thought of something, raised his eyebrows, and looked at He. Who is it? All the disciples looked at the speaker one after another, full of curiosity. It should be the number one in this outer sect competition, He. The gold core youth looked at He with curiosity and inquiry in his eyes. Outer sect competition? Number one? What the hell? A group of disciples were full of question marks, and their expressions were a little confused. No. Senior brother Nangong, are you kidding me? Where's the outer sect? It's already quite difficult to get in a Ling Luo Feng, yet so many elders come to snatch people at the same time. A girl couldn't help but complain. Yeah, Nangong, you're not kidding us, are you? A gold core disciple next to him was also speechless. Nangong Moyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. What do you know? This kid is better than all the talents here. Many disciples were speechless. Nangong Moyu, do you want to hear what nonsense you were talking about? Yeah, I don't believe it. We are not the highest talent in the sect, but we are definitely the most upstream group, right? Higher than our talent? Just an outer sect disciple. Nangong Mayu said softly. This guy has 7 layers of Qi refining, and he has realized the sword intent. Many disciples. The atmosphere suddenly became silent, and the expressions of many disciples were stiff, making the scene a bit awkward. All the disciples turned their heads slowly and looked at Lu-Yi, as if they were looking at a monster. Thank you for the 500-point reward from His Royal Highness, Tiany's bodyguard. End of this chapter. Qi refining realm comprehends artistic conception. No wonder so many elders can appear. Such a guy really came from the outer sect. All the disciples were shocked. At this moment, Dong Wanglian and other elders had already arrived in the hall. Xiao Deacon hastily said, Everyone, elders. Lu-Yi also opened the mouth and said, Lu-Yi has met all elders. All the elders nodded to Lu-Yi with gentle smiles. Little guy, welcome to Ling Luo Feng. Boy, perform well in the assessment. I am optimistic about you. Then they looked at Xiao Deacon, and Dong Wanglian said, Xiao Deacon, haven't you started the assessment yet? Xiao Deacon was also a little nervous being stared at by a crowd of nascent soul bosses. He nodded again and again. Okay, East King Elder. He looked at Lu-Yi and said with a smile, Lu-Yi, our Ling Luo Feng's peak entrance examination is the most difficult in the entire sect 12 peaks. According to the peak master's intention, the disciples in the peak are not expensive, but limited resources are needed. Cultivate more worthy disciples. However, this difficulty is higher than that of ordinary disciples. For you, I am afraid it is just a formality. Generally, disciples who can enter the inner sect basically have no problem in cultivating talent. So our assessment for entering the peak mainly assesses 2 aspects. The first aspect is comprehension, and the second aspect is actual compatibility. The assessment of comprehension is to comprehend a technique. While speaking, Xiao Deacon flipped his hands, and a book appeared in his hand. Lu-Yi, this is the Qi refining technique 9 Shadow Sword. It is also considered a very difficult technique among Qi refining techniques. Your task is to get started with this technique within 2 hours. Lu-Yi took the book, raised his eyebrows, and said with a smile, I see. It's no wonder that Ling Luo Feng's disciples' assessment is very difficult. 2 hours is 4 hours, and it takes 4 hours to learn a technique. Even if it's just the technique of Qi refining realm, it's not easy. At the same time, Lu-Yi said to himself, I want to read the cheat book of 9 Shadows Sword again. Task: read the 9 Shadows Sword cheats 0 to 1. Reward: 9 Shadows Sword level +1. Whether to accept: yes/no. Really? Lu-Yi was very pleased with himself. It was just an introduction. He just had to read it once. There's basically no difficulty. At this time, Lu-Yi thought of something and said to himself again, I want to pass Ling Luo Feng's entrance examination. Task: pass Aya Luo Feng's entrance examination. Reward: heavenly and mortal treasures, water, spiritual fluid, mid-tier magical item spirit belt. Whether to accept: yes/no. Lu-Yi's eyes lit up, and he was pleasantly surprised. Good guy. There is such a high reward for this peak entrance examination. Although it is not as good as the first place in the competition, it is already quite good. He hastily accepted the task. Xiao Deacon pointed to the futon in the hall and said, You can sit on the futon and feel comprehension, and we won't disturb you. Lu-Yi nodded with a smile, came to the side of the futon, and opened the secret book of 9 Shadow Sword. 9 Shadow Sword is different from White Cloud Sword Technique. White Cloud Sword Technique is mainly based on White Cloud artistic conception, focusing on impermanence, while 9 Shadow Sword pays more attention to speed and weirdness. With the deepening of perception, you can swing one after another sword in the process of sword movement shadow. The power is quite extraordinary. Lu-Yi was immersed in the cheat book and read it quietly. When Lu-Yi was reading quietly, a group of elders and disciples did not disturb Lu-Yi, but just communicated with each other through sound transmission. Here we go. Let's make a bet. How long do you think it will take this little guy to realize it? Are you influenced by the peak master? Bet all day long. I bet for an hour, This little guy's cultivation base is still low. If it is in the foundation establishment realm world, it will definitely increase a lot faster. How is it possible? Lu-E, this little guy, has realized the sword intent. Even if the cultivation base is a little lower, it won't take long to learn technique. I bet it will take about half an hour. Half an hour? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The Nine Shadows sword itself is extremely difficult to cultivate. No matter how high the comprehension of this little guy is, it is impossible to master the Nine Shadows sword within half an hour. Let's wait and see. Just wait and see. It took Lu-E about 10 minutes to finish reading the Nine Shadows sword sheets. After reading it, Lu-E glanced at the panel and saw that the task of reading the cheats had been completed. Lu-E happily received the reward. Immediately, the information about the Nine Shadows sword entered Lu-Yi's mind quickly, and Lu-E absorbed it. Information: the Nine Shadows sword is ready to start. Lu-E glanced at the words, Nine Shadows sword, LV1, on the panel, then looked at the time, and couldn't help sighing. This is also too fast. Lu-E suddenly had the trouble of being a top student. When he was in school in his previous life, some beast would always get up to hand in the papers in the middle of the exam time, every time. It was really enviable. Didn't expect him to be able to do it now. It took him more than 10 minutes to complete the 4-hour exam, but he was blown away. This made Lu-E a little distressed. It's too high profile now, isn't it? Lu is not a high-profile person. Lu-E looked through the cheat book again, pretending to study it seriously, thinking about which one would be more suitable for him to choose as a teacher after so many nascent soul elders after getting started. After a while, the assessment lasted for more than half an hour. Lu-E felt that the time was almost up, and it should not be too high profile at this time. So Lu-E stood up. Seeing Lu-E get up, the eyes of elder and disciples lit up. They looked forward to it and communicated with each other through sound transmission. I realized it so quickly. It's only been 2/4 of an hour. Isn't that too fast? Don't worry, he hasn't started the drill yet, so he has to do it a few times. It makes sense. How many times do you think Lu-E can get started? Within 10 times. Even so, you can get started in about half an hour, right? Let's take a look first. Just as they were communicating, Lu-E took out the long sword that had been placed in the interspatial ring before and swung the long sword. Laugh. The long sword cut across the air and brought out a sharp sword shadow, which was the sign of the entry into the Nine Shadows sword. Everyone, the hall suddenly became very silent, and all the elders and disciples stared wide-eyed, staring blankly at the slowly dissipating sword shadow. Then a disciple exclaimed, "Have you started? How long has it been?" Others were also in an uproar. 2/4 of an hour. You actually mastered the Nine Shadows sword. What kind of monster is this Lu-E? Yeah, this guy doesn't even practice. Could it be that he just read the cheats and deduced it in his mind before getting started? No wonder you can comprehend sword intent in Qi refining realm. This comprehension is simply inhuman. The disciples exclaimed again and again. Even the elders had shock in their eyes, and they couldn't help but look at each other. This comprehension, if this little guy's cultivation base reaches the foundation establishment realm, then I won't be surprised if he comprehends the Nine Shadows sword within 2/4 of an hour, but this little guy is only Qi refining realm. That's right, this kind of cultivation base, the Nine Shadows sword, which is extremely difficult to cultivate, actually got started in 2/4 of an hour. It's really shocking. This comprehension is probably no worse than Ling Shuang. No, maybe it's a little bit better. A nascent soul elder said slowly. Thanks to Beishan Yiyu Xiaogu for the 500 points rewarded by Taoist. End of this chapter. The other elders fell silent when they heard the words. The next moment, all elders looked at Lu-E with green lights in their eyes. Who doesn't want this kind of talent's disciple? Ling Shuang couldn't help it. She was accepted as an apprentice by the Peak Master, and she wouldn't dare to snatch them even if they had 100 guts, but now, a baby bump like Lu-E is not valued by the Peak Master. This is their chance. For a moment, they turned their heads to look at each other. and they both saw the same thought in each other's eyes. Everyone sneered at the same time. The breath around them slowly surged, and a powerful and terrifying coercion dissipated in the great hall. Dong Wanglian brushed the jade flute with his fingers and said, "He, come on, let's see who is more qualified to teach Lu-Yi." The glamorous woman elder chuckled, and a red water chestnut appeared in her hand. "That's exactly what I meant. Come on, who is afraid of whom? Lu-Yi must be the old man's disciple." The disciples in the distance saw the nascent soul elder who was usually aloof and was about to fight, and looked at Lu-Yi with envious expressions. "The elders are all crazy. Are you afraid of being punished by the peak master for making such a fuss?" The peak master doesn't like other people making too much noise in the peak. A gold core youth grinned, thinking of Ling Luofeng's angry appearance, feeling scalp a little tingling. Nangong Moyu shrugged and said, "What can I do? Who made this new junior talent so strong?" "That's true. Aside from other things, this comprehension alone is comparable to senior sister Luning Shuang, right? It seems that this little junior brother, we have to get along well in the future." Everyone nodded. Lu-Yi couldn't help being speechless when he saw the crowd of elders fighting with swords. Was he a little high profile just now? He was a little annoyed in his heart. If he knew it earlier, it would be later. However, he also heard comments from several elders. His understanding is stronger than senior sister Luning Shuang. This is not bad. He is still a little happy. Xiao Deacon on the side also felt a headache when he saw the elders' swords were on the verge of breaking out. He bit the bullet and said, "Elders, Lu-Yi hasn't finished the assessment yet. Shouldn't he be able to finish the assessment and then talk about things like apprenticeship?" Hearing this, many elders also realized that there is still no test for combat power assessment. The main reason is that Lu-Yi's performance in the comprehension test was too shocking. Even nascent soul cultivators like them who had experienced big storms were a little shocked. "Hey, that's true. We should finish the test first. Then let's start the battle test." If you ask me, Lu-Yi's strength in the outer sect grand competition already speaks for itself. Even Jiang Fan on the 10th floor of Qi refining is no match for him. "Isn't that enough?" An elder with a somewhat fiery temper said. "Facts are facts. Rules are rules, and there must be rules." A white-haired old man said, looking at Xiao Deacon. Xiao, since that's the case, let's start the combat power assessment." Xiao Deacon nodded and replied, "Yes." He looked at Lu-Yi and said with a smile, "Lu-Yi, your assessment opponent is me. Generally speaking, the standard of combat strength assessment is to defeat an opponent who is a smaller realm stronger than yourself. But for you, I use Qi refining 10, the cultivation base on the lower level is fighting with you. No problem?" Lu-Yi smiled. "Of course no problem." Xiao Deacon nodded. "Then let's go to the square outside." Lu-Yi nodded, followed Xiao Deacon and left the hall, and those elders also followed. Lu-Yi glanced at the disciples who were eating melons, felt the powerful aura of these disciples, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, as expected of the disciples on Ling Luofeng. Each of them felt so strong. When these disciples saw them coming out, they also stepped aside to leave enough space for the two of them. Lu-Yi and Xiao Deacon stood facing each other. A long sword appeared in Xiao Deacon's hand, and the 10-level spiritual Qi fluctuation of Qi refining emerged from his body. He looked at Lu-Yi with a smile and asked, "Are you ready?" Spiritual Qi circulated all over Lu-Yi's body. The long sword appeared in his hand, and he nodded with a smile. "Ready." When Xiao Deacon heard this, a gleam flashed in his eyes. The next moment, with sharp sword Qi on his sword, rushed towards Lu-Yi. He used the Lufeng sword technique, and the strength he showed was that of a normal Qi refining 10th floor disciple, probably weaker than Li Yin. Such strength does not pose any threat to Lu-Yi, but it is also to Lu-Yi. Ordinary Qi refining 9-layer cultivator will definitely not be able to beat Qi refining 10-layer, and those who can leapfrog to fight are themselves geniuses. Lu-Yi's face was calm. The long sword in his hand carried a sharp sword intent, and sword clouds emerged from Lu-Yi's long sword, slashing toward Xiao Deacon. Jian Yun appeared in front of Xiao Deacon almost instantly. Xiao Deacon felt the sharp sword intent on Jian Yun, and his pupils shrank slightly. This power, if he is really the 10th floor of Qi refining, he will have to dead? He instinctively broke out the cultivation base in the foundation establishment realm and smashed the sword cloud with a single blow. As the sword cloud dissipated, Xiao Deacon exhaled slightly, with some shock in his eyes. The combat strength test passed. The disciples and the elder nearby were still looking at the slowly dissipating sword cloud. The elders had known Lu Yi's strength for a long time, but the disciples didn't know much about it. Seeing it now, their faces were shocked. The white cloud sword technique of Guasian level, coupled with that sword intent. This Lu Yi junior brother is really amazing. Hey, junior brother Lu Yi is not very old, so I don't know if he can become the second senior sister Luning Shuang. Is this unlikely? Senior sister Luning Shuang is an innate ice spirit body. No matter how enlightened junior brother Lu Yi is, he can't catch up with him in talent cultivation. Anyway, junior brother Lu Yi joins me, Ling Luo Feng, and I, Ling Luo Feng, may need another person to carry the tripod. That will be decades later. Let's talk about it after junior brother Lu has gold core. Ah, that's true. Before this, those of us who are senior brothers and sisters should take good care of junior brother Lu. Is it still necessary for you to say that? Stop talking, it's time to start. At this moment, Nangon Wayu looked at the eager elders, with a melon-eating expression on his face. When many disciples saw this, their eyes lit up and they planned to watch a play. Lu Yi passed the combat power test, Xiao Deacon said with a smile. Lu Yi, you have passed the entrance examination. Are you sure you want to join Ling Luo Feng? Lu Yi smiled and nodded. Of course. Xiao Deacon smiled and said, in this case, from today onwards, you are Ling Luo Feng's disciple. You can join an elder's disciple, and of course you can practice on your own. When you encounter difficulties in cultivation, you can also ask, elder pointed out, this requires sect points. Lu Yi nodded. I see. Hearing this, a group of elders surrounded Lu Yi almost instantly, with spiritual qi circulating around them. Lu Yi, join my sect. I am willing to accept you as a personal disciple. I will fill up the cultivation resources for you. Little guy, join this old man's sect, and this old man can pass on your unique cultivation technique, which is divine transformation cultivation technique, which is very powerful. Boy, I see that you have already comprehended sword intent. Join my sect. I can pass on all my perception of swordsmanship to you and help you refine your sword intent. Lu Yi felt as if he was in a vegetable market, and the voices of the elders gave him a headache. What should I do if I am too popular with the elders? Waiting online, very urgent. At this moment, a crisp voice suddenly sounded. Everyone elder, Master Feng will meet this junior. Hearing this, the elders, who were trying to coax and trick Lu Yi into apprenticeship, fell silent, as if the mute button had been pressed. End of this chapter. Lu Yi turned his head to look in the direction of the speech, and there was a young girl standing at the fork in the great hall of the peak assessment. The girl had black hair tied into 2 long ponytails, big eyes, a small cherry mouth, a high-nose bridge, and a trace of baby fat on her cheeks. She was a sweet girl with a beautiful appearance. The most noticeable thing is her eyes, not the usual black, but a strange lavender. She is wearing a light purple long dress, which is cute and has a mysterious atmosphere. Lu Yi couldn't help being surprised in his heart. This woman is so pretty. She is the second person with the peak beauty he has ever seen. The first is senior sister Luning Shuang. Just when Lu Yi was amazed, each elder turned to look at the girl. A white-haired elder laughed dryly. Ha, so it's Mingwei girl. The peak master asked you to come? Want to see Lu Yi? Each elder looked at the girl hopefully, hoping that what he heard before was a mistake. The girl smiled. Dimples appeared on her cheeks. She nodded. Yes, Elder Bailu, sent by the peak master. Many elders. Their expressions became stiff all of a sudden. Lu Yi looked at the crowd of elders and saw that they had complicated expressions, as if their most precious things had been snatched away. Lu Yi felt a little strange. The main peak saw him. Could it be that he wanted to take him as a disciple? Wonderful. You must know that Ling Luofeng's peak master is known as the most amazing and brilliant genius in the history of White Cloud sect. Becoming the apprentice of such a big boss is a good thing, no matter how you think about it. When Lu-Yi was looking forward to it, the glamorous nascent soul elder forced a smile and said, "Since the leader is meeting with Lu-Yi, let's let our affairs go later." Dong Wanglian also let out a dry laugh and put away the jade flute in his hand. The matter of the peak master is the most important thing. It's extremely. In that case, you can go, Lu-Yi. One by one, the elders forced their way out of the way with a smile, and Lu-Yi felt a little sympathetic when he saw their stiff expressions that looked like they were about to cry. It seems that Ling Luofeng's biggest boss is the Lord Ling Luofeng, and even nascent soul elder doesn't seem to be easy to mess with. He smiled and said, "Thank you, elders, for your kindness. Since the peak master has ordered, I will go with this senior sister first." Seeing that Lu-Yi was so polite, the elders softened their expressions a bit. Go, little guy. What I said before still counts. Even if you don't worship me as a teacher, you can still come and ask me for advice on any questions about the way of swordsmanship. Ha. Although the old man's unique cultivation technique can't be passed on to you. But if you have any problems in cultivation, Lu-Yi, you can also come to the old man. One by one, the elders spoke with a smile, and Lu-Yi thanked them again and again, thinking that there are so many good people in Ling Luofeng, so he likes this kind of place. Lu-Yi came in front of the girl with 2 ponytails, and the girl with 2 ponytails said, "Junior brother Lu-Yi, let's go." Lu-Yi said with a smile, "I'll trouble you, senior sister, to lead the way. This is the order of the peak master, don't bother." The girl with 2 ponytails said, then turned around and walked along the side road to the stone steps again. Seeing Lu-Yi and the girl with twin tails leaving, all the elders were heartbroken. The glamorous elder sighed faintly. Alas, why didn't the peak master leave us a genius? That's right, there are 2 innate spirit bodies, Luning Shuang and Donggong Mingwei. Dong Wanglian also looked resentful and bullied. Okay, let's not talk about it. It's a good thing that Lu-Yi is valued by the peak master. To be honest, with Lu-Yi's understanding, we can't teach him much. Following the peak master, his achievements must be higher. An old elder shook his head and said. Many elders were silent, and then did not say any more. They also knew that the elder was telling the truth. Let's go back. Numerous elders lost their interest and turned into light, disappearing. The group of disciples saw that the elders left and there was no good show to watch, so they didn't stay any longer. Go back to practice. Damn it, there's another monster from Ling Luofeng. This place is too difficult to mess with. I think I'm a genius. What nonsense. Who is not a genius here? Yeah, go back and practice hard. At least you'll be caught up by the monster Lu-Yi later. From now on, cancel 1 hour of entertainment and use it to run cultivation technique. Crap, are you still a human? If that's the case, then I'll have to spend more time comprehending the spells. You guys want to play like this, right? I can only practice desperately. The disciples left cursing one by one, secretly planning to practice even more crazily. On the mountain road, Lu-Yi followed the sister with double ponytails and walked slowly to the high place. On the way, the senior sister with double ponytails turned her head to look at Lu-Yi and said with a smile, "My name is Donggong Mingwei, and your name is Lu-Yi, right? There are so many elders who want to take you as an apprentice. Does your talent look good?" It turned out to be senior sister Donggong. Lu-Yi said modestly, "The talent of the younger brother is probably not bad, right? The main thing is that the elders love you. I think the talent of the senior sister should be very high, right?" Donggong Mingwei raised the corners of her mouth when she heard the words. With a hint of pride on her small face, she raised her head slightly and said, "Of course. This lady is an innate thunder spirit body, like senior sister Ningxuang. She is an innate spirit body, and she will definitely be an innate spirit body in the future. Become a peerless powerhouse. Innate thunder spirit body." Lu-Yi widened his eyes slightly, looking at Donggong Mingwei in surprise. He He was really surprised. In this world, all beings are not created equal. Some people have cultivation talents, and some people can only be mortals. Even if there are people who practice talent, talent is different. Among them, the most talented ones are, of course, those cultivators with special physiques and talents. And those are the real talents. Innate spirit body is an extremely powerful and famous special physique in the entire immortal world. Such a person, as long as there are no accidents in the future, will definitely be able to reach the empty void realm. If there's a big chance, even integrated union, Mahayana, or even transcentribulation is not impossible. Regarding Luning Shuang having an innate ice spirit body, there have been rumors, but has not been confirmed. I never thought that even this little senior sister is now an innate spirit body. This is true genius. Lu-Yi admits that he is a little envious. His talent is just ordinary. Lu-Yi enviously said, I didn't expect senior sister Donggong's talent to be so good. Is senior sister also the apprentice of Lord Ling Luo? Lu-Yi was a little puzzled. It would be a big deal for Master Ling Luo Feng to accept Luning Shuang as his disciple. Everyone in the White Cloud sect knew about Ling Luo Feng, but why hadn't he heard of Ling Luo in the White Cloud sect? Master Luo Feng has taken in a second apprentice? Hearing this, Donggong Mingyue's smile froze, and she said distressedly, How can it be so easy? The Peak Master has special conditions for accepting apprentices, and I haven't met the conditions yet. End of this chapter. When Lu-Yi heard this, his eyes widened, and he was a little surprised. Conditions? What conditions? Even an innate spirit body, like senior sister Donggong, can't do it. Who says I can't do it anymore? Donggong Mingyue glared at Lu-Yi. Her cheeks puffed up slightly, and she said in disbelief, It just takes a little time. Having said that, she paused and said, What are the specific conditions? You will know when you meet the Peak Master. Although Lu-Yi was curious, there was nothing he could do if Donggong Mingyue didn't say anything, and he would wait until the time to meet Princess Ling Luo. At this time, Donggong Mingyue asked curiously, By the way, how long did it take you to comprehend the spell when you entered the peak assessment? It only took me half an hour. Speaking of this, Donggong Mingyue's pretty face was a little smug, and she said, No accident, we should be senior sisters and younger brothers. If you have any questions about spells in the future, you can come and ask me, senior sister, and I will teach you well. Said, Donggong Mingyue also patted Lu-Yi's shoulder, as if I was covering you. Hearing this, Lu-Yi smiled a little embarrassedly. Junior brother spent 2/4 of an hour. The smile on Donggong Mingyue's face froze in vain. 2/4 of an hour? Donggong Mingyue's already big eyes widened even wider. Her small mouth was slightly opened, which was inexplicably cute. Lu-Yi nodded. Yes. Donggong Mingyue was shocked. If that's the case, isn't your understanding better than senior sister Ning Shuang? Lu-Yi smiled and said, I don't know if it's better than senior sister Ning Shuang, but the result of the assessment is 2/4 of an hour. Donggong Mingyue's pretty face turned red all of a sudden. Just now she vowed to ask her any questions in the future. Didn't she expect that Lu-Yi's understanding is better than her? What's the matter with this guy's understanding? Is it so outrageous? Her eyes wandered, a little embarrassed, and she refused to admit defeat. Isn't your comprehension not bad? You are worthy of being my young lady's future junior brother. But your cultivation talent is still worse than this young lady's. Miss Ben is even better. Seeing Donggong Mingyue's awkward look, Lu-Yi couldn't help being amused and said solemnly, Senior sister Donggong's cultivation talent is naturally not comparable to that of my junior, and my junior should learn a lot from my senior. Donggong Mingyue heard the words. Her eyes lit up. Her hands are on her hips. She looked like I was super awesome. She nodded and said, Junior brother Lu-Yi, you are not bad. With your understanding, why become a fairy? I will definitely help you. You transcend tribulation. Lu-Yi said with a cheerful smile. Then I would like to thank senior sister Donggong. You're welcome. As a senior sister, you should take care of your junior brother. Donggong Mingyue narrowed her eyes with a smile. Lu-yi smiled. Senior sister's really a good person. That must. At this moment, Lu-yi thought of something. I'm going to see Lord Ling Luo phone. I wonder if I can issue a mission? He said to himself in his heart. I'm going to see Lord Ling Luo. Suddenly, text appeared on the panel. Task. See Aya Luo phone. Reward. 100-year spiritual milk * 10 drops. Whether to accept. Yes/no. Lu-yi was overjoyed. Did he really have a mission? The reward was actually 10 drops of 100-year spiritual milk. This is the first time that Lu-yi has rewarded so much 100-year spiritual milk at one time. And this is just a simple meeting with Princess Ling Luo. Thinking of him competing with Brother Jiang Fan before, he worked so hard to get a drop of 100-year spiritual milk. This gap is too big. Lu-yi happily accepted the task, while continuing to talk to Donggong Mingyue, listening to Donggong Mingyue talking about Ling Luofeng's situation while walking up. The main peak of Ling Luofeng is extremely high, and there are clouds accumulating on the mountainside, so the temperature will drop suddenly. But the surrounding environment is still as warm as spring. There are green trees and grass beside the stone steps, and the stream is running. The environment is extremely beautiful, just like a fairyland. The main peak of Ling Luofeng is full of immortal caves above elder and core disciple. But because of the small number of Ling Luofeng, the immortal caves are very scattered, and they are basically far away from the trails. The higher he went, the more exotic flowers and plants Lu-yi saw, and the concentration of spiritual qi became extremely high. Donggong Mingyue introduced, from here on, even Elder's immortal cave is gone. Only Peak Master, Senior Sister Ningxuang, and my immortal cave. Lu-yi was taken aback for a moment, then looked up and saw that there was still a long way to the top of the mountain. He was a little puzzled and asked, why? Isn't there a big road up there? Elder's immortal caves can't be open up on it. Donggong Mingyue's expression was a little strange, and she said, well, the specific reason you will know later. Lu-yi. Seeing Donggong Mingyue's strange expression, Lu-yi always felt that something was wrong. Then Ling Luofeng will not have any serious problems, right? Shouldn't it? After all, she is the most talented person in the White Cloud sect. If there is a real problem, White Cloud Zone will definitely do everything possible to solve it. Lu-yi stopped thinking about it, and the two continued to go up and soon came to the area close to the top of the mountain. Arriving in this area, the surrounding spiritual qi was so intense that it reached its limit. Lu-yi took a deep breath and felt that his own cultivation base had changed a bit. He was extremely shocked. The spiritual qi in this place was too exaggerated. He looked around and found a lot of heavenly and mortal treasures. Some heavenly and mortal treasures he had seen in books before, some he didn't know. At the top of the mountain, there is a bamboo forest. Beside the bamboo forest is an exquisite bamboo house, and there's a small pond not far from the bamboo house. The pool was filled with water, and there was still white mist floating on it. Spa? In such a high place, there are hot springs, and this hot spring looks very spiritual qi. The water inside is probably not ordinary water. Lu-yi was very surprised. As expected of Princess Ling Luo, this skill is too big. And the environment here is really nice. Lord Ling Luo seems to be a person who enjoys it quite a bit. Lu-yi guessed in his heart and followed Donggong Mingyue to the front of the bamboo house. Donggong Mingyue had a respectful expression and said, Peak Master, I brought junior brother Lu-yi here. Looking at the bamboo house, Lu-yi felt a little nervous, as he was about to meet the legendary figure of the White Cloud sect. However, to Lu-yi's bewilderment, after waiting for a while, there was no sound from inside the bamboo house. Lu-yi looked at Donggong Mingyue with some doubts, his eyes full of puzzlement. What about people? Donggong Mingyue, on the other hand, seemed not surprised and said again, Peak Master, I bought you your favorite magnolia cake. As soon as the words were finished, a gust of fragrant wind blew by, and at some point a figure appeared in front of Lu-yi, as if he had been standing there from the very beginning. His heartbeat missed half a beat, cold sweat broke out on his back, and he was almost frightened to death. Female ghost. Lu-E looked at the figure in front of him. It was a woman in a simple white dress. This woman has black hair and shawls, and she has a beautiful appearance, but she seems to have not woken up yet, with a sleepy look, black hair on the top of her head, and her eyes are blurred. Lu-E looked at the woman who seemed to be possessed by sleepiness and had no image at all, and a question mark slowly appeared in her mind. This guy couldn't be Lord Luo-Feng, right? It should be no. End of this chapter. When Lu-E was puzzled, the woman in white rubbed her hair, covered her mouth with her hands and yawned, looked at Donggong Mingyue, and said in a lazy and subtle voice, "Little Mingyue, where's Yulon cake?" Donggong Mingyue smiled and said, "Peak Master, didn't you ask me to bring Junior Brother Louis? Junior Brother Lu-E has already arrived. It really is the Peak Master?" The corner of Lu-Yi's mouth twitched, feeling that the legendary image of the stunningly talented Princess Ling Luo collapsed rapidly in his heart. Lord Ling Luo-Feng glanced at Lu-E when she heard the words. Her hazy eyes became clearer, and the corners of her mouth raised, revealing a lazy smile. "Ah, I remembered. I did ask you to take this kid with you. Come here." Saying that, Ling Luo-Feng looked at Lu-E, raised her eyebrows, and said, "Not bad. When Ning Shuang mentioned you to me, she said that you were only on the 6th floor of Qi refining, and it's only been half a month." The 8th floor of refining? The breath is solid. The foundation is not weak. There is indeed something. No wonder those old guys are trying to rob people. Lu-Yi's pupils shrank slightly. Unexpectedly, Lord Ling Luo could see his strength at a glance, and he was a little shocked. This woman who looks like she can't wake up seems to be really strong? Lu-E said with a smile. The Peak Master is too much, but Lu-E is still very weak and needs to work harder. Fengzhu Ling Luo stretched her waist and said with a smile, "It's not good to be too modest. You are different from Ning Shuang and Xiao Mingyue. It seems that there is no small chance to reach this level with ordinary physical ability." Lu-E was startled and almost broke out in a cold sweat. He did get a lot of chance. After all, this is Goldfinger. How could the chance be so small? Unexpectedly, Lord Luo could tell a glance. Lu-E felt a little pressure in his heart, and various scenes such as killing people and seizing treasures that he saw in the novels of his previous life appeared in his mind, and he was a little numb. This is a big boss. Even if I want to run, I can't run away. At this moment, Ling Luofeng's lazy voice continued to sound. "I know a little bit of the art of fate. I see that you are not a bad person. No matter what chance you get, it is your own luck, and I'm too lazy to care about it. I told you to come here just to keep an eye on your talent." When Lu-E heard this, he was slightly relieved. Immortal cultivators place the utmost importance on the original heart. Since Lord Ling Luo said so, it seems that he really has no idea about him. Then Lu-E laughed inwardly. Thinking about it, Ling Luo-Feng is the most amazing genius of the White Cloud sect. His talent is strong enough. I don't know how many geniuses I've seen, and I am afraid that there are many opportunities. In addition, she is also an orthodox cultivator, not an evil cultivator. How could such a character have any thoughts about him because of his small improvement? Lu-E felt that he really thought too much. But Princess Luo can actually understand the art of fate. Although he doesn't know the art of destiny, he has never heard of any divine transformation cultivator who would understand these things. Not to mention the divine transformation cultivator. Even if it is the empty void cultivator, it seems that no one has heard of such an illusory thing as fate, right? As expected of the Princess Ling Luo, she felt very tall when she spoke. Lu-E sighed in his heart and said, "Peak Lord, you mean to accept me as a disciple?" Princess Ling Luo stretched her waist. The simple white dress highlighted her slender waist and stalwart chest, but Lu-E didn't dare to look at it, for fear of being beaten to death. "Go in and talk. I'm exhausted from standing." Lu-E looked at Ling Luo-Feng, who turned and walked out toward the bamboo house. His mind was full of question marks. A divine transformation cultivator. How could he be tired of standing? Donggong Mingyue saw that Lu-E was a little confused and said with a smile, "Junior Brother Lu-E, let's go in." Lu-E returned to his senses, nodded, and followed Fengzhu Ling Luo and Donggong Mingwei into the bamboo house. Inside the bamboo house is a hall, where there are bamboo tea tables with soft sides. Princess Ling Luo sat on the soft couch in a disfigured manner, moved the soft pillow to her back, then smiled in satisfaction, looked at Lu Yi and said, "If you are accepted as a disciple, then you will have to pay for it. It depends on your performance." Lu Yi suddenly thought of the condition that Donggong Mingwei said before. Could it be that condition? Lu Yi asked with some doubts. "I don't know what performance the peak master needs." Lord Ling Luofeng revealed a mysterious smile and said, "Lu Yi, do you know what is above the 10th floor of Qi refining?" Lu Yi was taken aback. His mind was full of question marks. Seeing Ling Luofeng's mysterious look, the corner of his mouth twitched. Foundation Establishment Realm? Master Ling Luofeng smiled and said, "For ordinary cultivators, this is indeed the case. The 10th floor of Qi refining is the heavenly Tao limit. If the 10th floor is completed, you can gather the Tao Foundation and enter the Foundation Establishment Realm. However, there are always some people who don't like heavenly Tao. Do you understand Tao's rules and regulations?" Lu Yi's eyes widened, and he looked at Ling Luofeng in astonishment. "Peak Master, what do you mean? The Foundation Establishment is not the only path above the 10th floor of Qi refining." Fengzhu Ling Luo raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, "Boy, you have a good sense of understanding. It's kind of similar, but it's not all right." She continued, "For ordinary cultivators, the 10th floor of Qi refining is the limit of Qi refining realm, but this is the limit of heavenly Tao. If this limit is exceeded, then Qi refining realm still has a way to go." When Lu Yi heard the news, he was very shocked. Isn't the 10th Qi refining realm the limit of the Qi refining realm? This is the first time Lu Yi has heard of the concept. In his cognition, Qi refining realm is the 10th floor, and above the 10th floor is the Foundation Establishment, and above the 10th floor of the Foundation Establishment is the gold core. However, the words of Lord Aya Luofeng today opened the door to a new world for Lu Yi, and the 10th floor of Qi refining is not the limit. Ling Luofeng said with a smile, "No, above the 10th floor of Qi refining, if you break the limit of heavenly Tao, you can enter the 11th floor of Qi refining. The heavenly Tao limit of Qi refining realm has a third stage. If you break the limit of the third stage, you can reach the true limit of Qi refining realm, the 13th floor of Qi refining." The 13th floor of Qi refining? Lu Yi was shocked. Hearing what Ling Luofeng said, Lu Yi thought that after the breakthrough limit, the 11th floor of Qi refining was the limit. It turns out that there are still, after the 11th floor, up to 13 floors. If someone reaches the 13th floor in Qi refining realm, how strong is it? Lu Yi didn't even dare to think about it. Easily fight against the low-level cultivator of Foundation Establishment? This is a leapfrog battle across the big realm. Is it so outrageous? That's right, the 13th floor of Qi refining. Lu Yi came back to his senses, looked at Ling Luofeng and asked, "Peak Master, how should we break through this limit?" At this moment, Lu Yi set a small goal for himself on the road to practice. First go to the Qi refining realm breakthrough to the 13th floor. Ling Luofeng said with a smile, "The limit of breakthrough is actually very simple. What we cultivators cultivate is energy and spirit, and we constantly polish ourselves in order to break through realm and sublimate ourselves. The same is true for breaking the limit. Constantly polish your foundation, including your physical body, spiritual qi, and spirit. When your foundation is reached, you can naturally sense this heavenly Tao limitation." Seeing that Lu Yi was deep in thought, Ling Luofeng smiled and said, "Don't you want to know how to become my disciple? It's very simple. Break the first stage heavenly Tao limit, reach the 11th floor of Qi refining, and I will accept you as my disciple." End of this chapter. Breakthrough to the 11th floor of Qi refining? Good guy. It's no wonder that until now, only senior sister Luning Shuang has become the disciple of Lord Ling Luofeng. If you think about it, You know, it's not easy to break Heavenly Tao's restrictions. Didn't you see that even an innate thunder spirit body, like senior sister Donggong Minghua, hasn't reached this goal yet? It is conceivable how hopeless this condition is for ordinary people. Lu Yi sighed in his heart, and Lord Ling Luo asked again, "How about it? Are you willing to accept it? If you don't want to accept it, you can go down and find an elder to take you as a disciple." Ling Luo Feng leaned lazily on the soft bed, looking sleepy, and didn't mean to force Lu Yi. When Lu Yi heard this, he didn't answer directly. He said to himself, "I want to be the registered disciple of Princess Ling Luo." Task: become a registered disciple of Lord Ling Luo Feng, 0 to 1. Rewards: Foundation Establishment Spell Breathing Containment Technique, Ultimate Flying Magical Item Wind Breath Boat, 1,000-Year Spiritual Milk * 5 drops, Heavenly and Mortal Treasures Fire Spiritual Fluid * 1 drop. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Lu Yi was shocked when he saw the reward. Good guys, it's such a high reward. Ever since he accepted the task of meeting Ling Luo Feng, Lu Yi felt that something was wrong. How do you feel that the rewards for Ling Luofeng's mission are so high? Is it because Lord Aya Luo is very powerful? Or is it because Lord Aya Luo Feng's talent is very strong? Lu Yi feels that he may not understand some hidden rules for rewarding panel posting tasks. Perhaps the stronger and more talented the subject involved in accepting the task, the higher the reward? Thinking of this, Lu Yi thought of senior sister Luning Shuang, and the reward for the previous task of making senior sister Luning Shuang fall in love with him was ridiculously high. Maybe there is also a reason for this? Lu Yi thought of Donggong Minghua again, and had many bold ideas in his heart. Thinking about it this way, wouldn't it be wonderful to join Ling Luo Feng and worship the Lord Ling Luo Feng as a teacher? Whether it's Lord Ling Luo Feng, senior sister Luning Shuang, or senior sister Donggong Minghua, they're all talent transcendents. So if you earn quest rewards by yourself, you can't take off? Lu Yi has already thought of what he will look like in a fairy weapon in the future, and he feels very happy. Lu Yi silently accepted the task, and then said, "The disciple is willing to accept." Ling Luo Feng glanced at Lu Yi, raised the corners of his mouth, and said with a smile, "In this case, then you are my registered disciple, just like Xiao Minghua, and you will become a regular when you break the limit of Heavenly Tao." Hearing this, Lu Yi hurriedly said respectfully, "Master." Ling Luo Fengzhu shook his head and said, "You haven't become my disciple yet, just call me Fengzhu." Lu Yi suddenly realized, it's no wonder why senior sister Donggong Minghua called Ling Luo Fengzhu. It turned out that it was because she was still a named disciple. Lu Yi quickly said, "Yes, Peak Master." Lord Ling Luo Feng nodded in satisfaction, and with a wave of his hand, a long blue sword and a talisman appeared in front of him. Although it is a registered disciple, there is still a teacher apprenticeship ceremony. This is the top-grade magical item Qingling sword, which is still suitable for you to use. This talisman is a 1,000-mile talisman. When you encounter danger, inject spiritual qi, which can take you across thousands of miles to avoid danger. As cultivators, it is inevitable that we will encounter enemies, fight and kill them, and saving our lives is the top priority, and we will have a future if we live. Lu Yi was overjoyed. Good guy. He worshipped a teacher once and gave 2 rewards. This time he made a lot of money. But I have to say that the Peak Master's thoughts coincide with him. And he doesn't like to be too dangerous, just like playing games in his previous life. Isn't it also said that only by being alive can he output? He happily accepted the Qingling sword and the 1,000 miles talisman, and said with a smile, "Thank you, Peak Master." Fengzhu Ling Luo nodded, yawned, and said, "If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask Xiao Minghua. As for the cultivation resources, as long as you can use them for your own cultivation, you can get them yourself, and you can just say I said it, but I can't waste it. After all, Ling Luo Feng has other disciples." Lu Yi was taken aback when he heard that. Does this mean that he can use unlimited resources? How can this be a registered disciple? The direct disciples are not treated so well, right? Lu Yi suddenly felt that the Peak Master is good-looking, even if he looks sleepy. At this moment, Lu-E thought of something and asked, by the way, Peak Master, what should I do if I don't understand something about cultivation? Fengzhuling Luo was taken aback for a moment. A tangled look appeared on her pretty face, and then she said, Cough, since you are my registered disciple, of course you are here to ask me. Then she said again, but you can't come here too often, at most once a month, or you'll be too tired. He has a new understanding of the laziness of this Peak Master. Fortunately, there is nothing wrong with my own cultivation as long as I do tasks and get rewards. He comforted himself in his heart. I understand. Thank you, Peak Master. Ling Luofeng nodded. Okay, that's it. You go out with Xiao Mingwei and choose an immortal cave nearby. Donggong Mingwei stood up, looked at Lu-E, and said happily, Brother Lu-E, from now on we will really be sisters and brothers. Let's go. Sister will take you to see the immortal cave. Lu-E nodded. Yeah. At this moment, Lord Ling Luofeng thought of something, looked at Donggong Mingwei, and said with a smile, Little Mingwei, you lied to me before. Donggong Mingwei's smile froze, and she froze in place. She turned her head stiffly and laughed dryly. Peak Master, I couldn't help it at the time, and you didn't answer me even if I asked you. Ling Luofeng snorted softly. So what? You should be punished for cheating on me. Wait and buy me a box of magnolia cakes. The corners of Donggong Mingwei's mouth twitched, and she nodded resentfully. Oh. Lu-E on the side saw Donggong Mingwei's aggrieved appearance and felt a little embarrassed. After all, senior sister Donggong was punished because of him. If you stand on the sidelines and don't speak, you are a little too disrespectful. Lu-E thought about it and said, Peak Master, why don't I go by it? Hearing Lu-Yi's words, Ling Luofeng glanced at Lu-E, raised the corners of her mouth, and said with a light smile, I just became a junior and will protect Xiao Mingwei? If that's the case, then go by it. Donggong Mingwei glanced at Lu-E in surprise. She didn't expect Lu-E to say that, but she soon laughed happily. It's great to have a junior brother. Thank you, junior brother. Lu-E smiled. Senior sister Donggong, you are welcome. This is what I should do. Lord Ling Luo yawned again and said, In that case, let's buy another pot of magnolia wine. You go, I'm going to sleep. I'm going to practice. Lu-E. Did you just say that you wanted to sleep? Surely it means you want to sleep? Lu-E is numb. How did this guy become the most amazing genius in the White Cloud sect? Lu-E suddenly felt that it was unreliable to take this guy as his teacher. But thinking of those rewards, Lu-E felt unreliable and accepted it. Lu-E thought about what was going on and followed Donggong Mingwei out the door. After leaving the door, Donggong Mingwei looked at Lu-E with a smile and said, Junior brother, I'll take you to the immortal cave first, and then let's go buy magnolia wine and magnolia cakes. Lu-E nodded. Then I would like to thank senior sister Donggong. Donggong Mingwei pursed her mouth and said with some dissatisfaction, Do you want senior sister Donggong to see you more? You are my junior brother now. From now on, you will call me second senior sister or Mingwei senior sister. Lu-E is as good as others, second senior sister. Only then did Donggong Mingwei nod in satisfaction and said cheerfully, Let's go. Let's go to Immortal Cave first, and I'll choose one for you that's closer to me, with a better location. End of this chapter. Lu-E followed Donggong Mingwei down the mountain, and soon came to a cave. Outside the cave is a rocky flat, with a dense forest on the right and a stream winding down on the left. The environment is very good. Donggong Mingwei said, Is it right here? It's only a little distance away from my immortal cave. You can come to me anytime you have any questions in the future. Donggong Mingwei pointed in the direction of the forest. Lu-E looked around, nodded in satisfaction, and said with a smile, I also think this place is good. Come on, then go in and have a look. Donggong Mingwei said with a smile. The two entered the cave. The entrance was not big, but the inside was not small. After entering, there was a hall. Behind the hall was a bedroom for rest, a practice room for training, and a bathroom for washing. At the Qi refining realm, Even meals can be completely digested with spiritual qi, and there is no need to go to the toilet. And in the foundation establishment realm world, with the support of various spells, cleaning has become very simple. Even taking a bath is not necessary. Of course, there are also quite a few cultivators who are accustomed to taking a bath, such as a sleepy peak master, who has a spiritual spring next to him, and it looks like he is using it for bathing. Overall, the room layout is very simple, but all the necessary things are there, and life is still very convenient. White Cloud sect disciples never lack anything in life. They just need to work hard in cultivation. After Lu-Yi finished shopping, he nodded and said, "It's not bad here." Donggong Mingyue also smiled and said, "Since you like it, junior brother, then here it is." At this moment, Lu-Yi thought of something and asked, "By the way, second senior sister, is the immortal cave of senior sister Ningxuang here?" Donggong Mingyue nodded and said, "That's right. Senior sister Ningxuang's immortal cave is not far from mine. Do you want to see senior sister Ningxuang? Now that senior sister Ningxuang is at closed-door training, I might not be able to see you." Lu-Yi smiled. "I'm just asking casually. After all, senior sister Ningxuang gifted junior brother a bottle of top-quality Qi Condensation Pill." Donggong Mingyue smiled and said, "I heard senior sister Ningxuang said about you, saying that you have good understanding and hope to join our Ling Luo Feng, but she certainly did not expect that you would become the registered disciple of the Peak Master. We'll be amazed." Lu-Yi smiled and was a little curious in her heart. Senior sister Lu Ningxuang's coldly appearance. What would she do if she was surprised? Lu-Yi said, "Okay, second senior sister, I'm going to buy something for the Peak Master." Donggong Mingyue said with a smile, "I'll go with you. I bought it for the peak owner before. If you go, they may not know you." Lu-Yi didn't expect that there was such a layer, so he nodded slightly. "That's fine." At the same time, Lu-Yi said to himself, "I want to buy magnolia cakes and magnolia wine for the peak master." Task: purchase magnolia cake and magnolia wine for Ling Luo Feng. Magnolia crisp, 0 to 1. Magnolia wine, 0 to 1. Rewards: spirit food cooking skill, spirit wine brewing skill. Whether to accept, yes/no. Lu-Yi stared at the task reward and was stunned. It turned out to be such a reward. Spiritual food is food cooked with beast meat rich in spiritual qi and heavenly and moral treasures. It can help cultivators quickly absorb the spiritual qi in the ingredients and has various effects. It is a food that cultivators often eat. Generally, a cultivator will choose to eat in order to satisfy his appetite, but eating ordinary food is definitely different from eating spiritual food. One is just to satisfy the appetite, and the other can also assist in cultivation after eating. What's more, the spiritual food cooked with ingredients rich in spiritual qi is of course much better in taste. Which one will the cultivator choose? Does it matter? Generally speaking, spiritual food is a branch of pill refining, and the recipe is equivalent to the pill recipe of a pill refining master. It is quite precious, and basically it is a secret that is not passed on. Ling Chef. Unexpectedly, the reward this time would be related to spiritual food. Then I can practice with spiritual food in the future, and the speed will be faster. The same is true for spirit wine. Spirit food and spirit wine are both branches of pill refining. Looking at the reward, Lu-Yi felt elated. In the future, he could be a spiritual chef and a winemaker. Although he's not interested in opening a shop, it's fine for him to use it himself. As expected of a mission related to the Peak Master, the rewards are generous. Lu-Yi was very happy. Donggong Mingyue saw Lu-Yi's face was full of smiles and asked with some doubts, "Why are you so happy, junior brother?" Lu-Yi was stunned for a moment and said with a smile, "Of course it is something to be happy to be able to become a senior sister and brother with the second senior sister." When Donggong Mingyue heard the words, she put her hands on her hips proudly, and her ponytails twitched. "Humph. That's not true. This lady is a big shot who is destined to become a fairy. To be my younger brother, your luck is really good. Second senior sister is invincible." Lu-Yi boasted with a smile. Hey, let's go. The second senior sister will take you to buy magnolia wine and magnolia cakes." So Donggong Mingyue, who is destined to become a fairy and ancestor in the future, happily took Lu-Yi to run errands. The two went down the mountain and ran towards Fengshe. Donggong Mingyue looked at the sword rays flying across the sky and couldn't help complaining. When my lady's foundation establishment is established, the first thing I have to learn is to fly with the sword. Lu-Yi also nodded repeatedly. During the conversation with Donggong Mingyue, Lu-Yi also knew that Donggong Mingyue was even 1 year younger than him, only 15 years old. At the age of 13, Donggong Mingyue had already reached the 10th level of Qi refining, but because she wanted to break the heavenly Tao restriction, Donggong Mingyue had been polishing her own foundation. Without breakthrough, of course she couldn't fly with the sword. Lu-Yi was still a little envious. He was only 16 years old and only had the 8th floor of Qi refining. At the age of 13, the 10th level of Qi refining has been completed. The gap is too big. This is the power of the innate spirit body, whether it is Donggong Mingyue or Luning Shuang, is the same. Fast cultivation speed is not suitable for people. However, his current cultivation speed is not slow. According to this progress, it will not take long for him to reach the 10th level of Qi refining and then start to polish himself, breaking through the heavenly Tao limit. The two soon entered Fengshe. Donggong Mingyue stayed at White Cloud sect for a long time and knew Fengshe very well. She led Lu-Yi through the roads and soon came to the central area of Fengshe, in front of the exquisite 3-story building. The plaque on the gate of the small building reads the words Yilangshuan. There are many cultivators coming and going at the gate. These cultivators are all powerful. Most of them are gold core realm, and they are rare in the foundation establishment realm world. Lu even felt a strong breath of nascent soul. Lu-Yi was a little surprised and asked, second senior sister, the cultivators here are so strong. Donggong Mingyue said, of course, Yilangshuan is the best shop for spiritual food in our White Cloud sect. Yilangshuan's signature Yulon crisps and magnolia wine are even spiritual food and wine in the God transformation realm world. Of course, the guests are all great. Lu-Yi's eyes widened. He didn't expect that magnolia cake and magnolia wine were the spiritual food of God transformation realm. Isn't the price very expensive? Thinking of this, Lu-Yi's face changed, and he quickly looked at Donggong Mingyue. Second senior sister, have you brought any money? Junior brother can't afford the spiritual food of God transformation realm. Donggong Mingyue said speechlessly, what are you thinking? How could the peak master ask us to pay? Go in with senior sister. Hearing this, Lu-Yi breathed a sigh of relief and followed Donggong Mingyue to Yilangshuan. At this moment, Lu-Yi heard a familiar voice from behind. Junior brother Lu-Yi, why are you here? End of this chapter. Lu-Yi was taken aback for a moment, then turned his head to look and saw Bai Yulong looking at him in surprise. Beside Bai Yulong, there are a few senior brothers and sisters with powerful auras, and a young man beside him looks somewhat similar to Bai Yulong. This is senior brother Bai Yulong's big brother? Lu-Yi guessed in his heart, smiled, and said, so it's senior brother Bai Yulong, what a coincidence. Bai Yulong walked up to Lu-Yi in 2 or 3 steps and said pleasantly, I didn't expect to meet you here. Have you joined Ling Luo Feng? Lu-Yi smiled and said, it was a good luck to pass the entrance test. Bai Yulong smiled and patted Lu-Yi's shoulder, a little enviously said, as expected of you, congratulations junior brother Lu-Yi. If it were me, I'm afraid I can't do it. Lu-Yi thought for a while, and with Bai Yulong's comprehension, he guessed that the first test would really be difficult. If you master the Qi refining cultivation technique within 2 hours, you should be able to cultivate a technique to the true realm in the outer sect. Brother Zhang Fan has hope, but unfortunately, when Lu-Yi and Zhang Fan were chatting before, Zhang Fan said that he would not join Ling Luo Feng. Lu-Yi turned his thoughts and said with a smile, thank you, brother. With the talent of the brother, there should be hope of passing the examination. Bai Yulong smiled and didn't say much on this topic. He said, by the way, let me introduce you to a few people. As he spoke, Bai Yulong turned his head and looked behind him. Only then did he realize that the senior brothers and sisters who came with him were all looking at Lu-Yi in astonishment. Bai Yulong looked curiously, and then he noticed Donggong Mingwei beside Lu-Yi. His pupils contracted, a little shocked. This senior sister is so pretty. At this moment, the disciple who looked somewhat similar to Bai Yulong and several other disciples came over, cupped hands with some respect, and said, "It turns out to be the fairy of the East Palace. I didn't expect to meet you here. Lord Ling Luofeng has been here recently." "Good." Donggong Mingwei nodded and said with a smile, "Hello. Peak Master is doing." Seeing the interaction between several people and Donggong Mingwei, Bai Yulong was a little silly. "What's the situation with this young-looking senior sister? Is your status high? How can such a character stand with junior brother Lu-Yi?" As soon as Lu saw Bai Yulong's shocked look, he introduced him. "Senior brother Yulong, I just want to introduce someone to you. This is senior sister Donggong Mingwei, and she is the registered disciple of Lord Ling Luofeng." Bai Yulong's eyes widened, and he looked at Lu-Yi in astonishment. Ling Luofeng's registered disciple? It turned out to be a disciple of Lord Ling Luo? No wonder. All the brothers and sisters respected her so much. But when did that big shot accept disciples again? Bai Yulong was full of question marks. Lu-Yi nodded. "Well, yes, this matter is a bit complicated. I'm afraid it's inconvenient to explain it to senior brother Yulong." Bai Yulong quickly smiled and waved his hands. No need to explain. Brother understands." As he spoke, he also pointed to the gold-core youth who was somewhat similar to him, and said, "This is the great-grandfather of my family, Bai Ling Feng, and he is a direct disciple of Ling Feng Peak." "Great-grandfather, this is as I mentioned. Junior brother Lu has an extremely strong talent, and he just joined Ling Luofeng today." Lu-Yi? Question mark. He looked at Bai Yulong, then at the gold-core youth, and a question mark slowly emerged in his mind. He thought this person was Bai Yulong's big brother, but it turned out to be his great-grandfather. What the hell? Bai Ling Feng smiled at Lu-Yi and said enthusiastically, "I've heard about Deepening, Master. Lu-Yi's talent is outstanding. Congratulations to Lu-Yi for joining Ling Luofeng." Donggong Mingwei on the side snorted softly and said, "Of course my junior brother is not ordinary, but he is also valued by the Peak Master and accepted as a registered disciple. In the future, he will definitely become an official personal disciple like this lady." "What?" As soon as Donggong Mingwei's words came out, Bai Yulong, Bai Ling Feng, and several other senior brothers and sisters present all stared wide-eyed in shock. They all looked at Lu-Yi in disbelief. Bai Yulong said in shock, "Junior brother Lu-Yi, are you really valued by that Ling Luo princess?" Lu-Yi smiled and nodded. "Well, that's right, the Peak Master saw that my talent is not bad, so he accepted me as a registered student." "Yes." The senior brothers and sisters at the side gasped and looked at Lu-Yi even more fierily. "Junior brother Lu-Yi talent is really amazing. Yeah, even that lord is optimistic about your talent. I really envy junior brother Lu-Yi. Brother Lu-Yi is ashamed. Talent is too bad." Lu-Yi also responded with a smile, a little helpless. He wanted to keep a low profile before and didn't talk about it, but he didn't expect the second senior sister to be so straightforward, so she said it directly. "Well, he's probably going to be famous again." Lu-Yi was very troubled. He didn't want to be so high profile at all. What if he was beaten when he went out? At this time, Donggong Mingwei on the side said, "Junior brother, we still have business to do." Lu-Yi also nodded and smiled at Bai Yulong and the others. "Senior brother Yulong, brothers and sisters, we still have to buy something for the Peak Master, so we're leaving first." Hearing this, Bai Yulong nodded repeatedly. "Junior brother, go and do your work first." Bai Ling Feng said with a smile, "Junior brother Lu-Yi, if you are free, you can come to Ling Feng Peak to discuss with me." "Junior brother will definitely go when he is free," Lu-Yi said with a smile. Afterwards, Lu-Yi followed Donggong Mingwei into Yulangshuan. Bai Yulong watched Lu-Yi and Donggong Mingwei being greeted upstairs by special maids, with a look of envy. Bai Ling Feng next to him patted Bai Yulong's shoulder and said, "Don't look, only elders and some disciples with special identities can go up to the second floor. Our place is on the first floor. Let's go." to celebrate your entry into the spirit. Foam Foam, a young man beside him, smiled and said, Yulong, your junior brother will have a completely different status from yours in the future. Bai Yulong was in a complicated mood and hurriedly followed. The group took their seats in the private room, and Bai Yulong looked at Bai Lingfeng next to him and asked curiously, Grandfather, when did that Lord Ling Luofeng accept registered disciples? I've never heard of it in the outer sect. Bai Lingfeng leaned back on the chair and glanced at Bai Yulong. This is not news in the inner sect, but Lord Ling Luofeng didn't announce it himself, so of course other people can only discuss it in private. Why didn't Princess Ling Luo announce it? Bai Yulong was a little puzzled. How do we know that? Bai Lingfeng smiled. The senior brothers and sisters nearby couldn't help shaking their heads and laughing. Yeah, Yulong, you think highly of us too, but it's about that big shot. We don't know what she thinks. A young man next to him took a sip of his wine and said with a smile, However, I have a good friend in Ling Luofeng, and I learned something from him once. Bai Lingfeng had a very complicated expression. What's the matter? Seeing this, Bai Yulong became even more curious. Bai Lingfeng took a sip of his wine with a strange expression on his face. That fairy from the Eastern Palace, she is innate thunder spirit body. End of this chapter. The senior brothers and sisters beside me had very complicated expressions at the moment, and they obviously knew this. But Bai Yulong didn't know. He widened his eyes when he heard this, and thought a lot in his head. He sat in a daze and murmured, Innate thunder spirit body? Isn't that the legendary body refining quality? That fairy actually has such a terrifying talent. However, she obviously has such a terrifying talent, but she is only a registered disciple. How high is that adult's vision? Hearing Bai Yulong's words, Bai Lingfeng and the others had complicated expressions. They could understand at all that such a genius would be willing to be a named disciple. At this time, the young man next to Bai Lingfeng smiled and said, Yulong, do you know why I said that you are completely different from junior brother Louis? Our White Cloud sect is the Dazong of Qingzhou, with hundreds of thousands of disciples. Only senior sister Lu Shuang and junior sister Donggong Mingwei fell into Fengzhu Lingluo's eyes, and both of them are innate spirit body. And now, there is a third person, that is junior brother Louis. Yulong, you know what it means, what are you wearing? Boom. Bai Yulong stayed where he was, and after a moment of silence, he muttered to himself, Master Ling Luo thinks that junior brother Lu has a talent comparable to senior sister Lu Shuang and senior sister Donggong Mingwei. The atmosphere was silent for a while. Bai Lingfeng took another sip of wine, smiled wryly, and shook his head. The gap between people is really huge. Yulong, don't think I'm doing well in the White Cloud sect. I'm already an elder, but compared with the real top Tianjiao in the sect, there is also a gap. A young man next to him smiled and said, Senior brother Ling Feng is too modest. Among contemporary disciples, brother could be considered number one. Bai Lingfeng shook his head with a smile and didn't speak anymore. Bai Yulong next to him was very silent. Today's event gave him a great shock, as if he had opened up his worldview. On the other side, after Lu Yi followed Donggong Mingwei into Yulangshuan, a handsome maid came over immediately, and she respectfully said, Donggong Fairy, are you here? Donggong Mingwen nodded skillfully and said, Well, buy magnolia cakes and magnolia wine for the Peak Master. Upon hearing this, the maid hurriedly said, I'll take the fairy up to the third floor. Okay. Donggong Mingwen nodded with a smile. The maid glanced at Lu Yi beside her. She seemed a little surprised, but she didn't speak. Lu Yi and Donggong Mingwei followed the maid upstairs. After arriving on the second floor, Lu Yi glanced over and saw the powerful guests drinking and eating in the lobby. These guests did not look young, and they should be people like Elder. Lu Yi just glanced at it, then looked away and continued to follow upstairs. On the third floor, there is no lobby, only boxes. The maid brought Lu Yi and Donggong Mingwei to the deepest room and knocked on the door. Soon, a gentle voice sounded from inside. Come in. The maid opened the door and walked in with Lu Yi and Donggong Mingwei. After entering the door, Lu Yi saw that it was a simple room. The room was not like a dining room, but rather like a training room. The entire room has only simple furnishings, and in the center is a very beautiful woman with a graceful and gentle appearance who is sitting on the futon, as if she was practicing cultivation just now. Seeing this woman, Donggong Mingyue smiled and said, "Peak Master Yulan, here I come again." Lu Yi looked at the graceful woman in front of him in surprise. Did not expect that this is also the peak owner. A peak master actually practiced in a restaurant? Lu Yi felt a little strange. But when Lu Yi thought about it, magnolia cake and magnolia wine are both spiritual food and spirit wine in the God transformation realm. Such spiritual food and spirit wine are naturally extremely precious, and it is not necessarily safe for ordinary people to guard them. Steal it. Is this peak owner personally guarding the spiritual food and wine? But these peak masters seem to feel a little weird. Their own peak master seems to be possessed by a sleepy bug all day, and this Yulan peak master likes to guard the restaurant. Seeing Donggong Mingyue, Lord Yulan Peak immediately showed a gentle smile. So it's little Mingyue, who came to buy Yulan cake and magnolia wine for Ling Luo? Yes, Peak Master likes your magnolia cake and magnolia wine the most, Donggong Mingyue said with a smile. The Lord of Magnolia Peak couldn't help but smiled. You have a sweet mouth. That woman is just greedy. Magnolia cake and magnolia wine are of no use to her. As he said that, Peak Master Yulan looked at Lu Yi beside him and said, "Little Mingyue, who is this little guy?" Donggong Mingyue stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. "I forgot to introduce. Peak Master Yulan, this is the Peak Master's new registered disciple, my junior brother Lu Yi." "Junior brother, this is the Peak Master of Yulan Peak." Lu Yi bowed to the Master of Yulan Peak and said, "Disciple Lu Yi, I have met the Master of Yulan Peak." Upon hearing Donggong Mingyue's introduction, Peak Master Yulan's eyes widened slightly, and there was a trace of astonishment in her eyes like autumn water. That woman actually accepted a registered disciple again? She turned her head to look at Lu Yi, as if she wanted to catch Lu Yi's attention. Donggong Mingyue nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, junior brother is amazing. His comprehension is even stronger than that of senior sister Ningxuang. Savvy is stronger than Ningxuang." Peak Lord Yulan was even more shocked. She looked at Lu Yi, smiled, and said, "Little guy, I didn't expect your talent to be so strong. If you practice hard, you may become a great cultivator in the future." Lu Yi smiled and said, "Student must work hard to cultivate." Peak Master Yulan sighed again. That woman's luck is good. She met 3 good disciples, and I couldn't find any disciples. Donggong Mingyue said with a smile, "There are fewer disciples who have alchemy talents than those who have cultivation talents." Mingyue believes that Peak Master Yulan will definitely be able to find suitable disciples. "You girl can say good things." Peak Master Yulan shook his head, and then a white jade box and a white jade pot appeared in his hand. "Magnolia crisp and magnolia wine. Take them." Donggong Mingyue hastily and carefully put away the things, and then said, "The money is in the Peak Master's account." The Master of Yulan Peak said angrily, "The account kept by that woman has not been repaid until now. You go back and talk to her and ask her to pay back the money, otherwise there will be no money next time." Donggong Mingyue laughed a little embarrassedly. "I will definitely convey it to the Peak Master." "Okay, you guys go. I'm going to practice." Peak Master Yulan waved his hand. Lu Yi and Donggong Mingyue bid farewell and left the room. After leaving Yulangshuan, Lu Yi and Donggong Mingyue talked all the way, and soon returned to Ling Luo Feng. When they reached the upper half of Ling Luo Feng and approached Lu Yi's immortal cave, Donggong Mingyue smiled and said, "Junior brother, I will give the magnolia cake and magnolia wine to the Peak Master. You just entered the inner sect today, and things are not right. No, you must be tired too? Go back and rest first." Hearing this, Lu Yi glanced at the completed tasks, but did not insist. "Then please trouble the second senior sister." "Go, let's go." Donggong Mingyue waved her little hand, jumping up happily. Lu Yi watched Donggong Mingyue's back disappear behind the tree, smiled, turned and walked towards Immortal Cave. After returning to the Immortal Cave, Lu-E pressed the door behind the stone wall, and a huge stone fell from the hole, closing the immortal cave. Although the entrance of the cave is sealed, there is formation in the cave, and the air is still fresh. Lu-E couldn't wait to go back to his own room, planning to take stock of today's gains. On the first day of entering Inner Sect, the harvest is too rich. Thanks to Slaw Boss for rewarding 500 points. End of this chapter. Lu-E looked at the task module on the panel, showing the completed tasks. Task: Pass Aya Luo Feng's peak assessment completed. See Aya Luo Feng Master completed. Become a named disciple of Lord Ling Luo Feng completed. Purchase Magnolia Cake and Magnolia Wine for Ling Luo Feng completed. There are 4 tasks, and the rewards for each task are quite generous. Lu-E received the rewards one by one. The rewards for entering the peak assessment are Water, Spiritual Fluid, and by Ling Belt. Needless to say, the Water Spiritual Fluid, Lu-E already has the Thunder Spiritual Fluid, plus the Water Spiritual Fluid. If the Foundation establishment uses it, the Thunder Method and the talents of the Water Method are all promoted. Because of the interspatial ring, Lu-E directly tried to make the task rewards appear in the interspatial ring, which proved to be feasible. Looking at the water spiritual fluid that appeared in the interspatial ring, Lu-E showed a satisfied smile. In the future, the task rewards will be more hidden and will not be discovered by others. The bailing belt is a white belt that can be tied around the waist. It can reduce body weight and increase speed. It is a pretty good magical item. Lu-E put it on himself happily. Lu-E now has 6 magical items, including the top-rank magical item Purple Jade Bell, the middle-rank magical item Lian Boots, and the Bai Ling Belt, all of which are mission rewards. And the low-grade magical item Long Sword that Lao Lu bought for him was his own. In addition, Dabi gave him a low-grade magical item Lust Shield, which is a defensive magical item. Although it is small in size, it has a defensive effect. It's still good. It can withstand the blow of the Foundation establishment's high-level cultivator. The last one is the top-grade magical item Qingling Sword given by Ling Luo Feng before. With the Qingling Sword, the low-grade magical item Long Sword given by Lao Lu can be retired. Lu-E has mercilessly sealed this low-grade magical item Long Sword at the bottom of the interspatial ring. Although it can't be considered that the whole body is full of magic treasures, but it is barely enough, and Lu-E is quite satisfied. Jianling Luo Feng's task is to reward 10 drops of 100-year spiritual milk. Lu-E still has some left over from the 100-year spiritual milk that Lu-E competed with Jiang Fan, but of course Lu-E is satisfied with a little more. He can practice directly with 100-year spiritual milk instead of using Perfect Qi Condensation Pill. This training resource cannot be more extravagant. It is estimated that he is the most extravagant in the entire White Cloud sect. Fortunately, Lu-E keeps a low profile. No one knows this. Otherwise, he would be jealous to death by his fellow disciples. 10 drops of 100-year spiritual milk Lu-E is also put into the interspatial ring. The task reward for becoming the registered disciple of Lord Ling Luo is extremely generous, and it is the most generous reward Lu-E has ever seen, even surpassing the reward for being the first in the contest. The Foundation establishment spell, Breathing Containment Technique, the ultimate flight magical item Wind Breath Boat, 5 drops of 1,000-year spiritual milk, plus 1 drop of heavenly and mortal treasures Fire Spiritual Fluid, Lu-E can be said to be a wave of fat. Among other things, the value of the top-grade flying magical item Wind Boat alone is more than that of ordinary low-grade treasures. Even if it is a gold core cultivator, few people have this level of flying magical item. The Wind Breath Boat is a palm-sized cyan boat. If you want to use it, you need to input spirit power into it, enlarge the Wind Breath Boat, and use it by yourself. The speed of the need for flight magical item is extremely fast, even if it is a gold core cultivator. Few people can catch up, plus the 1,000-mile talisman given by the Peak Master before. If Lu-E thinks he wants to run, it is almost impossible for the gold core cultivator to stop him. Even if he is facing the nascent soul cultivator, Lu-E is not very hypocritical. Well, maybe a little hypocritical. Lu-E woke up suddenly and found that there seemed to be a big problem with own thinking. Even though I'm only on the 8th floor of Qi refining, why do I think nascent soul is my own potential enemy? Isn't this outrageous? I can't think like this in the future. My own opponent can only be Qi refining Xiamengxin, who is the same as myself. Lu-E secretly reflected in her heart. In addition, there are 5 drops of 1,000-year spiritual milk, plus 1 drop of 1,000-year spiritual milk, previously rewarded by the 8th layer of Lu-E breakthrough Qi refining. Lu-E already has a full 6 drops, which is more precious than 100-year spiritual milk too much. As for the fire spiritual fluid, Lu-E already has thunder spiritual fluid and water spiritual fluid. If there is one more fire spiritual fluid after foundation establishment, the foundation can be strengthened again. Finally, there is the foundation establishment technique, breathing containment technique. After Lu-E absorbed the information, he had an understanding of this technique. This technique is the same as the Wangshan technique. It is a relatively special technique. Its main function is to restrain the breath. On the one hand, it is to hide the cultivation base, and on the other hand, it is convenient to hide the whereabouts. It can be said that it is a must-have method for old coins. Although Lu-E is not old, he still likes this breath-holding technique very much. He made up his mind and his heart to improve the level of breath-holding technique as soon as possible. The priority is similar to that of Wangshan technique. The rewards of this task made Lu-E very happy. After Lu-E put away all the rewards, he began to receive the final reward. The reward for the quest to buy magnolia cakes and magnolia wine for Ling Luophone is the first time Lu-E has encountered it. Spirit food cooking and spirit wine brewing, these 2 pill refining branch technologies. For Lu-E, too many skills don't weigh him down. Anyway, getting the reward is better than not getting it. In his spare time, he could try to practice this thing. Maybe it will be useful in the future. After receiving the task reward, a lot of information entered Lu-Yi's mind immediately. This information is about the basic principles and knowledge of spiritual food cooking and spiritual wine brewing, so that Lu-Yi has a certain understanding of spiritual food cooking and spiritual wine brewing. The 2 technologies of spiritual food cooking and spiritual wine brewing belong to the branch of pill refining. Different from traditional pill refining pays more attention to the effect of medicine pill, and the speed of drug effect is also faster. Similarly, there is also the phenomenon of erysipelas situation, but spiritual food and spiritual wine are different. In addition to paying attention to the efficacy of the medicine, we must also pay attention to the taste experience. The medicinal effect is mildly exerted in the body. High-level spiritual food and spiritual wine, even a cultivator with a slightly lower level can withstand this. Even the nascent soul cultivator can enjoy it, and the gold core cultivator can also enjoy it in small amounts. But the medicine pill cannot do this. If the medicine pill in the God transformation realm is used for the nascent soul cultivator, it may not be possible to explode and die, but it will definitely cause serious injuries. As for the gold core cultivator, the death will probably be very short tragic. The most important point is that the erysipelas content of spiritual food and spirit wine is much lower than that of medicine pills, and they can even be as free of erysipelas as perfect medicine pills. Perfect medicine pills are extremely precious and rare. Of course, spiritual food and spirit wine are not without their disadvantages. That is, even after treatment, the efficacy and utilization rate of beast meat and heavenly immortal treasures is definitely not as good as that of medicine pill, which will cause a lot of waste. This is why most cultivators choose to use medicine pill. Does heavenly and mortal treasures cost nothing? Although a cultivator can make money, it costs a lot of money to cultivate. Unless you're a rich man, you can basically eat some low-level spiritual food and enjoy it. Enjoying the same level of spiritual food and wine is a very extravagant act of a local tyrant. In addition to the basic information, this spiritual food cooking technique and spiritual wine brewing technique also have information on techniques, as well as a Qi refining realm's spiritual food cooking recipe and spiritual wine brewing recipe. After He saw the recipe, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, revealing a strange look. Into this chapter, the spirit food formula is tiger bone spirit ginseng soup, which can strengthen bone-body tempering. Long-term consumption can improve the strength of the body. If it is combined with body-refining cultivation technique, the effect will be even better. This is a bit similar to Huang Ming Dan, but because there is basically no erysipelas in the spiritual food and the mild effect of the medicine, it can often be used together with the medicine pill. Together, it is double the happiness. What surprised He the most was the spirit wine recipe. The spirit wine formula is called Yunshinlu, which is an extremely rare spirit wine that can nourish the spirit and enhance mental energy. You should know that in the Qi refining stage, the improvement of cultivator mental energy is basically through the improvement of cultivation base. Other ways, even the cultivation technique of soul refining, cannot be cultivated by Qi refining realm. As for the medicine pill, He has never heard of a medicine pill that improves mental energy in Qi refining realm. But now, he actually has other means to improve mental energy. Wonderful. He felt happy immediately. He just wanted to polish himself and hit the limit of heavenly Tao. The body, spirit, and spiritual Qi must all need to be improved, and one cannot be separated. Now, there is a way to boost your mental energy. After He planned to go to the resource hall to ask if there were any materials. The materials of Qi refining realm shouldn't be hard to find, right? He was looking forward to it. So far, all rewards have been collected, and He is satisfied. He sat on the futon in lotus position, not in a hurry to cultivate, but thinking about problems. Now that he has entered the inner sect, the next thing to do is to break the heavenly Tao restriction and become the official direct disciple of Lord Ling Luophone. Even becoming a registered disciple has such a generous reward. So what about becoming a personal disciple? Thinking of this, He said to himself, I want to become the direct disciple of Lord Ling Luo. Task: become a direct disciple of Lord Ling Luophone. Reward: mid-grade treasure, jade, spirit, magical robe, 3T pieces of enlightenment. Whether to accept, yes/no. The number of task rewards seemed small, but He was very pleasantly surprised. It turned out to be a treasure. This is beyond the existence of the ultimate magical item. Usually the powerful gold core cultivator, or even the magic treasures owned by the nascent soul cultivator, did not expect to become a direct disciple. And this is a middle-grade treasure. This reward alone is already worth the money. Not to mention there are 3 pieces of enlightenment tea leaves. He once saw an introduction about Wu Dao tea in a book. A piece of tea can improve one's understanding for a whole day. If you are lucky, it may trigger an epiphany. If you use a lot, it can even improve your understanding permanently. This thing can be said to be extremely precious and rare heavenly and mortal treasures. Even the various foundation establishment spiritual fluids cannot compare. There are as many as 3 pieces. Although He now says that completing tasks can increase the level of spells, but the number of completed tasks is linked to He himself. The higher Yi's comprehension and deeper understanding of cultivation technique, the fewer tasks need to be completed to upgrade the level. This is the same as playing games. The basic attributes of the characters will also affect the difficulty of leveling up, and understanding is obviously a very important basic attribute. If there is this enlightenment tea, then He can complete the task and improve the level of spells much faster. Sure enough, the rewards for Ling Luofeng's mission are as generous as ever. He accepted the task happily. If you want to break the heavenly Tao limit, you need to polish the foundation. He thinks there is nothing wrong with own spiritual Qi foundation. The problem now lies in the physical foundation and spiritual foundation. The spiritual foundation now has spiritual wine containing divine dew, so it shouldn't be too much difference. The biggest problem is the physical foundation. Tomorrow, I will ask my second senior sister and find a copy of Qi refining realm's body refining cultivation technique to practice. He made a good plan before starting to practice. Came to intersect in the morning, passed the entrance examination, and met the peak master. Now it is afternoon. Lu-He practiced white cloud footwork according to his previous practice habits. Since white cloud's footwork has been promoted to LV9, Lu-He practices white cloud's footwork every day and feels that the improvement is very slow, and he doesn't know when he'll be able to upgrade to LV10. However, people who cultivate immortals have more time and a longer lifespan, so Lu-He is not in a hurry. Anyway, he can practice normally every day. After practicing the white cloud footwork in the training room, when the time came at night, Lu-He began to practice the white cloud in Qi again. With 100 years spiritual milk as a training resource, coupled with the LV9 white cloud in training Qi art, even if Lu-He breakthrough to Qi refining level 8, his training speed is still amazingly fast. According to the current practice progress, it should be possible to break through to the 9th floor of Qi refining in just over a month. Considering the quality of spiritual Qi that Lu-He has atomized now, this speed is quite fast. One day was spent in cultivation, and the time soon came to the next day. Lu-He was practicing with his eyes closed when he heard Donggong Mingyue's crisp and agile voice from outside the immortal cave. "Junior brother, are you there?" Lu-He slowly opened his eyes, and a white aura flashed in them. He disappeared in place, came to the hall, opened the stone door, and saw Donggong Mingyue in a white dress and twin ponytails standing pretty. Lu-He smiled and said, "Second senior sister, why are you here?" "I was going to find you," Donggong Mingyue said with a smile. "Junior brother, you just joined the inner sect. Haven't you gone to get the training resources yet?" "We are registered disciples of the Peak Lord, and the resources are unlimited every month. As long as you don't waste it, I will take you there now. Receive." Lu-Ye's eyes lit up when he heard that he was planning to get the materials about tiger bone spirit ginseng soup and yin shenlu, and he happened to do it now. Lu-He nodded with a smile. "Then please trouble the second senior sister. Why are you being polite?" Donggong Mingyue patted her chest cheerfully. "This lady is your senior sister. Shouldn't she take care of your junior brother? In the future, just come to Miss Ben if you need anything." Lu-He glanced at Donggong Mingyue's chest. Although Donggong Mingyue is only 15 years old, she is a cultivator with rich nutrition, and she has grown quite large now. Lu-He looked at Donggong Mingyue's strength, afraid that her chest would be damaged. He smiled and said, "Okay, then I won't be polite to second senior sister from now on. If you have any troubles, second senior sister, you can also come see junior brother. Junior brother will definitely help." Donggong Mingyue put her hands on her hips, raised her head slightly, and said proudly, "My lady is a senior sister. How can there be things that I can't handle? Junior brother, don't worry." Lu-He happily praised. Second senior sister is invincible. It's good to know. Donggong Mingyue became happier immediately. Her big lavender eyes narrowed with a smile. Let's go to the resource hall." Lu-He nodded and followed. The inner sect is different from the outer sect. All the resources of the outer sect disciples are distributed by the outer sect's affairs hall. However, the resources of the inner disciple are allocated independently by the peak where they're located, and the distribution methods of the inner disciple, core disciple, and direct disciples are also different. Of course, this has nothing to do with Lu-He. As the registered disciple of Fengzhu Ling Luo, he can take it as long as he can use it. This is a right that no direct disciple has. Resources are distributed by the resource hall of each peak. Ling Luofeng's resource hall is halfway up the mountain. Lu-He followed Donggong Mingyue down the mountain and soon saw a large palace, which was the resource hall.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.